Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Type Moon, starting with Greek mythology. Part 1. Lin Lai sometimes wondered if he was lucky or unlucky. The good news was that he had transmigrated, and to the Type Moon world he was most familiar with, no less. In his previous life, he had spent far too long lying in a hospital bed. His only pastime had been clutching his tablet to binge Type Moon works, from Fate Stay Night to Fate Grand Order, watching every single one over and over again. He had fantasized more than once about how wonderful it would be to transmigrate into the Type Moon world. Not into the modern-day backstabbing of the clock tower, but into the age of God's Greece, an era where heroes emerged in droves. To stand on the oldest stage in human history, to witness those legendary heroes with his own eyes, or even become one of them, to have his name sung in epics and ascend to the throne of heroes after death. Then, he died. The machines in the hospital room emitted a long, continuous beep, the incandescent light on the ceiling blurred into a haze, and then even the light vanished. There was no dramatic farewell, no last words, not even anyone by his bedside. It just ended like that. And then, he woke up. It wasn't a hospital room, nor was it the underworld, it was the body of an infant. Surrounded by fragments of pottery, with the sun of Greece overhead, he heard people shouting in a language he couldn't understand yet somehow comprehended. An old shepherd fished him out of the pile of pottery, frowned as he looked at him, muttered something, and wrapped him in a sheepskin. Lin Lai thought at the time, oh, transmigrated. Fine, whatever. The bad news was that he had transmigrated to the age of God's Greece. Not the modern era, not the Middle Ages, not any era where humanity had established basic order, but the age of gods. An age where gods walked the earth, monsters haunted the wilderness, and the air was saturated with ether, an age where all living beings were steeped in magical energy from birth. In this era, humans were not the masters of the world, but mere supporting characters illuminated by the radiance of gods and heroes. When those lights shone too brightly, people died in the shadows where the light couldn't reach. The worst news was that he died at 13. But that was a story for later. Before that, Lin Lai did live a good 13 years. The old shepherd didn't give him a name. A foundling abandoned, a name made no difference. Lin Lai didn't care either. He followed the old shepherd to herd sheep on the hillsides, learned to drive away foxes with a sling, learned to identify which plant roots were edible, and learned to fall asleep under the starry sky. Life was austere, but compared to the smell of disinfectant and the endless pills in his previous life's hospital room, he thought herding sheep was practically heaven. At the age of 7, he confirmed the nature of this world. That day, the old shepherd took him to graze the sheep on a hillside near Delphi. In the distance, he saw the sun rising from the direction of the temple of Apollo. It was a different kind of light, gushing from deep within the temple, flowing over the ridges like molten gold, dyeing the entire valley amber. The flock stopped grazing and raised their heads in unison. The old shepherd put down his waterskin, pressed one hand to his chest, and whispered a prayer. Lin Lai stood on the hillside as the wind rustled through the trees. He didn't pray. He just cursed under his breath, then couldn't help but grin. Type Moon. It really was Type Moon. He was truly in the age of God's Greece, truly standing at the very center of the oldest stage in human history. The plots, the settings, the legends of the heroic spirits he had repeatedly binged on his hospital bed in his previous life came rushing back like a tidal wave. Heracles, 12 labors, Jason's Argo, Perseus slaying Medusa, Theseus entering the labyrinth, everything had yet to happen. But everything was about to happen. And he was here. From that day on, Lin Lai had a goal. He wanted to be a hero. Not just any random hero, but the kind who could be sung about by the world, recorded in epics, and ascend to the throne of heroes after death. He knew the rules of the Type Moon world too well. The older the hero, the more powerful the heroic spirit. And he was standing in the era where Heracles, Jason, and Perseus were about to appear. If he didn't seize this opportunity, all those fantasies from his hospital bed in his previous life would have been in vain. He began to train. At 13, his body was much stronger than his peers in his previous life. After all, he had grown up running on the hillsides, capable of dragging a stubborn goat and hitting a fox 20 paces away with a sling. But that was all. He was just slightly stronger than an average person, nothing more. But he didn't care. Heroes weren't made by bloodline. At least, that was what he thought at the time. In the spring of his 13th year, Lin Lai bid farewell to the old shepherd. The old shepherd said nothing to stop him. He dug out a rusted short sword from under his bed, saying it was what had been wrapped in the swaddling clothes when he was abandoned in the pottery pile. A letter was engraved on the blade, Pi. Lin Lai didn't know what it meant, so he strapped the sword to his waist, bid farewell to the old shepherd, and set foot on the path of a hero. 3 days. His hero career lasted only 3 days. 'Cause of death. Luring away a rampaging wild boar. Later, he finally realized that this was not the earth he was familiar with. This was the age of God's Greece. A wild boar, blinded in one eye by a hunter, was the size of a small elephant, its tusks like two curved short spears, causing the ground to shake when it charged. Its hide was so thick that ordinary arrows could only graze the surface, and its strength was great enough to knock down a mature olive tree. And what about Lin Lai? He was just a 13-year-old boy slightly stronger than an average modern human. He was passing by a small roadside settlement at the time. The mad boar was charging toward the village, and a child had fallen on its path. He didn't think too much, didn't even draw his sword. It would have been useless, that rusted short sword couldn't even pierce the boar's hide. He just grabbed a burning branch and ran in the other direction, shouting. The boar turned. It was too fast. Lin Lai had run less than 10 steps when he felt a massive force slam into him from behind. The tusks pierced through his abdomen, tossing him into the air. He didn't even have time to feel the pain before he saw the ground spinning, the sky spinning, and then he slammed heavily onto the ground. When he hit the ground, he was still alive. At such times, human consciousness becomes very strange. Even though he was dying, he clearly saw the boar's throat pierced by a spear from a hunter who had rushed over, saw the child being carried away by his mother, crying heart-wrenchingly, and saw the sky, blue, so blue it looked fake. Then he saw his own blood. It gushed from the hole in his abdomen, spread out beneath him, and soaked into the soil. The color wasn't bright red, but a deeper, darker red, like wine congealing. He thought, so this is death. So playing the hero really does get you killed. Especially in a place like this, where an average person can't even defeat a wild boar. His final thought was, I died again. Then he couldn't see anymore. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was gray. Lin Lai looked down at himself. No wounds, his abdomen was completely intact, and he was wearing a gray robe from who knows where, standing barefoot on a patch of fine soil. He was stunned for a long while. The first thought that popped into his mind wasn't, I died, but, the underworld. Already. Where's the procedure? In his previous life, he had at least read Greek mythology. When people died, their souls were supposed to arrive at the banks of the river Styx, waiting for that old miser Charon to row his boat to pick them up. After crossing the river, one would see the three-headed hellhound, Cerberus. Only then would there be the judgment, where the three judges would weigh the good and evil of one's life to decide whether one went to the Elysian fields or the fields of Asphodel. Lin Lai looked around. Gray plains, gray sky. In the distance, there was a river, the water as black as ink, almost stagnant. Countless figures walked past him, heads bowed, silent, moving slowly in the same direction. No Charon, no boat, no three-headed dog, no judges. Just a line that stretched to infinity, and a cluster of silent black buildings in the distance. Is this it? He couldn't help but say aloud. Where's the ferry? Where's the three-headed dog? At least let me go through the process. A passing shadow nearby paused, seemingly wanting to turn and look at him, but ultimately didn't. Lin Lai wondered if these souls had been walking for so long that even their curiosity had been worn away. He stood for a while, then plopped down onto the ground. Heracles' 12 labors, Jason retrieving the golden fleece, Perseus slaying Medusa. He muttered to himself. The more he spoke, the angrier he got, and the angrier he got, the more he wanted to laugh. And me, gored to death by a wild boar. 3 days. My hero career, just 3 days. The more he wanted to laugh, the more pathetic he felt. Finally, he just lay back, sprawled on the gray sand, looked at the gray sky, and burst into laughter. Screw being a hero. I died again. Have you died many times? A voice sounded beside him. Lin Lai's laughter came to an abrupt halt. He sat up abruptly and turned his head. Someone was sitting beside him, though he didn't know when they had appeared. A man who looked to be about 30, with a handsome face, deep features, and long black hair draped over his shoulders, wearing a pitch black robe. His posture was as quiet as a mountain, as if he had been sitting there from the very beginning, yet also as if he had appeared out of thin air just a moment ago. His eyes were closed, his mouth expressionless, but his entire being radiated a calm, ancient aura. Lin Lai stared at him for 3 seconds. Then he subconsciously scanned the surroundings again. He didn't know where this man in the black robe had popped out from. In this era, Lin Lai knew how mortals reacted when they saw gods. The old shepherd would bow in respect every time he passed those dilapidated shrines by the roadside, and the villagers wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly when they made offerings. Gods in Greece were not stories, they were real. They walked the earth, descended into the human world. A single word could change the fate of a city-state, and a single glance could make one fall into the abyss forever. And the person before him, though just sitting there quietly, made Lin Lai instinctively feel, this was no mortal. He put away his previous sprawled posture, sat up straight, and his tone became a bit more restrained. May I ask, who are you? The man opened his eyes. Those eyes were very unique. Deep within the pupils lay a faint starlight, almost unnoticeable unless one looked closely. But being gazed at by those eyes gave one the feeling of being seen through from the inside out, yet it was not an uncomfortable sensation. Hades, he said, the king of the underworld. Lin Lai's breath hitched for a moment. As expected, he mentally fast-forwarded through the scene of himself lying on the sand, laughing out loud and shouting, "To hell with being a hero," then decided to pretend none of that had ever happened. Lord Hades. He bowed his head, performing a gesture of respect toward gods that he remembered from Greece, though perhaps not executed very standardly. Please forgive my rudeness just now. Hades looked at him without speaking. He simply watched Lin Lai quietly, as if observing something he didn't quite understand. You just said, Hades spoke, I died again. Lin Lai stiffened. Those words had indeed slipped out. He had died once in a hospital room in his past life, and in this life, he had been gored to death by a wild boar. Adding them together, it really was, again. But saying this aloud must sound quite strange to people of this era. A 13-year-old boy, where would an, again, come from? Just as he was thinking about how to gloss over it, Hades spoke again. Have you died many times? The tone was very calm, without any sense of interrogation, purely like asking a question he was interested in. Lin Lai raised his eyes and cautiously glanced at Hades. In those eyes with the faint starlight, there was indeed no other meaning, just curious waiting. He suddenly felt that telling the truth didn't seem like a big deal. Twice, he said, if you count this time. Hades nodded without pressing for more. It was unclear if he understood or simply felt the question wasn't worth pursuing further. The silence lasted for a while. Then Lin Lai remembered another question he was more concerned about. Lord Hades, I would like to ask. I was gored to death by a wild boar. He paused. Does this count as dying in battle? Or an accidental death? Does the underworld have classifications? Hades thought for a moment. His thoughtful expression was very quiet, the silver fragments of light in his eyes shifting slightly, like the reflection of starlight on water rippled by a breeze. You died to protect others, he said. Of course it is a hero. Lin Lai opened his mouth. A hero. A hero gored to death by a wild boar. A hero is a hero, Hades said. It has nothing to do with who the opponent is. Lin Lai stared at him for a long time. Then he laughed, laughing until he bent over, laughing until tears came out. Fine then. He wiped away tears while laughing. Since Lord Hades says so, then I am a hero. A hero gored to death by a wild boar. Hades watched him quietly. Only after Lin Lai finished laughing, wiped his face, and sat cross-legged did Hades speak. You are not afraid of me. This was not a question, but a statement. Lin Lai sniffled and met the gaze of those eyes with the faint starlight. Lord Hades, I've already died twice, what else could I possibly be afraid of? Can you make me die a third time? Hades thought about it. It is possible. But there is no need. Lin Lai was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh again. The way this king of the underworld spoke was much more interesting than he had imagined. That's good enough. He leaned back on his hands, looking up at the gray sky of the underworld. In the distance, those shadows were still lining up, silently walking toward that complex of black buildings. The king of the underworld sat right beside him, as quiet as a mountain. After a long silence, Lin Lai suddenly thought of a very practical question. He had died. He had arrived in the underworld. He had met the king of the underworld himself. The king of the underworld hadn't made him queue up, nor had he stuffed him into the recycling system to be broken down. So what now? He couldn't just keep sitting on the gray plain looking at the scenery, right? Lin Lai snuck a glance at Hades. The lord of the underworld was still sitting quietly beside him, not knowing what he was thinking. There was no expression on that handsome face, but it didn't look like he was going to chase him away either. He hesitated for a moment, then tentatively spoke, Lord Hades. Are you not planning to make me join the queue? Hades turned his head to look at him. Your soul is different. Hearing this, Lin Lai looked down at himself. Gray robe, translucent hands, no different from the shadows queuing up nearby. He really couldn't see where he was, bright. Then, he deliberated his wording, are you planning to keep me here? Hades did not answer immediately. He was silent for a while, as if contemplating why he would do such a thing. You speak very interestingly, he finally said. Lin Lai blinked. What kind of reason was that? And you are not afraid of me, Hades said again. Few people do not fear me. Lin Lai thought about it and felt this was easy to understand. Death itself was scary enough, and the god who governed death was even scarier. But he was an exception, a person who had died twice already had no fear left for death. And the king of the underworld before him, at least so far, had been quite polite to him. Then, Lord Hades. Lin Lai sat cross-legged, hands resting on his knees, and tentatively asked, do you need any help here? Hades looked at him. I mean, Lin Lai quickly added, I'm dead anyway, and I'm just idling. If you have any work that needs doing, I can help. Running errands, organizing things, anything is fine. He was sincere when he said this. For one thing, he really didn't want to join the queue, those silently waiting shadows were depressing to look at. Secondly, although this lord of the underworld didn't talk much, the impression he gave wasn't bad. At least much better than the cold and ruthless Hades from the legends. Thirdly, and most importantly, staying by the king of the underworld's side was better than being thrown into the soul recycling system, right? Hades was silent for a while. His thinking time was always longer than others, as if carefully weighing every word. Very well, he finally said. Lin Lai breathed a sigh of relief. However, Hades added, I do not know what to have you do. That's fine, take your time, Lin Lai quickly said. If there's anything you need me for, just give the order. Hades nodded. Then he stopped talking again. Lin Lai wasn't in a hurry, just sitting beside him waiting. There was no wind in the underworld, no sound, only those silently waiting shadows in the distance walking endlessly toward the distance. He sat next to Hades, looking at the gray sky, and suddenly felt that the afterlife didn't seem so bad after all. At least it was more fun than the hospital room. After a long time, Hades stood up. Let's go. Lin Lai quickly stood up to follow. Where to? To show you the underworld. Hades walked forward after speaking. The hem of his black robe swept over the gray sand, kicking up a little dust. Lin Lai patted the dust off his robe and hurried to catch up. He walked half a step behind Hades, maintaining the respect due to a god. The king of the underworld did not walk fast. Lin Lai followed behind him, secretly observing everything around him. He suddenly thought of a question. Lord Hades. Has the underworld always been like this? Gray sky, gray ground. Hades's footsteps paused. He did not turn back. It was not before. What was it like before? Hades was silent for a long time. So long that Lin Lai thought he wasn't going to answer. I don't remember very clearly, he said. Then he continued walking forward. Lin Lai followed behind him, looking at his back, and suddenly felt that this king of the underworld was perhaps even lonelier than he appeared. But he did not ask further. Some things were not for him to ask right now. He just quietly followed behind Hades, walking into the depths of the underworld. Lin Lai had stayed in the underworld for a while, and he had already gotten familiar with the paths. To call it the underworld was a bit of a stretch, it was more like a forgotten wasteland. Gray skies, gray earth, and in the distance, that black river flowed on in eternal silence. The lines of souls were forever walking toward that silent complex of black buildings, as if they had been walking since the dawn of time, yet still had not reached the end. Hades had taken him on a tour. The king of the underworld did not walk quickly, and Lin Lai followed half a step behind him, maintaining the respect due to a god. This is the path of the dead, Hades said, his voice calm. Most souls will follow this path until the very end, where they are then recycled. And after they are recycled, they flow back into the cycle of reincarnation. Lin Lai nodded. It was much like the Greek mythology he knew from his past life, only the judgment phase was missing. He followed behind Hades, stealing glances at his surroundings. On the gray plains, one could occasionally see a few low rocks, polished smooth and shiny by countless years. Aside from that, there was nothing. After walking in silence for a while, Hades suddenly spoke. Everyone fears me. His voice was calm. It was not a complaint, nor self-pity, he was simply stating a well-known fact. When they are alive, they fear death, and after they die, they fear me. Even my own followers are terrified, and they fear me. Lin Lai opened his mouth, wanting to say something. He wanted to say, I am not afraid of you, but the words died in his throat. Because he suddenly realized that what Hades said was the truth. In this era, everyone feared him. He was the exception. It was meaningless to use an exception to refute a fact. Hades did not wait for a response and continued walking forward. After walking for a while longer, Hades stopped in front of an empty patch of ground. Lin Lai leaned in to take a look. Like everywhere else, it was gray sand and dirt, with nothing in it. But after looking carefully for a while, he noticed that the texture of the sand in this patch was different from the rest, it had been tilled. There were a few stones around the edges forming a small circle. In the center of the clearing, there was an ornament made of black stones and unrecognizable bones, crooked and twisted, looking like something someone had thrown together casually. Hades, what is this? A garden. Hades looked down at the garden where he had personally turned the soil. Lin Lai froze for a moment. A garden. Yes. Lin Lai looked at the empty gray land, then at Hades' earnest face, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. The king of the underworld, the embodiment of death, a being feared by all, had tilled a piece of land in the underworld, hoping to grow flowers. The image just felt wrong no matter how he thought about it. Why do you want to grow flowers? He asked. Hades was silent for a moment. Persephone likes flowers. Persephone. Lin Lai's mind raced. Of course, he knew this name. The goddess of spring, daughter of Demeter. When he was reading Greek mythology in his hospital room in his past life, he had read this story. Hades fell in love with Persephone, and while she was picking flowers in a meadow, he drove his black chariot out from a crack in the earth and abducted her to the underworld. From then on, the goddess of spring became the queen of the underworld, staying in the underworld for 1/3 of every year, during which time the earth became winter. He subconsciously glanced at Hades. This king of the underworld stood beside the gray land he had tilled countless times, his black robes hanging down, his expression quiet. After saying, Persephone likes flowers, he fell silent, as if this topic left him unsure of how to continue. He didn't look like the kind of person who could do something like abduction at all. Have you met her? Lin Lai asked. I have. Then has she met you? The light in Hades' eyes flickered slightly. I don't think so. I have only watched her from afar. As expected, Lin Lai squatted down and reached out to grab a handful of gray sand. The texture was very fine, like volcanic ash, trickling down through his fingers. He pinched a small amount, rubbed it between his fingers, and leaned in to smell it. There was nothing. No earthy scent, no moisture, no aura of anything living. He looked up again at the black river in the distance. The river water was as quiet as a solidified ribbon of ink, winding across the gray plains and flowing toward that silent complex of black buildings. Looking at that river, a ridiculous thought suddenly popped into his head. When he was binging Type Moon works in his hospital room in his past life, he remembered a servant, Achilles, the great hero of the Trojan War. Legend had it that his mother, Thetis, held him by his ankle and dipped him upside down into the river Styx, making his whole body invulnerable, with only his ankle, which didn't touch the river water, becoming his only weakness. In the Type Moon setting, this legend became a skill called Dashing Hero, which allowed his body to be immune to almost all attacks, unless hit in the heel or struck by an attack with divinity. Lin Lai stared at the Black River, a thought crossing his mind. If I jumped in for a soak, would I get some kind of invulnerability too? Forget it. Achilles soaked in the mythological river Styx, and his mother was a sea goddess. As for his own soul, just a regular person's, if he jumped in, he'd probably just dissolve. He pulled his stray thoughts back, looked down at the handful of gray dirt in his hand, and suddenly realized something. Hades. Yes. Have you watered this land? I have. With the water from the river. Hades. Lin Lai put the handful of dirt back on the ground, clapped his hands, and stood up. The river water is for ferrying souls, not for watering flowers. And this soil won't work either. There is no sunlight in the underworld, there are no nutrients in the soil, and you simply cannot grow flowers in a place like this. After he finished speaking, the air remained silent for a long time. Hades looked down at the gray land he had tilled countless times. His expression didn't change, but Lin Lai noticed that the light in his eyes stopped moving. Cannot grow, he said, his voice very soft. Lin Lai nodded. Another silence followed. In the distance, the lines of souls were still walking in silence, and the river water flowed on quietly. The gray sky was like a huge piece of old cloth, covering everything beneath it. Then Hades said something that Lin Lai did not expect. Right. It cannot grow in the underworld. His tone was calm, even calmer than before. But Lin Lai heard something in that calmness, not disappointment, but the feeling of, finally knowing. It was like someone had been doing something without knowing the outcome, doing it for a very, very long time, and now someone had finally told them the result. Regardless of whether the result was good or bad, at least they didn't have to guess anymore. Lin Lai looked at him and suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. This king of the underworld had tilled the soil again and again on this land where nothing could grow, watering it over and over. No one had told him that flowers couldn't be grown. Perhaps it wasn't that no one told him, it was that absolutely no one spoke to him. Everyone feared him, who would walk up to the king of the underworld and say, "What you are doing is wrong from the very beginning." He was here alone, tilling the soil, watering it, waiting for flowers to bloom. Waiting for who knows how long. Hades, Lin Lai spoke, are you still keeping this land? Hades looked down at the gray land. Yes, he said. Lin Lai nodded, squatted down, and straightened the crooked bone ornament. All right. Then I'll help you look after it. Hades looked at him. Knowing that nothing will grow, you are still willing to look after it. Looking after a garden doesn't necessarily mean it has to bloom, Lin Lai said without looking up, moving the black stone a bit to make the whole ornament look slightly more pleasing to the eye. If someone is willing to till the soil here, if someone is willing to wait here, then it is a garden. The meaning of a garden is not just about blooming. Hades was silent for a long time. Then he said something that Lin Lai completely did not expect. Thank you. Lin Lai was squatting by the edge of the garden, his hand still holding that black stone, and he froze completely. Hades. The king of the underworld. The embodiment of death. A being feared by all mortals and kept at a distance by all gods. He had said, "Thank you," to him. Earnestly, word by word. Wow. Lin Lai sighed inwardly. The king of the underworld said thank you to me. If I told anyone, who would believe it? He lowered his head, pretending to adjust the angle of the stone, but in reality, he was hiding the smile he couldn't suppress. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Hades. Lin Lai did not look up, trying to keep his tone as casual as possible. Yes. You're welcome. Hades did not answer. But he did not leave either. He just stood by the edge of the garden. Lin Lai squatted on the ground, arranging and adjusting the stone and the bone over and over, even though they had been perfectly stable for a long time. He just felt that if he stood up now, he might see some unusual expression on Hades' handsome face. And Hades probably didn't want to be seen. So he continued to squat, pretending to be busy. There was no wind in the underworld. But as the gray sand trickled down through Lin Lai's fingers, it didn't seem quite so cold anymore. From that day on, Lin Lai officially became a temporary worker for the underworld garden. His job was to look after a gray patch of land where nothing could grow, and the goal was, no goal. Just looking after it was enough. He squatted by the edge of the clearing, looking at his hands covered in gray dust, and thought, alright. I'm dead anyway, might as well keep busy. Plus, the king of the underworld said thank you to me. Lin Lai couldn't suppress his smile again. He covered his mouth with the back of his hand, pretending to ponder the layout of the garden, while actually replaying Hades, thank you, in his mind. It was worth it. This death was worth it. Lin Lai had been squatting in the underworld garden for several days. Naturally, he hadn't managed to grow any flowers, but he had rearranged the stones at the edge of the garden and used some scavenged bones and black pebbles to piece together a crooked pattern in the center. When Lord Hades passed by, he took a glance without saying anything, but the next day, Lin Lai discovered a flat bluestone slab by the edge of the garden, just big enough for one person to sit on. He stared at the bluestone slab for a long time and couldn't help but chuckle. Days passed by just like that. Every day, Lin Lai would go to the edge of the garden to sit for a while, turn the soil, fiddle with the stones and bones, and occasionally chat with Lord Hades. Lord Hades was not a man of many words, but whenever Lin Lai spoke, he would listen quietly until the end, never interrupting. Lin Lai gradually grew accustomed to this way of interacting, and could even tell what Lord Hades was thinking based on the length of his silence. Of course, nothing could grow in the garden. Lin Lai had known that from the very beginning. The underworld had no sunlight, no nutrients, and the only water source was the pitch black, stagnant water of the river Styx. If flowers could grow in a place like this, it would be truly bizarre. Lord Hades had turned the soil in this plot countless times. Besides wanting to grow flowers, it was also because, other than turning the soil, he didn't know what else he could do. Lin Lai understood that feeling. When he was lying in a hospital bed in his past life, he too used to do things he knew were useless, like watering the dying pothos plant on the windowsill over and over again. After tending to the garden, Lin Lai would wander around the underworld. Lord Hades had given him permission to move about freely. In any case, there was no danger in the underworld, there were only silent souls and a silent king of the underworld here. He had walked along the path of the dead a few times, trying to strike up a conversation with the souls waiting in line, but none of them responded to him. They just kept their heads down, walking forward step by step, as if being pulled by some invisible thread. One day, Lin Lai walked a bit further than usual. The depths of the underworld were no different from its edges, they were all the same gray sky and gray earth. But Lin Lai noticed that an area in the distance had a different color. He hadn't intended to approach it, but curiosity was something that didn't change even after dying once. After getting closer, he saw firelight. A few faint points of purple firelight hovered in the air, illuminating the silhouette of a woman, a deep purple robe, long black hair cascading to her waist, a very young face, and eyes filled with the calm that comes from having witnessed countless births and countless deaths. Lin Lai stopped and instinctively bowed. The woman turned her head to look at him. You are the soul that Hades kept. She said. It wasn't a question, but a statement. Yes. My name is Lin Lai. Lin Lai. She repeated the name, seemingly savoring something. A strange name. I am Hecate. Lin Lai's breath hitched. Hecate. The triple-faced goddess of magic, a native deity of the underworld. When he had consumed type moon works in his past life, he had an impression of this name, the goddess who governed magic, Medea's magic teacher, holding independent authority within the underworld. She wasn't transformed from a machine god, she was a deity that had originally existed in this land. He hurriedly performed a more formal bow. Lady Hecate. Hecate waved her hand, signaling that he didn't need to be so formal. Her gaze landed on him, as if she were appraising an interesting object. Your soul is different from all the souls that come to the underworld. Lord Hades has said the same. Of course he could tell. Hecate stepped closer, and the purple firelight hovering around her moved with her, circling Lin Lai as if observing him. But I see more than he does. She reached out, her slender fingers stopping a few inches in front of Lin Lai without touching him. The firelight flared slightly, illuminating her eyes. Your fate, she said, I cannot see through. Lin Lai didn't speak. It's not that I can't see it at all. I can see some shadows, some possibilities. Your fate has diverged into countless forks, but none of them are clear. Hecate withdrew her hand. In all my long life, you are the first of your kind I have ever seen. She paused, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. Interesting. Lin Lai didn't know what to say. He couldn't exactly say, because I am a transmigrator, my fate is not within this world's causal lines. He could only stand there, trying to keep his expression looking natural. Hecate didn't seem to need an answer from him. She withdrew her gaze and tilted her head to glance in the direction of the garden behind Lin Lai. Hades asked you to tend to that plot of land. Yes. Has anything grown? No. Hecate didn't say. Of course nothing could grow, nor did she make any comments about there being no life in the underworld soil. She just looked at him, and there was something in that gaze that Lin Lai couldn't quite decipher. He knows nothing will grow. Hecate said. Lin Lai was taken aback. You mean? Hades is not a fool. He has stayed here longer than anyone, and he knows the underworld better than anyone. The purple firelight beside Hecate flickered. Lin Lai fell silent. Of course he knew. He had seen it from the very beginning. Lord Hades turning that plot of land, wanting to grow flowers, was one reason, but besides that, he couldn't find any way to approach Persephone. He didn't dare to see her, fearing that she would fear him just like everyone else. He also couldn't easily leave the underworld, because he was the king of the underworld. He could only turn a patch of land in the underworld, pretending that he was preparing to see her. Are you willing to learn magic from me? Hecate asked suddenly. The topic shifted too quickly, and Lin Lai didn't react in time. What? Magic? Hecate repeated, her tone flat. Your soul is very special, and I cannot see through your fate. I am curious to see how far you can go. Lin Lai thought for a moment. Why are you willing to teach me? I said, curiosity. Hecate said. Besides, a soul that can't even defeat a wild boar wouldn't be able to help Hades much, even if it stayed in the underworld. Mentioned again, the wild boar. Lin Lai felt that this goddess was probably doing it on purpose. I am willing, he said. Hecate nodded, as if she had known he would answer that way. Then we start tomorrow. Come find me at night. Day and night in the underworld make no difference to you, but I am accustomed to teaching when the firelight is dimmest. She turned to leave, and Lin Lai suddenly remembered a question. Lady Hecate. You said earlier that you have seen the fates of countless people, have you taught others as well? Hecate stopped, not looking back. I have taught a few. And they? One has already finished their training and left. Hecate's voice remained flat. There is another named Medea, who returned to Colchis to visit her family. She is currently my most prized student. Medea. Lin Lai's heart skipped a beat. The princess of Colchis, Jason's future wife, the woman who killed her children in revenge after being betrayed. One of the most famous tragic women in the Type Moon world. You know her. Hecate seemed to have sensed his reaction. I don't. Lin Lai said quickly, just, heard the name. Hecate didn't press him. She continued walking forward, her deep purple robe and the hovering firelight merging into the shadows of the deep underworld. Lin Lai stood where he was, a complex mix of emotions churning in his heart. Medea, Heracles, Jason, Persephone. All those names he had seen on screens in his past life had now become real people. They hadn't yet experienced those tragedies, hadn't yet become the figures sung about in epics. There is still time. He clenched his fists and turned to walk in the direction of the garden. Starting tomorrow, he would tend to the garden during the day and learn magic at night. Lin Lai learned high-speed divine words. The process is not worth mentioning, in any case, he learned it. After Lady Hecate taught him for a while and engraved the foundations of high-speed divine words into his instincts, she tossed him a thick parchment book. It records all the magic I have mastered and researched. Lady Hecate's tone was as flat as if she were saying the weather was nice today. How much you learn is up to you. Lin Lai took the book with both hands and almost dropped it. It was much heavier than it looked. The pages were made of some unknown leather, densely covered with ancient Greek characters, and in some places, complex spell diagrams were drawn. He casually flipped to a page and felt dizzy after reading 3 lines. Lady Hecate, this. You don't need to come to me every day from now on, Lady Hecate said. Come ask if there's anything you don't understand. After saying this, she left, her deep purple robes and those floating lights disappearing into the shadows of the deep underworld. Lin Lai stood there holding the heavy magic book, watching her back, with only one thought in his mind. Is this how she taught Medea? Tossing a book, saying, how much you learn is up to you, and then just leaving. Was Medea able to become a top-tier mage because Lady Hecate taught her well, or was Medea just too much of a genius? He looked down at the densely packed parchment book in his hand, then thought about Lady Hecate's teaching style. Demonstrate once, let him do it himself, and if he couldn't, she would look at him with that, as expected, gaze before telling him to try again. From beginning to end, there wasn't a single word of encouragement, and her highest praise was a, not bad. Lin Lai tucked the book under his arm and walked toward the garden, muttering as he went. As expected of Lady Hecate, to be able to teach a disciple like Medea, it must rely entirely on the disciple's own comprehension. Though he said that, he still held the book very tightly. Just kidding, this was the complete collection of magic learned by the goddess of magic throughout her life. If this thing were in the type moon world, who knows how many mages would fight tooth and nail to get it. Since he got it for free now, what was there to complain about? From that day on, Lin Lai's schedule became taking care of the garden and self-studying magic during the day, occasionally noting down things he didn't understand to ask Lady Hecate all at once when he had enough. Lady Hecate's way of answering questions was also very concise. She would never use 2 sentences if one would suffice, and after she finished, she would look at him, meaning, leave now that you understand. Lin Lai gradually got used to it. He even started to feel that Lady Hecate wasn't cold, just that she didn't like talking nonsense. Just like Lord Hades, she just didn't know how to interact with people. These 2 deities of the underworld were both equally bad at expressing themselves, but neither had bad intentions. One day, while Lin Lai was flipping through the magic book in the garden, trying to understand a spell diagram about magic power flow, Lady Hecate suddenly appeared at the edge of the garden. Lady Hecate. Lin Lai closed the book and stood up. Why are you here? Looking for Hades, Lady Hecate said concisely. Is he not here? Lord Hades went to the path of the dead to check on the recovery situation. Lady Hecate nodded but did not leave. She stood at the edge of the garden, looking down at the turned-over gray soil, and then at the crooked ornament made of stones and bones in the middle. Still taking care of it. I'm just idle anyway, Lin Lai said. Lady Hecate didn't respond. The purple flames around her flickered slightly, casting her expression in shifting light and shadow. Hades has been talking more lately, she suddenly said. Lin Lai was stunned for a moment. Has he? Yes, that blockhead never used to look for me to talk before. Lin Lai thought that, blockhead, was a rather fitting description. It's because of you, isn't it? Lady Hecate said. Lin Lai was stunned again. Me. He wasn't like this before. Lady Hecate looked at the gray garden. Now that he has one, once a person has a friend, they have someone to confide in, and they naturally talk more. Gods are the same, there's no difference. Lady Hecate, Lin Lai spoke up. You and Lord Hades are also friends, right? Lady Hecate was silent for a while. I suppose so, but we don't interact much. Lin Lai imagined the scene. Lord Hades and Lady Hecate sitting somewhere in the underworld, both silent, neither disturbing the other. Silence was silence, but it didn't seem like a bad thing. At least there was someone accompanying them. Then how do you think Hades is now? Lin Lai said. Lady Hecate glanced at him. I can't say, but he's much more interesting than that blockhead from before. Fair enough. Lady Hecate didn't wait for Lord Hades to return. After saying these few sentences, she left. Her deep purple robes disappeared into the distance of the gray plains, and those purple flames gradually merged into the eternal darkness of the underworld. Lin Lai sat back down and opened the magic book, but after looking at it for a long time, he couldn't take in a single word. So that king of the underworld, feared by everyone, really didn't have a single friend. The gods kept their distance from him, mortals feared him, and Lady Hecate, the only one he could speak a few words to, couldn't even put together 10 complete sentences between the two of them. Just as Lin Lai was thinking this, familiar footsteps came from behind him. He didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Lord Hades. Footsteps were very light, but on this gray plain where there was no other sound, even the lightest footsteps could be heard clearly. Lord Hades. Lin Lai didn't even lift his head. Is everything all right at the path of the dead? Lord Hades walked to the edge of the garden and stood beside him. The recovery situation is normal. That's good. There was silence for a while. Lin Lai thought Lord Hades would sit down as usual, but he didn't. He stood at the edge of the garden, his black robes hanging down, looking down at the gray soil as if thinking about something. Lin Lai looked up and found that Lord Hades' expression was more serious than usual. No, he was always serious, but this time there was something else in that seriousness. It looked like hesitation. Lord Hades was hesitating. The king of the underworld, the representative of death, was hesitating. Lin Lai. Lin Lai was slightly stunned. Lord Hades rarely called his name directly. Usually, he would just state things without using names. What is it, Lord Hades? Lord Hades lowered his head, his eyes, which carried faint starlight, looking at him. Silver light fragments rotated slowly, like star trails on the surface of the sea in the dead of night. Are we friends? Lin Lai froze. Lord Hades looked at him without urging or explaining. He just stood there, black robes hanging down, hands naturally at his sides, his eyes filled only with serious anticipation. It was as if this question had been bottled up for a long time and was finally asked now. Lin Lai sat on the edge of the garden, still holding the thick magic book in his hands. He tilted his head back, looking at Lord Hades' handsome, serious face that carried a hint of uncertainty, and suddenly smiled, a very bright smile. Lord Hades, he asked back, aren't we friends? Lord Hades was silent. The silver light fragments in his eyes paused for a moment, then brightened a little compared to before. Not a lot, just a little bit. But for a deity who never expressed inner emotions, this little bit was already obvious enough. Yes, he said. Just one word. But Lin Lai heard a lot in this word. He heard the joy after confirmation, heard him accepting an identity he had never possessed before, and heard a person who had been lonely for too long finally realizing they were not alone. Yes, Lord Hades said again, and this time he said it with incomparable firmness. Lin Lai lowered his head, pretending to flip through the magic book, but actually hiding the smile he couldn't suppress at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, this underworld king is actually quite cute. The word, cute, used on the god of death felt wrong no matter how you thought about it. But he just felt it was cute. How could an underworld king who would repeatedly confirm because of a single phrase, we are friends, not be cute? Lord Hades sat down beside him. The two sat on the edge of that gray garden where nothing could grow, one with black robes hanging down, one sitting cross-legged holding a book. In the distance, the souls on the path of the dead were still walking ceaselessly, the black water of the Styx was still flowing quietly, and the gray sky was still that same gray sky. Nothing had changed. But it seemed like everything had changed. Lin Lai opened the magic book, found the spell diagram he hadn't understood earlier, and started looking at it again. Lord Hades sat beside him, as quiet as a mountain. But this time, Lin Lai felt that the mountain was a little closer to him. After a good while, Lord Hades suddenly spoke. What are you looking at? Lin Lai turned the book to show him. The magic book Lady Hecate gave me. I don't quite understand this spell diagram. Lord Hades looked down at it and was silent for a while. This, Hecate taught me. Lin Lai turned his head sharply to look at him. You've learned magic too. No. She just explained this to me. Lord Hades reached out, his slender fingers pointing to a symbol on the diagram. This represents the direction of magic power flow. She said most people draw this symbol from left to right, but in reality, magic power flows from bottom to top. So the direction of this symbol is reversed. Lin Lai stared at the symbol for a long time, suddenly enlightened. No wonder I always felt something was wrong. Lord Hades withdrew his hand and sat quietly again. Lin Lai glanced at him. Lord Hades, what else has Lady Hecate taught you? Not much. Occasionally she comes to find me to talk about some things regarding the underworld. And then she leaves. Lin Lai imagined the scene. Lady Hecate comes to find Lord Hades, talks about technical terms regarding magic. Lord Hades listens quietly, and then Lady Hecate leaves. That was indeed the style of these two people. Lord Hades. In the future, if there's anything you want to ask, you can ask me too, Lin Lai said. I might not be able to answer, but at least I can think about it with you. Lord Hades was silent for a while. Okay. Lin Lai lowered his head and continued reading the magic book. After figuring out the direction of that symbol, the entire spell diagram suddenly became much clearer. He followed the path of magic power flow, finding it more and more interesting the more he looked. The garden became quiet. Lord Hades sat beside him. Lin Lai flipped through the book, occasionally muttering, "So that's how it is." Under the gray sky, two shadows sat side by side, one black, one gray. Thus, the lonely king welcomed the first friend in his long life, as a god. Having a friend is really nice. Lin Lai noticed that Lord Hades had been spending more time in the garden lately. Although he usually did the same, sitting for a while before leaving, occasionally saying a few words. But Lin Lai felt something was very off, 9 parts out of 10, to be exact. Lin Lai stared at him for a good while, then suddenly recognized that look in his eyes. It was longing. Back in his past life, while in the hospital ward, he probably had the same look when staring at the Type Moon heroic spirit stories on his tablet screen. He wanted to see, wanted to go, wanted to witness it with his own eyes. He wanted it so badly, but there was a layer of glass between them. Back then, he had read Heracles' 12 labors over and over countless times, and knew the story of the Argo expedition by heart. When the nurse came to change his dressing and asked why he always looked at these things, he said it was because they were interesting. In reality, it was because he wanted to go. He wanted to climb out of that hospital bed, step into the screen, and see that era of heroes with his own eyes. But he never made it. He died in that hospital bed. And now, sitting by the edge of the underworld garden, he watched the king of the underworld with the exact same longing in his eyes that he himself had once had. He wanted to see a goddess. He wanted to see her eyes, hear her speak, and have her take him to see the flowers on the surface. He wanted it so badly, but there was a thick layer of loneliness between them. Lin Lai looked down at the thick magic book in his hands and turned to the page with the bookmark. Lady Hecate had written a line of small text in the corner in delicate handwriting. Magecraft is the power of change. Magic is the embodiment of miracles. Magecraft is change. Magic is miracles. He closed the book and gently rubbed the cover with his fingers. It isn't necessarily magecraft that brings change. It isn't necessarily magic that brings miracles. To be able to make someone so lonely in their heart show such a look of longing, to make the king of the underworld's eyes reflect something other than starlight, love is truly beautiful and powerful. Even a little terrifying. He looked up at Lord Hades. Lord Hades. Lord Hades withdrew his gaze from the distance and let it fall upon him. You are thinking about Lady Persephone, aren't you? Lord Hades did not deny it. Lin Lai had already grown accustomed to this silent admission. How do you intend to go see her? Silence. Lin Lai sighed. As expected, he hadn't thought it through yet. He set the magic book aside, suddenly stood up, looked around, picked up a flat gray slab from the edge of the garden, and leaned it against a large rock. Then he picked up a small pebble from the ground, scratched the slab, and left a faint mark. Then he stood beside the slab, turned to face Lord Hades, cleared his throat, raised his right hand, and pushed up his non-existent glasses. Lord Hades watched him, his expression unchanged. It was unclear if he didn't understand the gesture, or if he understood it but didn't find anything wrong with it. Lord Hades, Lin Lai tapped the slab with the end of the pebble, making a soft clinking sound. Let me analyze this for you. Lord Hades straightened up slightly, like a quiet student. First, what is your goal? Lord Hades was silent for a moment. To make her less afraid of me. That's too vague. Lin Lai drew a circle on the slab with the pebble, then placed a dot next to the circle. What you want isn't fear, it's willingness to spend time with you. These are two different concepts. To fear someone, one can just stay far away. But to be willing to spend time with someone means being willing to approach, to communicate, you want the latter. Lord Hades thought about it and nodded. Then let's analyze how to make her willing to spend time with you. Lin Lai drew a second dot on the slab. First, don't tell her you are the king of the underworld at the beginning. Lord Hades's expression went blank. Think about it, Lin Lai tapped the dot with the pebble. If you come right out and say, I am Hades, the king of the underworld, how will she react? No matter how friendly you are, her first reaction will definitely be, this is that god who rules over death. Gods are the same as humans. Once they know the other's status, they unconsciously create a hierarchy, and they won't be able to relax. You don't want her to treat you with reverent respect. You want her to genuinely spend time with you, right? Lord Hades nodded. So, at the beginning, restrain your aura. Don't let her feel that you are the underworld king. Just pretend to be a relatively ordinary deity. The underworld is so vast, there isn't just you, Lady Hecate is also a god of the underworld. Just say you are a god from the underworld, passing by the surface, and wanted to see the flowers. That's not even a lie, you truly are a god of the underworld, and you truly do want to see the flowers. Will she believe me? She has no reason not to, Lin Lai said. There is already interaction between the surface and the underworld. It's not strange for a god of the underworld to occasionally appear on the surface. Besides, you genuinely want to see the flowers, and she will definitely be able to feel that. Sincerity is something that cannot be fooled, nor can it be hidden. He drew a line on the slab from the first dot, connecting it to the second. Step 1. Approach her as an ordinary underworld deity. Don't bring anything that would make her feel pressured. Just looking at flowers, just asking for advice, just two flower-loving deities happening to meet. Simple, clean, no burden. Then, Lin Lai drew a third dot on the slab. After spending some time together, you must tell her the truth. Lord Hades looked puzzled. Tell her I am. Yes. Tell her you are Hades, the king of the underworld. Lin Lai put down the pebble and turned to face Lord Hades directly. But don't just blurt it out to scare her. It should be after she has already started getting used to your presence. Find a suitable time to tell her. Why tell her? Because you can't hide it forever, Lin Lai said. Besides, Lord Hades, you don't want her to spend time with a fake version of you. You want her to be willing to be with you even after recognizing the real you. Right. Lord Hades was silent for a long time. So long that Lin Lai thought he wouldn't answer. Yes, he said. That one word was spoken with more solemnity than ever before. Lin Lai nodded. So you must be honest. Not saying it at first is so she can get to know you without prejudice. Telling her later is because you respect her and don't want to lie to her. She will be able to feel both of these attitudes. Lord Hades looked down at his own hands. The cuffs of his black robe hung down, covering his fingers. He was silent for a good while, then looked up. After she knows, will she be afraid of me? Lin Lai thought about it. She might be surprised. Anyone who discovers that the deity they've been spending time with is actually the king of the underworld would be surprised. But surprise and fear are two different things. He connected the three dots on the slab with lines, drawing a small triangle. Look. Step 1. Approach her as an ordinary deity, let her get to know you. Know you as a deity. Step 2. After she has already gotten to know you, tell her the truth. Step 3. Let her decide for herself. If she is willing to continue spending time with you, that is her choice. If she is not willing, that is also her choice. Giving her the power of choice is in itself the greatest form of respect. Lord Hades looked at the crooked triangle on the slab, his eyes filled with a radiance unlike anything seen before. Give her the power of choice. He repeated it once. Yes. Lin Lai put down the pebble and brushed the dust off his hands. Hades looked at the triangle on the slab for a very, very long time. Then he stood up. I am going. Lin Lai was stunned for a moment. Now. Yes. Lord Hades turned to leave, the hem of his black robe sweeping over the gray sand. After walking 2 steps, he stopped again and turned back to look at Lin Lai. Thank you. Before Lin Lai could reply, Lord Hades was gone. The black robe grew smaller and smaller on the gray plain, finally becoming a tiny black dot, merging into the eternal darkness of the underworld. Lin Lai stood where he was, still clutching the little pebble. He looked down at the crooked triangle on the slab and couldn't help but chuckle. In his heart, he shouted, "Good luck, Lord Hades." He leaned the slab back to its original place, sat back down, and picked up the magic book. The opened page still showed those 2 lines of small text written by Lady Hecate. Magecraft is the power of change, magic is the embodiment of miracles. Lin Lai looked at those 2 lines of text, then looked in the direction where Lord Hades had disappeared. It isn't necessarily magecraft that brings change. It isn't necessarily magic that brings miracles. Love can too. He shook his head and turned the book to the next page. When Hades returned, Lin Lai was sitting by the edge of the garden, flipping through a magic book. Though he was flipping through the pages, he hadn't actually read a single word. His mind was entirely filled with the image of Hades, back as he left, the hem of his black robe sweeping over the gray sand, his pace faster than usual, as if he were rushing to a date he had been waiting for a very, very long time. Lin Lai closed the book and opened it and closed it again, repeating this several times, until finally, he simply placed the book face down on his knees and stared blankly at the crooked bone ornament in the middle of the garden. Then, he heard footsteps. They were not the usual leisurely, measured rhythm. They were faster and lighter than usual, as if the person walking hadn't decided at what speed to finish this walk, their steps a bit unsteady. Lin Lai looked up and saw Hades walking over from the gray plains. The black robe was still the same black robe, but his gait no longer resembled that of the king of the underworld. Lin Lai stood up. Hades walked to the edge of the garden and stopped. He did not sit down, nor did he speak, he just stood there, looking at the ornament made of stone and bone in the middle of the garden. But Lin Lai noticed that the slivers of silver light in his eyes were shining with a brightness completely different from before he left. It wasn't just a little brighter. It was much brighter. Hades, Lin Lai probed, did you meet her? Hades nodded. Lin Lai waited, but no follow-up came. He couldn't help but lean forward a step, lowering his voice as if asking about some incredible secret. How did it go? Hades was silent for a moment. Lin Lai thought he would answer with silence again, or summarize everything with a simple, good, or, But Hades spoke, uttering a complete sentence. She was not afraid of me. 5 words. Spoken more earnestly than ever before. It wasn't a calm statement, nor an indifferent confirmation, it was the kind of tone, Lin Lai thought for a long time about how to describe it, that one uses when finally, gently putting down something they have thought about, worried about, and suppressed in their heart countless times. Lin Lai looked at Hades' face. That handsome face still didn't have much expression, but the silver slivers of light in his eyes could not be fooled. They were flowing, brighter and faster than ever, as if the entire galaxy had come alive in those eyes. And then, Lin Lai asked. He tried his best to make his tone sound like he was asking about something very ordinary, but he found that the corners of his mouth were already curling upward. Hades was silent for a while, as if recalling, or perhaps organizing his thoughts. I restrained my aura. I told her I was a god of the underworld and wanted to see the flowers on the surface. She looked at me for a while, then smiled. She smiled. She said that since a god of the underworld rarely visits the surface, I shouldn't look at flowers that had already been picked by others. She took me to a hillside where she had planted flowers herself. They weren't for others to see, she planted them because she liked them. Lin Lai's mouth curled even higher. And then she pointed them out to me. She told me the name of every flower and why she liked it. The purple ones, she said, looked like the sky of the underworld. Hades paused. She hasn't seen the sky of the underworld, but she guessed it should be purple. What did you say? I said, close enough. Lin Lai almost laughed out loud. The sky of the underworld was clearly gray, a gray like an old, faded photograph. Hades saying, close enough, was probably the closest thing to a romantic line he had ever said in his life. What happened after that? Later, She said that if I wanted to see flowers again, I could come find her next time. She is currently planting a new type of flower that hasn't bloomed yet, and when it does, we can look at it together. After Hades finished this sentence, the silver slivers of light in his eyes brightened a little more. Lin Lai looked at those eyes and suddenly felt that they had come alive. Those eyes, which had been as quiet as the surface of the sea at midnight for thousands and tens of thousands of years, had come alive. Hades, Lin Lai said with a smile, isn't that wonderful? She was not afraid of you. And she invited you to look at flowers together next time. Hades was silent for a moment. Invited. It means she invited you to go again. Hades said, his voice a little softer than before, she invited me. Lin Lai looked at Hades standing by the edge of the garden and suddenly remembered a line he had seen while reading type moon lore in his hospital room in his past life. So-called love is probably when someone who never smiles starts to smile. Hades wasn't smiling, he probably didn't know how to yet. But the light in his eyes was better looking than any smile. Hades. Congratulations. Hades looked at him, the silver slivers of light in his eyes shifting slightly. Congratulations. Congratulations on taking the first step. Hades was silent for a while, then said, you taught me. Lin Lai was taken aback. You taught me to restrain my aura, taught me not to reveal my identity right away, taught me to ask her for advice. Hades spoke very slowly, as if confirming that every word was correct. You taught me. So, thank you. This, thank you, had no stutter. It was spoken very steadily and earnestly. Lin Lai opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but it felt like something was stuck in his throat. He lowered his head, pretending to smooth out non-existent wrinkles on his robe, when in reality, he was hiding his uncontrollable expression. Then he looked up, suddenly thinking of something. Hades. Next time you go to see her, can I come along? Hades looked at him. You want to go? I do. Lin Lai nodded without hesitation. I want to see what Persephone looks like. After speaking, he paused, then confidently added, besides, only by watching from the side can I continue to offer you advice. Think about it, when you are with her, there must be many situations where you don't know how to react, right? If I observe from the side, I can help you analyze it afterwards and tell you what to do next time. That's much better than me sitting in the underworld blindly guessing. Hades listened earnestly, as if considering the rationality of this proposal. Lin Lai struck while the iron was hot. And I will stay far away, I definitely won't disturb you too. Just pretend I don't exist. Hades was silent for a moment, then said something that almost made Lin Lai choke on his own saliva. You don't need to hide. Huh. I mentioned you to her, Hades said, his tone as casual as if he were talking about the weather in the underworld today. I said I had a friend in the underworld. She said I could bring my friend along next time. Lin Lai was stunned. Hades looked at him, the silver slivers of light in his eyes shifting slightly, as if observing his reaction. Lin Lai kept his mouth open, only closing it after a long while. You mentioned me to her. Said I was your friend. Lin Lai didn't know what to say. He stood by the edge of that gray garden where no flowers could grow, holding the thick magic book in his hand, his mind replaying Hades' words over and over. I have a friend in the underworld. This lord of the underworld, while looking at flowers with the goddess of spring, had mentioned him. Said he was a friend. And even received a response of, you can bring your friend along next time. What did this mean? It meant that Hades not only went to see Persephone himself but also actively mentioned him in front of her. Not when asked, but voluntarily. I have a friend in the underworld. Hearing this sentence come out of Hades' mouth, no matter how Lin Lai thought about it, it felt unreal. But he looked at Hades' eyes, those silver slivers of light were shining quietly, so earnest that there was no room for any joke. He was telling the truth. Then, Lin Lai's voice lowered unconsciously, I will go with you next time. Okay. Hades nodded and then sat down on the bluestone slab. Lin Lai also sat down and reopened the magic book. But he couldn't read a single word, his mind was entirely filled with Hades' words just now. I have a friend in the underworld. Lin Lai held the book higher, blocking his face. He knew he couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth again. But he didn't care. Hades was sitting beside him anyway and couldn't see his expression. He replayed Hades' words in his mind over and over again. Then he thought of another question. Hades proactively mentioning him in front of Persephone meant that when Hades was with her, they didn't just talk about flowers. They also talked about other things. Talked about their respective lives, talked about underworld affairs, talked about friends. That meant Persephone was interested in Hades' life. She asked him about matters in the underworld, asked him how he spent his days, asked him if he had anyone close to him in the underworld. And then Hades said, he had a friend. Lin Lai held the book even higher. He frantically shouted in his heart several times, Hades, well done. Your progress is much faster than I imagined. Then he steadied himself, put the book down, and pretended to turn to the next page as if nothing had happened. Beside him, Hades sat quietly, starlight in his eyes, thinking about the day he would take his friend to see her next time. Lin Lai stole a glance at him and thought, all right. Next time, I will just observe carefully from the side and come back to give you a full love analysis. Lord of the Underworld, you can rest assured and move forward. When Hades said, next time, Lin Lai thought it would be at least a few days. As it turned out, Hades came the very next day. He stood at the edge of the garden, his black robes draped down, watching him quietly without saying a word. Lin Lai looked up from his magic book, met those eyes carrying faint starlight, and suddenly understood. Now. Lin Lai closed the book, stood up, and brushed the dust off his robes. To be honest, he was a little nervous. In his past life, having lain in a hospital room for so many years, the number of people he had met didn't even reach double digits. Nurses, doctors, the occasional distant relative visiting. Later, even the distant relatives stopped coming, leaving only the nurses and doctors. Now he was going to meet a goddess, the goddess of spring, Demeter's daughter, the queen of the underworld. No, that wasn't right, she wasn't the queen of the underworld yet, she was the person Hades was currently pursuing. Hades, Lin Lai said, looking down at his own gray robes, am I going like this? Hades glanced at him. Is there a problem? Fine. Anyway, he was already dead, it didn't matter what a soul wore. Hades raised his hand and slashed through the air in front of him. The movement was very light, like tracing a line on gray cloth with his finger. Then, that line split open, expanding from the center to both sides, transforming into the shape of a door. On the other side of the door, it wasn't the gray of the underworld, but light. Lin Lai squinted. He had stayed in the underworld for too long, he had almost forgotten what light looked like. Hades walked in first. The edges of his black robes were illuminated by the light from the other side of the door, as if inlaid with a silver lining. Lin Lai took a deep breath and followed him in. Light. Everywhere, light. Lin Lai's first reaction was to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Suddenly entering such light from the eternal gray of the underworld, it felt as if his eyes had been washed clean. He closed them for a moment, then slowly opened them. Then, he saw flowers. The entire hillside was covered in flowers. It wasn't the single color he had imagined, but a variety of them, scattered across his entire field of vision. Red, purple, yellow, white, some crowded together like clusters of clouds, others dotted sparsely in the grass. When the wind blew, the whole hillside moved, the colors of the flowers surging over in layers, like the sea. Lin Lai stood at the edge of the flower field, stunned for quite a while. He had stayed in the underworld for too long, he had forgotten that living things were like this. Not gray, not still, not silent. It was this overwhelming, reckless, desperately surging color, sound, and scent. He squatted down and reached out to touch the nearest flower. The petals were soft, carrying the warmth of sunlight. Are you from the underworld, too? A voice came from above. Lin Lai looked up. Against the light, he saw the silhouette of a woman. Long hair, a light-colored dress, holding a small bouquet of freshly picked flowers in her hands. She was slightly hunched over, looking at him. Persephone. Lin Lai quickly stood up and bowed. Yes, Lady Persephone. She smiled. It wasn't that polite kind of smile, but a truly happy one. You don't need to call me, lady. You're Hades' friend, just call me Persephone. Lin Lai subconsciously glanced at Hades. He was standing a few steps away, his black robes appearing exceptionally heavy in the sunlight, like a small patch of forgotten night. He was looking at Persephone, the silver starlight in his eyes brighter than ever. My name is Lin Lai said. Lin Lai, Persephone repeated, as if savoring the name. It sounds nice. Hades mentioned you to me. He said you're his friend in the underworld, and that you help him look after the garden. Lin Lai was stunned. Hades even told her about the garden. He couldn't help but glance at Hades again. Hades's gaze was fixed on the bouquet of flowers in Persephone's hands, not looking at him. But Lin Lai felt that he wasn't looking because he was embarrassed. Actually, I'm not really looking after anything, Lin Lai said. Nothing can grow in that garden, I'm just turning the soil. Nothing can grow. Persephone tilted her head. What is the soil in the underworld like? It's gray, very fine, like volcanic ash. And the water? The water of the Styx, it's black. Persephone thought about it seriously. Gray soil, black water, no sunlight. It's true that nothing could grow. So that's why you come to the surface to look at flowers. She suddenly turned to look at Hades. Hades was silent for a moment, then nodded. Persephone smiled. When she smiled, her eyes curved into two shallow arcs, like crescent moons. It wasn't that dazzling kind of radiance, but a softer light that made one want to keep looking. Then what flowers do you want to see today? She asked. Hades thought about it. The kind you mentioned last time. The ones that haven't bloomed yet. Those still need a few more days. Persephone stepped forward, holding the bouquet. But there's a new kind that has just bloomed on the other side of the hill. Do you want to see them? Okay. Persephone turned and walked up the hill. After 2 steps, she suddenly looked back at Lin Lai. Lin Lai should come too. Lin Lai hurried to catch up. The 3 of them walked through the flower field. Persephone walked in front, stopping from time to squat down and point at a flower, telling them its name and origin. Hades walked beside her, listening attentively to whatever she said. Occasionally, he would ask, why is it called that name? And she would happily explain at length. Lin Lai followed behind, keeping a distance that was neither too far nor too close. He had promised Hades to observe from the side so he could continue to offer advice. But now he felt that he didn't need to offer any advice at all. Hades was acting very naturally. It wasn't because he had learned some technique, but because he truly wanted to know. He wanted to know what the flowers she liked were called, why she liked them, and what she saw in her eyes when she squatted down in the flower field. Sincerity, as it turned out, was something that couldn't be fooled and couldn't be hidden. When they reached the back of the hill, Persephone suddenly stopped. Here it is. Lin Lai leaned over to look. On the back of the hill grew a type of flower he couldn't name. They were pale blue with very thin petals that looked almost transparent when the sunlight hit them. It wasn't a flashy kind of beauty, but a quiet one that you had to get close to discover. These flowers only bloom for a few days before they wither. Persephone squatted down and gently touched the petals of one of them with her finger. That's why I come here every year to see them. While they are still here. While they are still here, Hades repeated. Flowers will wither, which is why they are beautiful when they bloom. Persephone looked up at him. If they bloomed forever, no one would be in such a hurry to come and see them. Lin Lai stood behind, watching Hades's profile. The silver starlight in his eyes was almost invisible in the sunlight, but he knew it must be very bright. Because when Hades looked at Persephone, the intensity of his focus was deeper than when he looked at anything else. He suddenly remembered the words he had spoken when he had just met Hades, beside the path of the dead. Life is brilliant precisely because it must die. At that time, Hades had been silent for a long time, saying he had never thought about this question. And now, Persephone, squatting in the flower field, had expressed the same meaning in a different way. Flowers will wither, which is why they are beautiful when they bloom. Lin Lai thought. These 2 people are actually the same kind at heart. Persephone stood up and brushed the grass clippings off her skirt. All right, we're done. Do you think they're beautiful? Beautiful, Hades said. What about you, Lin Lai? Very beautiful, Lin Lai said. Persephone nodded with satisfaction, divided the bouquet she had been holding in half, and handed it to Hades. These are for you. Take them back to the underworld. Hades looked down at the bouquet, not reaching out. They won't survive in the underworld, he said. I know. Persephone stuffed the flowers into his hands. So I'm not asking you to plant them, but to keep them. Flowers don't necessarily have to be planted in the ground to be beautiful. Placing them there, just looking at them, is also very nice. Hades looked down at the flowers in his hands, not saying a word. The way he held the bouquet was very careful, as if he were afraid that if he used too much force the petals would shatter, and if he didn't use enough, the flowers would drop. Lin Lai watched from behind, his mouth curling up, unable to suppress it. He was screaming wildly in his heart, Hades, the way you're holding those flowers is just incredible. Do you know what kind of expression you have right now? The starlight in your eyes is about to overflow. But he didn't say anything. He just stood quietly in the back, acting as a dutiful bystander. Persephone glanced at Hades and suddenly smiled. You're never very good at speaking, but you always listen very carefully. I really like that. Hades looked up. Many people come to see the flowers just to talk about themselves. Only you truly want to know about the flowers. Persephone held the remaining bouquet to her chest. That's why I'm very happy you came. The wind blew across the hillside, and those pale blue petals swayed gently. Persephone stood in the middle of the flower field, the corner of her light-colored dress caught by the wind, holding the flowers, her eyes filled with a smile. Hades stood opposite her, his black robes draped down, holding the half-bouquet in his hands, the silver starlight in his eyes shining so brightly it was as if the entire galaxy was slowly rotating within them. Lin Lai stood in the distance, hands in the pockets of his gray robes, watching this scene, letting out a silent scream in his heart. They are such a perfect match. Truly a perfect match. The king of the underworld and the goddess of spring, death and life, silence and smiles. One who would turn a patch of soil where nothing could grow, and one who would say, flowers don't necessarily have to be planted in the ground to be beautiful. With these two standing together, even the wind became gentle. He gave himself a perfect score in his heart. This trip was so worth it. On the way back, Hades walked in front, holding the half bouquet. Lin Lai followed behind him, passing through that door of light, returning under the gray sky of the underworld. Those flowers appeared exceptionally vivid in the underworld's air, as if a small piece of the surface's sunlight had been brought back. Hades walked to the edge of the garden, squatted down, and placed the bouquet gently beside the bluestone slab. He didn't bury it in the soil, didn't water it with the water of the sticks. He just placed it there, watching. Then he stood up and turned to look at Lin Lai. Thank you. Lin Lai was stunned. Thank you for what? For coming with me. Lin Lai smiled. Hades, I went to observe. I still have to analyze it for you upon returning. Hades looked at him and was silent for a moment. No need to analyze, he said. Huh. Hades lowered his head, looking at the bouquet by his feet. She said she was very happy I came. Lin Lai quieted down. This is the first time someone has told me they were happy I came. Hades's voice was very soft. That's enough. Lin Lai stood at the edge of the garden, watching Hades as he squatted beside the bouquet. His black robes draped over the gray sand, his handsome profile softened by the colors of the flowers. The silver starlight in his eyes was no longer rotating quietly as usual, but was glowing gently and slowly. Like he had finally found a place to stay. Lin Lai suddenly felt that there was no need for analysis. Hades already understood. It wasn't that he understood some technique, but that he understood, she didn't fear him. She was happy he came. She had divided the flowers he gave her in half for him to bring back. She had said in the flower field that flowers don't necessarily have to be planted in the ground to be beautiful. That was enough. Lin Lai sat down on the bluestone slab and opened the magic book. There was a sentence in the notes written by Hecate that he hadn't noticed before. What gods fear most is not loneliness, but having someone approach after they have become accustomed to loneliness, only to leave again. He looked at that sentence, then looked at Hades, who was squatting beside the bouquet. She wouldn't leave. Lin Lai turned the book to the next page, his mouth curling up. In the distance, the souls on the path of the dead were still walking silently, and the black water of the Styx was still flowing quietly. But beside the garden, there was now a bouquet of flowers, pale blue, with petals thin as transparency. There was no wind in the underworld, but those petals seemed to be swaying gently. Over the past few months, Lord Hades had been going to the surface more and more often, but he did not go today. As Lin Lai sat by the edge of the garden flipping through his magic book, he noticed that there were far more souls on the path of the dead than usual. It was not the kind of scattered increase, but rather the kind where the entire road was filled. Gray shadows, one after another, walked forward with their heads bowed like an endless river. Lin Lai watched for a good while and discovered that these souls were almost all young men, sturdy in build, and bearing the scars left from their lifetimes. Some were missing arms, some had holes in their chests pierced by spears, and some had knife wounds across their entire backs. They had come from the battlefield. Lin Lai closed the magic book. It seemed another great battle had been fought on the surface. Footsteps came from behind him. Lord Hades walked to the edge of the garden, stopped, and watched the path of the dead, which was filled with souls. He watched for a long time without speaking. Lin Lai did not speak either. He was accustomed to Lord Hades' silence, but today's silence was not quite the same as usual. The usual silence was quiet, like the sea late at night. Today's silence was heavy, like an undercurrent surging beneath the surface of the sea. A lot have come today. Lord Hades finally spoke. I see. Troy. Lord Hades' voice was very calm. The city-states of Greece united to war against Troy. They fought for a long time, and many people died today. Lin Lai nodded. The Trojan War. In his past life, when he was browsing Type Moon in his hospital room, he certainly knew about this war. Achilles, Hector, and Odysseus, those names shone brightly in the epics. But the epics would not write about how crowded the souls on the path of the dead were, nor would they write about what expression was in the eyes of the king of the underworld when he stood by the edge of the garden watching those silent shadows. Lord Hades watched that gray river and remained silent for a long time. Then he turned his head and looked at Lin Lai. Why is life brilliant? Lin Lai was taken aback. Lord Hades did not look away. Those eyes, filled with silver fragments of light, stared at him quietly, neither urging him nor shifting away. He was not just asking about a topic, he truly wanted to know. Lin Lai opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but closed it again. He did not respond with a smile as he usually did, nor did he throw out an answer in that light-hearted tone. He lowered his head and looked at his hands resting on his knees. They were translucent, carrying that faint glimmer unique to souls. He thought for a long time. Lord Hades did not urge him. He just stood there, his black robes hanging down, waiting quietly. Lin Lai recalled the days in the hospital ward in his past life. The leaves of the phoenix tree outside the window fell one by one, and he lay on the bed counting those leaves. When he counted the last one falling, he thought, the leaves would grow again next year, but he might not see them. At that time, what he feared was not death, but not being able to see the new leaves. He remembered when he was pierced in the abdomen by a boar's tusks in this life, lying on the ground watching his blood flow into the soil. Was he afraid then? He was. But what he feared was not death, it was whether that child had been saved. He remembered what Lord Hades had said to him before, everyone fears me. They fear death while they are alive, and they fear me after they die. I am the one who is feared. Always have been. At that time, Lord Hades' tone was very calm, as if he were talking about something unrelated to himself. But Lin Lai remembered the light in his eyes. That kind of light was not calm. He finally raised his head. Lord Hades, you asked me once before why life is brilliant. I said at the time, because it is destined to end in death. Lin Lai's voice was not fast, he spoke every word with great seriousness. Today, you ask me the same question, and I want to finish that sentence. Lord Hades looked at him. The reason life is brilliant is not because it will end. It is because we know it will end, that every moment of living gains weight. Lin Lai paused. You saw those souls walking over today, saw the spear marks and knife wounds on their bodies. When they were on the battlefield, they must have known they might die. But they still rushed forward. Not for the sake of death, but because something was more important than death. He looked into Lord Hades' starlit eyes. People fear death. Everyone fears death. But people will still do things they know they might die for. To protect a person, to defend a city, to complete a task that only they can do. It is not because they are not afraid of death, but because there are things more important than death. Why is life brilliant? Because there are things heavier than life. Lord Hades was silent for a long time. Those souls on the path of the dead were still walking silently, a gray mass, like a river that would never end. Things heavier than life. He repeated. Everyone is different. For some, it is family. For some, it is an oath. For some, it is glory. For some, it is. Lin Lai paused and did not continue. He wanted to say, for some, it is love, but he felt that if the word came out of his own mouth, it would not be as good as letting Lord Hades discover it for himself. Lord Hades lowered his head, looking at the cluster of pale blue flowers by the edge of the garden. Every time he returned from the surface, he would bring one, place it there, and it had accumulated into a small cluster. There was no wind in the underworld, yet those petals seemed to be swaying gently all the time. She said the same thing to you. Lord Hades said suddenly. Lin Lai knew who he was talking about. She said that flowers will wither, which is why they look beautiful when they bloom. If they were to bloom forever, no one would be in a hurry to come and see them. Lord Hades squatted down and gently touched the petals of one of the flowers with his finger. At that time, I felt that she was different from me. What she saw was not the end, but the time before the end. Lin Lai listened quietly. Seeing those souls walking over today, I suddenly remembered her words. And I also remembered your words. Lord Hades withdrew his hand and looked at his fingertips. You were both talking about the same thing. But when you said it, I did not quite understand. Looking at them today, I think I understand a little. He stood up, turned around, and looked at Lin Lai. Life is short, which is why it is brilliant. But what is brilliant is not the shortness itself. It is the things one chooses to do, knowing it is short. Lin Lai looked at him without responding. He felt that Lord Hades was not speaking to him, but to himself. I am going to find her. Lord Hades said. Now. Lord Hades turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped again. Lin Lai. You thought for a long time before answering just now. Why? Lin Lai was silent for a moment. Because when you asked, your eyes were very serious. I felt I could not just use words from before to answer casually. Lord Hades looked at him, and the silver fragments of light in his eyes brightened slightly. Thank you. This time there was no stutter. It was said very steadily and very softly. Lord Hades left. His black robe grew smaller and smaller on the gray plain, finally turning into a tiny black dot, merging into the eternal darkness of the underworld. Lin Lai squatted by the edge of the garden, looking down at the cluster of pale blue flowers. He reached out and touched the petals of one of them. They were very soft, carrying the lingering warmth of the sunlight from the surface. He remembered the sentence Lord Hades had just said. What is brilliant is not the shortness itself, but the things one chooses to do, knowing it is short. He squatted there, repeating that sentence over and over in his heart. This lord of the underworld actually understood everything. He just needed someone to help him say it out loud. Lin Lai stood up and brushed the dust off his robe. In the distance, those souls on the path of the dead were still walking, a gray mass. He watched them for a while, then sat down again and opened the magic book. This time, he was able to read it. When Hades returned from the surface, Lin Lai was squatting by the edge of the garden, flipping through a magic book. Though he was technically flipping through it, he had actually been staring at the same page for a long time. The spell annotations written by Hecate were dense and packed. He recognized every character, but when put together, their meaning completely failed to register in his brain. He was thinking about the sentence Hades had said before leaving. Today, I will tell her. Lin Lai, of course, knew what he was going to tell her. It was about his identity. The thing that had been weighing on his heart from the very beginning. Footsteps approached. Lin Lai looked up. Hades was walking over from the direction of the gray plains, his pace unhurried, the hem of his black robe sweeping across the gray sand. Lin Lai stared at his face. That handsome face still lacked much expression, but the light in his eyes could not deceive anyone. It wasn't nervous, nor was it heavy. It was shimmering, bright, like star trails blown open by the wind. Lin Lai stood up. Hades walked to the edge of the garden and stopped. He was silent for a moment. I told her. Lin Lai held his breath. How did she react? Hades did not answer immediately. He lowered his head, looking at the cluster of pale blue flowers at the edge of the garden. Every time he returned from the surface, he would bring one back and place it there, accumulating into a small cluster. She looked at me and was silent for a while, he said, his voice very soft. Then she smiled. She smiled. Yes. She said, you were finally willing to tell me. Lin Lai was stunned. She had guessed it, Hades said. That was what Persephone had said. A god of the underworld, so interested in the flowers of the surface, listening so intently every time he came, as if he had never seen such things before. At first, she thought he was some minor god exiled to the underworld who had no one to talk to, which was why he spoke so much to a flower. Later, she felt that wasn't the case. Because she had asked him about the underworld, and he could answer every time, and in great detail. How long the path of the dead was, what color the water of the river Styx was, where souls went after being recycled. It wasn't the kind of detail a common god would know. A god who had stayed in the underworld for so long, and whose name was Hades. There aren't many gods in the underworld to begin with, Hades said. She said she went back and thought about it, using a process of elimination. A god who could stay in the underworld for so long, a god who was so familiar with every corner of the underworld, a god named Hades. There is only one. Lin Lai listened, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. She said she wasn't sure, so she didn't ask. She was waiting for me to tell her. And what about after you told her today? She said, thank you. Hades squatted down and placed the flower he had brought from the surface today next to that cluster of pale blue flowers. A new, pale purple one, nestled together with the previous ones. She said thank you for trusting her. Thank you for being willing to tell her. Hades' fingers gently touched the petals of that flower. I said, it is I who should thank you. Thank you for not being afraid of me. Lin Lai watched him. The king of the underworld was squatting at the edge of the garden, his black robe draped over the gray sand, his fingers still lingering beside that pale purple flower petal. The silver, fragmented light in his eyes was shining, not with excitement, but with a quieter kind of brightness. Like star trails over the ocean in the dead of night, having determined their direction, no longer converging, no longer tense, just shining quietly. And then, Lin Lai asked. Then she said, go see the flowers again next time. Just like before. That's all. Hades was silent for a moment. She also said one more thing. What? She said, when will you take me to see the garden you've been tending? Lin Lai was stunned for a moment, then smiled. It wasn't his usual playful laughter, but a very soft smile that welled up from the bottom of his heart. He looked at Hades squatting beside the flowers, looked at the light in his eyes, and looked at the faint color of the petals still clinging to his fingertips. Hades. She asked. When? Not, if you can. She is already waiting. Hades did not respond. But his fingers, which were touching the petals, gently curled inward. I know, he said. Lin Lai sat back down and opened the magic book. This time, he was able to read it. It wasn't because Hades had returned safely, but because when he was squatting by the flowers, there was a faint, very faint curve at the corners of his mouth. It wasn't a smile. The king of the underworld probably didn't know how to smile yet. But he was learning. From that day on, the number of times Hades went to the surface did not decrease, but he started returning later. Before, he would go, look at the flowers for a while, say a few words, and then come back. Now, he would sometimes stay until Persephone urged him to leave. She would say, it's getting dark. If you don't go back, the underworld will get worried. Hades would say that no one in the underworld would get worried. She would say, you still have to go back. The flowers will still be here tomorrow, and I will still be here tomorrow. When Hades recounted this conversation to Lin Lai, his voice was very soft. Lin Lai asked how he replied. Hades said, I said okay. Then I left. I walked a few steps and looked back at her. She was still standing in the flower field, holding flowers in her arms, smiling at me. Lin Lai listened without speaking. He felt he didn't need to say anything. When Hades said these things, the light in his eyes was enough to explain everything. Some time passed again. Lin Lai couldn't say exactly how long. There was no time in the underworld. But the cluster of flowers at the edge of the garden had grown into a large bouquet, with pale blues, pale purples, and whites squeezed together, spreading out a small patch of color that did not belong to the underworld on the gray sand. That day, when Hades returned from the surface, he did not squat down to place the flowers. He stood at the edge of the garden, looking at Lin Lai. I am going to propose to her. The magic book in Lin Lai's hands almost fell to the ground. He looked up at Hades. That handsome face still lacked much expression, but the light in his eyes, it wasn't bright, it was steady. It was as if the star trails had stopped rotating and had found their final direction. Have you thought it through? Yes. When? Next time. Lin Lai closed the magic book and placed it on his lap. What do you intend to say? Hades was silent for a moment. I don't know. But I will say it. Lin Lai nodded. He didn't draw triangles for Hades like he had before, nor did he teach him the first, second, or third steps. Because when Hades said, I don't know, there was no unease or hesitation in his tone. He was simply stating a fact. He didn't know what he would say when the time came, but he knew he would say it. That was enough. Hades. Congratulations. Hades lowered his head, looking at the cluster of flowers at the edge of the garden. The pale blues, pale purples, and whites that had accumulated over several months were squeezed together, looking like a small piece of spring brought up from the surface onto the gray sand. It was you who taught me, he said. I only taught you the beginning. You walk the rest of the way yourself. Hades did not respond. He squatted down and placed the flower he had brought back today next to the bouquet. It was a pale blue one, with petals so thin they were almost transparent. It was exactly the same as the one Persephone had given him the first time. Lin Lai looked at his back, suddenly recalling what Hades looked like before he first went to the surface. At that time, he stood at the edge of the garden, his black robe draped down, his eyes filled with longing and unease. He had said, I'm afraid she'll be afraid of me. Now, he was squatting by the same garden edge, placing the flowers from that same land one by one, saying, I am going to propose to her. This lord of the underworld had truly changed a lot. And yet, it seemed as if nothing had changed at all. He was still not very good at speaking, would still fall silent when nervous, and would still carefully place every flower Persephone gave him. But the light in his eyes was different. Before, it was a lonely star trail, unable to find its direction over the ocean in the dead of night. Now, it was a star trail that had found its direction, shining quietly on the same place. It was a crystal. It floated in the gray air of the underworld, the size of a fist, sharply faceted, with a faint golden light emanating from within. Lin Lai stared at it for a good while, then turned to look at Lord Hades. Sent by Hera. Lord Hades' tone was very calm. What is this? A play, Lord Hades said, the most anticipated entertainment among the gods. A live-action drama performed by a hero. The distributor this time is the Queen of Heaven, Hera, and the play is The Departure of Heracles. 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 The same hero, different names. Lin Lai certainly knew who Heracles was. The greatest hero in Greek mythology, the son of Zeus and the mortal woman Alcmene, born with divine strength, yet hated by the Queen of Heaven, Hera, from birth. In his past life, while browsing Type Moon in his hospital room, he had seen the ending of this hero, the 12 labors, ascension to godhood, the most powerful berserker on the throne of heroes. But he also knew what the price of that berserker's silence was. Before becoming a hero, Heracles was first and foremost a man cursed by Hera. Do you want to watch together? Lord Hades asked. Lin Lai was silent for a moment, then reached out, his fingertips touching the surface of the crystal. A gentle force gave him a light tug, and his consciousness was pulled into a shared field of vision. A layer appeared before his eyes, like a transparent screen floating directly in his field of vision. Inside the screen was the sky of the mortal realm, blindingly blue. Lin Lai looked to the side. At some point, several orbs of light had appeared around him, of various colors and sizes, floating quietly in the gray air of the underworld. Some near, some far, like a group of invisible spectators sitting in the same theater. Good grief, isn't this just a live broadcast room? The Queen of Heaven, Hera, was acting as the director, and those orbs of light were likely other gods who had received invitations. Everyone found a comfortable spot to watch what was happening on the surface together. Fine. This is type moon, it's perfectly normal. The image on the screen stabilized. It was the courtyard of a palace, with white stone pillars, a wide flagstone floor, and sunlight that was excessively bright. A burly man leaned against a pillar, holding a wineskin in his hand. His shoulders were broad, his muscles solid, and a lion pelt was draped over his shoulders. Lin Lai recognized the lion pelt, the Nemean lion. Heracles was drinking wine. The sunlight shone on him, and the golden fur of the lion pelt shimmered slightly in the light. On the other side of the courtyard, a woman sat on the stone steps, with dark hair and a gentle face. Several children were running and playing on the ground, and their laughter drifted out from the screen, so crisp it didn't sound real. Megara, his wife. Those children were his children. Lin Lai watched this scene, a feeling he couldn't describe welling up in his chest. It wasn't happiness, it wasn't sadness, it was knowing what was about to happen. Heracles took another drink of wine. Then his movement stopped. The wineskin slipped from his hand, hitting the flagstone floor, spilling wine everywhere. His hands began to tremble, not the kind of trembling from a lack of grip strength, but the kind that surged from within, uncontrollable. He raised his head, and Lin Lai saw those eyes. Blood red, as if ignited from within by something. That wasn't anger, it wasn't sadness, it was madness, a madness forcibly poured into his soul that didn't belong to him. Hera. Lin Lai's hand clenched tightly. Heracles turned, picked up the great bow leaning against the pillar, and knocked an arrow. Megara stood up, still wearing a smile on her face, seemingly asking him what was wrong. The children were still running, and one of them ran over to hug Heracles' leg, looking up and laughing as he called out, "Father." Heracles drew the bow. There was nothing in those blood-red eyes, no anger, no pain, no emotions belonging to Heracles himself, only a madness that had been filled to the brim, not his own. The arrow was loosed. Only one arrow. But the sound of the bowstring vibrating was like a muffled thunder rolling across the courtyard. That arrow pierced Megara's chest and then went through the child who was laughing behind her. When the two of them fell, smiles still lingered on their faces. Heracles stood where he was, still gripping the great bow. The blood-red eyes slowly faded in color, like the receding tide, taking the red of the madness away in waves, revealing the hollow, shattered pupils beneath. He was awake. He saw it. His wife lay on the stone steps, the child lay beside her, blood seeping into the crevices of the flagstones, a deeper, darker red in the sunlight. His fingers loosened, and the great bow hit the ground with a dull thud. He knelt in the pool of blood, his hands clawing at the stone floor, his knuckles turning white. Tears slid down his face. Not wailing, but silent. One after another, they dripped into the blood. His shoulders shook violently, and broken, incoherent sounds were squeezed from his throat. Tears of remorse, tears of pain, the tears of a man who had killed his own wife and children with his own hands. Sounds emanated from those surrounding orbs of light. Not talking, but sighs. Very light, rising and falling, like the sound of grass blades rubbing together when the wind blows across a wilderness. There were sighs, whispers, and ambiguous exclamations. Not a single orb of light lit up, not a single god spoke. They just watched, then let out those light sighs that belonged to the audience. A hero had killed his own wife and children in a fit of madness. A hero knelt in a pool of blood, shedding tears of remorse. This was a tragedy. This was the drama the gods wanted to see. Hera distributed it, the gods watched it, a live-action drama performed by a hero. After watching, after sighing, they dispersed. Lin Lai stood where he was, his hand still extended in midair. He wanted to rush in. He wanted to grab Heracles' hand, wanted to knock that bow away, wanted to take the child away before he hugged his father's leg. But his fingers passed through the screen, touching only the cold air of the underworld. He couldn't change anything. The image on the screen began to fade. The crystal's golden light gradually dimmed, and those floating orbs of light disappeared one by one. The underworld returned to its usual gray. The souls on the path of the dead were still walking silently, and the black water of the Styx was still flowing quietly. Nothing had changed. Lin Lai stood where he was, not speaking for a long time. Lord Hades did not speak either. He just stood quietly to the side, like a mountain. Lin Lai lowered his head, looking at his own hands. Translucent, with the faint glow peculiar to souls. These hands couldn't grasp anything, he thought. Then he remembered the sounds of sighing that had come from those orbs of light just now. The sound was very light, rising and falling, like the wind blowing across a wilderness. The gods were watching, the gods were sighing, the gods were enjoying a tragedy. He didn't hate tragedy. Tragedy itself wasn't the problem. The problem was that these tragedies were meaningless. What had Heracles done wrong? He was Zeus's son, not Hera's son. This was his crime. Because of a birth he couldn't choose, Hera brought down madness, making him kill his own wife and children with his own hands. This wasn't fate, this was the malice of the gods. And the gods treated this as a drama to watch. They sighed, then dispersed, then waited for the next hero to perform the next tragedy. And then what? Then people would sing the stories of these tragic heroes. How Heracles killed his wife and children in madness, how he embarked on the road of atonement of the 12 labors in remorse, and how he finally became the greatest hero. People would praise his suffering, celebrate his tragedy, and weave his tragedy into epics to be passed down from generation to generation. This was one of the roots of Greek heroic epics. Heroes must suffer, heroes must be tragic, heroes must be crushed by the tricks of fate and then stand up again. If he hadn't been crushed, his story wouldn't be moving enough. If he stood up, his suffering became glory. But why? Heracles didn't have to kill his own wife and children. He could have watched the children grow up with Megara, and he wouldn't have had to kneel in a pool of blood shedding those tears of remorse. His 12 labors weren't glory, they were atonement. All his later greatness was bought with the blood in that courtyard. This exchange didn't have to happen. This tragedy could have had a better ending. But because of the tricks of fate, no, not the tricks of fate, but Hera's jealousy, the gods, entertainment, and people's praise of tragic heroes, it turned out this way. Lin Lai's fingers clenched, then loosened, then clenched again. He thought, perhaps it was ridiculous. A dead person who couldn't even beat a wild boar, a temp worker tilling the garden for the king of the underworld, what could he change? But his fingers were trembling. Not from fear, but from something else. He remembered the sight of Heracles kneeling in the pool of blood, remembered the tear sliding down his face, remembered Megara's face with its lingering smile as she fell, and remembered the child hugging his father's leg. He remembered the sounds of sighing that had come from those orbs of light. Berserker Heracles. The berserker he had seen in the Type Moon world, forever silent, forever fighting, forever unable to show his true heroic form. Today, he had witnessed the birth of that berserker with his own eyes. Not through a screen, not through text. It was watching a living, breathing person being filled with madness, watching his hand draw that bow, watching his arrow pierce the chests of his wife and children, watching him kneel in a pool of blood shedding tears of remorse after he woke up. This was the beginning of a tragic story. It was the beginning the gods wanted to see. But this was not what Lin Lai wanted to see. Something in his heart had broken through the soil. It wasn't sudden, it was slow, heavy, pushing upward from the moment that arrow sounded, making his chest ache. He still couldn't say clearly what it was, but he knew something was different. He wanted to change these things. Not hating tragedy, not denying the suffering of heroes. It was these meaningless tragedies, these sufferings that could have had better endings but turned out this way because of the malice of the gods and the tricks of fate. He wanted to change them. He didn't know if he could do it, didn't know what a dead person who couldn't even beat a wild boar could do. But he wanted to try. Lin Lai loosened his fingers and lowered his hand. Lord Hades. He didn't say anything more. Lord Hades didn't ask either. Under the gray sky of the underworld, the two of them stood side by side. The cluster of pale blue flowers by the edge of the garden bloomed quietly, like a small patch of color on the gray sand that didn't belong there. The souls on the path of the dead were still walking silently, and the black water of the Styx was still flowing quietly. Nothing had changed. But Lin Lai knew that something was already different. Some time had passed since that live broadcast. Lin Lai still went to the garden every day, turning the soil, fiddling with the decorations made of stones and bones, and sitting on the bluestone slab to flip through his magic book. Lord Hades still went to the surface every day, bringing back a flower when he returned, and placing it at the edge of the garden. That cluster of flowers had already accumulated into a large bouquet, pale blue, pale purple, and white ones huddled together, looking like a small piece of spring transported from the surface onto the gray sand. But Lin Lai knew something was different. When he flipped through the magic book, he would suddenly stop and stare blankly at the pages. When he sat at the edge of the garden, he would watch the silent souls on the path of the dead for a long time. In his mind, he repeatedly replayed the sound of that arrow being shot, the sight of Heracles kneeling in a pool of blood, and the sighs that came from those spheres of light. He had been thinking about one thing. He had been thinking about it for a long time. That day, Lord Hades did not go to the surface. He walked to the edge of the garden, stood for a while, and then said, "Let's go." Lin Lai looked up. Where to? The exit of the underworld. Lin Lai closed the magic book, stood up, and followed behind Lord Hades. They walked past the path of the dead, where those gray shadows still kept their heads down, walking silently toward the cluster of black buildings. They walked past the garden that Lord Hades had tended countless times. They walked past the area where Lady Hecate occasionally appeared. Those purple flames were glowing faintly in the distance, as if seeing them off. The exit of the underworld was at the end of that gray plain where Lin Lai had first woken up. It was a beam of light, very faint, as if it were shining through from a place extremely, extremely far away. Lin Lai stood before that light and turned around. Lord Hades extended his hand. In his palm rested a helmet, entirely black, with no decorations on the surface, as if it had been forged from the deepest shadows of the underworld. Lin Lai looked at the helmet but did not reach out. Lord Hades, what is this? My helmet. Lin Lai, of course, knew this was the helmet of Hades. In Greek mythology, the underworld king's helmet could make the wearer invisible, capable of deceiving even the eyes of the gods. It was one of the symbols of Hades. Precisely because he knew this, he did not reach out. Are you really going to give this thing to me? Take it. Lord Hades' voice was very calm, as if he were speaking of something very ordinary. He did not withdraw the hand holding the helmet. Lin Lai was silent for a moment, then reached out. The moment his fingertips touched the helmet, a faint ripple spread across the black metal surface. The helmet began to change in his hands, its outline melted as if being reshaped by an invisible hand. The black metal expanded, thinned, and softened, transforming from a helmet into a cloak. It was entirely black, with extremely fine silver threads embroidered along the edges, which were almost invisible in the gray light of the underworld. It was very light in his hand, as light as a piece of night sky that had been cut out. Lin Lai looked at the cloak in his hand, then looked at Lord Hades. Lord Hades' expression did not change at all, as if he had known the helmet would turn into this long ago. Lord Hades. Lin Lai clutched the cloak in his hand and looked up. I have something to tell you. Lord Hades looked at him. Lin Lai took a deep breath. I want to go and change the tragedies of those heroes. Heracles, and the others. Their tragedies could have had better endings, but because of the malice of the gods and the mockery of fate, they turned out this way. I want to try. The gray air of the underworld was silent for a long time. Lord Hades watched him. In those eyes with silver specks of light, there was no surprise, no questioning. He just listened quietly, just as he did every time Lin Lai spoke to him. You want to go and change a fate that even the gods cannot rewrite. You want to touch the endings they have already arranged. Lord Hades said, it is absurd. Lin Lai did not respond. His fingers clutching the cloak tightened slightly. But I believe in you. Lin Lai looked up. Lord Hades' eyes watched him quietly, those silver specks of light rotating slowly, like star trails that had determined their direction on the surface of the sea in the dead of night. You are my only friend. Lin Lai stood there, clutching the black cloak in his hand. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt as if it were blocked by something. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. Finally, he just nodded. Lord Hades raised his hand and placed it on top of Lin Lai's head. That hand was very light, carrying a temperature that did not belong to the underworld. This is my final wish. It is also my blessing for your journey. He paused, the blessing of Hades. A gentle power flowed down from Lord Hades' palm. It was not an infusion, but a permeation, like water seeping into dry soil, bit by bit filling the gaps in Lin Lai's soul that he himself had not known existed. A blessing. Not a divine protection. A divine protection is borrowed, has a limited number of uses, has a time limit, and is an external power that dissipates once used up. A blessing is different. A blessing is when this deity truly shares a part of their authority with you, binding it to your soul from then on. Unless your soul completely perishes, this power will never disappear. This power settled quietly within Lin Lai. He had originally died twice and had his own understanding of death, but now that understanding had become deeper, it was no longer just a thought in his mind, but a part of the authority of Hades that had merged into his entire soul. A cluster of flames suddenly ignited in his left eye. Blue-purple, swaying quietly, without temperature, not scorching, like the cold light deep in the underworld that would never be extinguished. The flames danced in his pupils, casting a faint layer of purple over his black eyes. At the same time, he felt the magic power within him being ignited. He originally had magic power. Those born in the age of God's Greece naturally had ether flowing within them. But that magic power had always been scattered, like a pool of still water. Now that pool of water had been activated. Blue-purple magic power surged from his left shoulder, spreading all the way down his left arm, like a glowing river flowing quietly on the surface of the skin. Mana burst, underworld. Its manifestation was similar to the fire attribute mana burst. Blue-purple light flames burned and flowed on the surface of the body. It looked like fire, yet it was not fire. It did not scorch, it did not incinerate, it did not turn anything into ashes. The essence of this power was a manifestation of guidance and death. It was bringing the aura of the end close, letting all things remember where they would eventually return. It was not destruction, but a farewell. The left eye was the eye that watched the end, and the left hand was the hand that guided the path of return. Lin Lai lowered his head and looked at his left hand. The blue-purple magic power flowed quietly at his fingertips, like that cluster of flowers at the edge of the underworld garden swaying slightly in the gray air. Lord Hades. He spoke, his voice a little unsteady, thank you. Lord Hades withdrew his hand. You are my only friend. I will wait for your return. Lin Lai draped the cloak over his shoulders. The black fabric fell, wrapping around his translucent soul, and the silver threads at the edges glowed slightly. The cloak was very light, so light it felt as if he were wearing nothing, but he felt warm. The underworld had no temperature, but he felt warm. He turned around and faced that light. On the other side of the light was the surface, the age of God's Greece, an era where gods walked the earth, where heroes emerged in great numbers, and where heroes also fell. Heracles was somewhere performing his 12 labors, Jason was gathering the heroes of the Argo, Perseus had not yet slain Medusa, and Theseus had not yet entered the labyrinth. Everything had not yet happened, and everything was about to happen. He was going to do an absurd thing. To change the tragedies of those heroes. He did not know if he could do it, but he was going to try. Lin Lai took a deep breath and stepped into the light. Behind him came the voice of Lord Hades, very soft, like that cluster of flowers at the edge of the underworld garden swaying gently in the windless air. Safe travels. Lin Lai did not look back, but he wrapped the cloak a little tighter. The blue-purple flame in his left eye burned quietly, and the magic power in his left hand glowed faintly at his fingertips. He walked into the light. When Lin Lai stepped out of that light, his first reaction was to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Sunlight. Real, living, warm sunlight. Not the eternal gray of the underworld, but golden, blinding light that made his eyes ache. He lowered his hand and slowly opened his eyes. The sky was unbelievably blue. In the distance, rolling hills were covered in grass and dwarf trees, and when the wind blew, the entire hillside rippled. He had stayed in the underworld for too long, he had almost forgotten what living things looked like. He took a deep breath. The scent of soil, the scent of grass, and the fragrance of some unknown flower in the distance. Then he looked down at himself. It was no longer a translucent soul, but a physical body with substance. He pinched the back of his hand, feeling the warm flesh and blood beneath the skin. He was back, truly back. Just then, a semi-transparent screen of light suddenly appeared before him. It hung quietly directly in his field of vision, its edges glowing with a faint blue-purple light. It had no decorations, like a neatly trimmed sheet of light. There were words written on it. Nani. That was the first word that popped into Lin Lai's mind. Having binged so many type moonworks in his hospital room in his past life, he certainly knew what this was. A system panel. The standard cheat for a transmigrator. He had lived in the age of God's Greece for 13 years, died, and then spent so long in the underworld, yet this thing had never appeared. Now that he had emerged from the underworld, it had suddenly popped up. A late arriving cheat. He muttered, reaching out to touch the light screen. His fingers passed right through it, the screen flickered slightly, then returned to its original state. Lin Lai withdrew his hand and carefully examined the content on it. Name. Lin Lai. Age. 13. Talents. Gifted voice A+ rank. A voice naturally favored by the heavens. Clear and transparent, like a flowing mountain spring, like a breeze in the forest. The singing voice possesses immense emotional resonance and penetrative power, capable of reaching deep into the listener's soul and evoking the most authentic emotions. In artistic expression, it has the power to reach the heart. In special circumstances, the voice itself is also a weapon. Beautiful youth B+ rank. An innate potential to be beautiful regardless of gender. It carries a natural charm effect, but because of his young age, this charm currently manifests more as an affinity that makes people want to be close to him. Regardless of gender, whether human or phantom beasts, they will have a natural fondness for the holder. A growth-type skill that will gradually reveal its true form as he ages. Magecraft. Age of Gods Magecraft B+ rank. Having studied under the underworld goddess Hecate, he has mastered the foundation of Age of Gods Magecraft and numerous spells. He has learned high-speed divine words, allowing him to activate Magecraft with only a single word of incantation. His theoretical foundation is solid, but his practical combat experience is shallow. This rank will increase with study and combat. Skills. Mana Burst Underworld. The manifestation is similar to the flame attribute Mana Burst. Blue-purple light flames burn and flow across the body, looking like fire but not fire. Its essence is a representation of guidance and death. It is bringing the aura of the end to the present, reminding all things of where they will eventually return. It is not destruction, but a farewell. It also possesses the basic attributes of Mana Burst, capable of wrapping the blue-purple mana around weapons or items to increase their strength, while carrying the heavy aura of death. Blessing of the King of the Underworld. A blessing bestowed by Hades. It is not a protection, but a blessing. It is the god truly sharing a portion of his own authority with you, bound to your soul. Unless the soul is completely extinguished, it will never disappear. Noble Phantasms. Helmet of Invisibility, Hades' helmet. A black helmet gifted by Hades, which turns into a black cloak when touched. The edges are embroidered with extremely fine silver thread, as light as a slice of night cut away. Its primary ability is presence concealment, capable of hiding the wearer's aura and sense of presence, even blocking the scrutiny of gods to a certain extent. It also contains a portion of the underworld's authority. The wearer of this helmet can travel unimpeded in the underworld. The cloak will obscure the wearer's true appearance. Even when up close, others can only perceive that their appearance is not bad, but can never see it clearly. Unless actively removed, this item cannot be forcibly taken or stripped away by others. Lin Lai looked over the panel from top to bottom. Gifted voice, A+ rank. Age of Gods Magecraft, B+ rank. Mana Burst Underworld, Blessing of the King of the Underworld. Noble Phantasm, Helmet of Invisibility. Fine then, although there is only one noble phantasm and the skills are not many, it is enough. His mouth twitched, and he closed the panel. Then he remembered the beautiful youth entry on the panel. The potential to be beautiful regardless of gender. He walked a few steps and found a pool of water not far away. A small pool formed by a mountain spring. The water was very clear, reflecting the sky and the shadows of the trees. Lin Lai squatted down, wanting to see what he looked like now. The underworld had no mirrors, and nothing could be reflected in the gray air. To be honest, he hadn't seen his own face in a long time. The water surface reflected a face. Gray hair, very light in color, as if it had been soaked in the underworld's air for too long, fading from the color it should have had. The skin was somewhat pale, having just emerged from the underworld and not yet warmed by the sunlight on the surface. But the features, Lin Lai tilted his head, and the face on the water surface tilted its head as well. The eyes were black, very clear, like two pebbles washed by water. The bridge of the nose was straight, the lips thin, and the lines of the chin still carried a child's roundness, but the contours of the future could already be seen. It was indeed a face that was beautiful regardless of gender. It wasn't that kind of sharp handsomeness, nor that kind of soft, alluring beauty. It was a clean, beautiful look that sat between the two, not yet defined by gender. Lin Lai stared at the water surface for a good while. Satisfied. This skill is too lame. Then he suddenly thought of something. This is Greece, after all. Age of gods Greece. Zeus, Poseidon, Apollo, that group of bisexual gods who have no taboos. Zeus kidnapping Ganymede, Poseidon with Pelops, Apollo with Hyacinthus. Those names poured down like a bucket of cold water over his head. Lin Lai felt a chill run down his back. He looked down at the black cloak draped over his body. The helmet of invisibility, no, it should be called a cloak of invisibility now. Hades's helmet had turned into this cloak the moment he touched it, the edges embroidered with extremely fine silver thread, as light as a slice of night cut away. He pulled the hood down, looking again at the description of the noble phantasm in the panel. Presence concealment obscures true appearance. Even when up close, others can only perceive that their appearance is not bad, but can never see it clearly. Unless actively removed, it cannot be forcibly taken or stripped away by others. Lin Lai read this description twice. Then he pressed his palms together and bowed deeply toward the direction of the underworld. Praise the king of the underworld. Praise Hades. How could there be such a good god as Hades? He repeated this sentence 3 times in his heart. Sincerely. When Hades gave him the helmet, he only said, "Take it, you will need it." At that time, he didn't fully understand the meaning of those words. Now he understood. Hades had thought of it long ago. Thinking of what he would encounter walking in the age of gods Greece with this face, thinking of what interest those bisexual gods would have in him, thinking that he needed a shroud, a form of protection. He didn't wait for him to encounter danger before acting, he put the best thing in his hands in advance. Lin Lai wrapped the hood tight, the black cloak completely covering his face and that head of gray hair. His aura was suppressed to the lowest level, his appearance covered clean. Looking from the outside, one could probably only see a small figure wrapped in a black cloak, unable to even tell if it was male or female. That was great. Of course, this was not omnipotent. The things he would do in the future, changing the tragedies of those heroes, touching the endings arranged by the gods, would sooner or later enter the gods' field of vision. Presence concealment was ultimately just a form of hiding. If those gods really wanted to investigate, he wouldn't be able to hide for long. But at least for now, at least while he was still too weak to even beat a wild boar, this cloak could let him walk safely on the land of the age of gods Greece, without being snatched away by some passing god. Lin Lai took a deep breath and stood on the hillside, looking out. In the distance were rolling mountains, and further away was the reflection of the sea. He didn't know where he was, but he knew where he was going. Heracles was somewhere conducting his 12 labors, Jason was gathering the heroes for the Argo, Perseus had not yet slain Medusa, and Theseus had not yet entered the labyrinth. Everything had not yet happened, everything was about to happen. He was going to do an absurd thing. Change the tragedies of those heroes. He didn't know if he could do it, but he had to try. Lin Lai took the first step. Sunlight shone on him, the black cloak absorbing the warmth, and the blue-purple flame in his left eye burned quietly. He walked on the land of the age of gods Greece, like a late, out-of-place bard. He wrapped his hood tight, his aura covered cleanly by the cloak. In the distance, wind blew across the hillside, the grass undulating like ocean waves. He remembered the last words Hades said, "Have a safe journey." Lord Hades, I will. He pulled the edge of his hood and said in his heart, "Thank you for your cloak. Thank you for letting me not be watched. Thank you for being the best god in this world." Lin Lai walked for a few days and arrived at a coastal city-state. The town was not large. Rows of fishing boats were docked at the harbor, and on the shore stood houses built of white stone, with fishing nets drying on the porches. The sea breeze stirred the smell of fish and olive trees together. He stood outside the town for a moment, touching the leather pouch in his bosom. It was given by Lord Hades. He had shoved it into his hand when he left, without saying what was inside. Lin Lai hadn't had time to look then, but now he opened it to see coins. Copper ones, silver ones, and several gold ones. He gripped the money bag in his hand and couldn't help but smile. The king of the underworld, the representative of death, an existence feared by everyone for thousands upon thousands of years, actually knew that one had to pay for things in the human world. He didn't know where he had learned about human prices, perhaps he had asked the souls of the newly dead. The money given was not little, several gold coins, enough for him to live in Age of Gods Greece for quite a while. Praise be to the king of the underworld, praise be to Hades. He wandered around the town. Being out and about, he always needed to get a handy weapon. He looked down at his thin arms and legs, this physique couldn't compare to a powerhouse like Heracles. Hand-to-hand combat was out of the question. A sword. He remembered the time he was gored to death by a wild boar. He had a short sword hanging at his waist, but he hadn't even managed to draw it. It wasn't that there wasn't enough time, it was that it would have been useless even if he had drawn it. Getting close meant already being within the opponent's attack range. His gaze fell upon a bow hanging on the wall of a weapon shop. A bow. Ranged. No need to get close, no need to contend with monsters for strength. Hide in the shadows, aim, release the arrow. If he couldn't win, he could still run. Besides, he had Mana Burst, which could be coiled around the arrow, and Age of Gods Magecraft, which could attach incantations to the arrow tip. This was it. He walked into the shop and pointed at a dark brown bow. It was made of olive wood, the bow limbs were resilient, and the string was tight. It wasn't some divine artifact, but it was enough. He paid the money and hung the bow over his shoulder. He didn't look for a place to stay. Having lived in Age of Gods Greece for 13 years, he was long accustomed to sleeping in the open. The woods by the sea on the north side of the town were a good place. He found a thick, old olive tree where the fork of the branches was just enough for a person to lie down. For bathing, he went to the small river behind the woods. He had lived like this for over a decade and was long more at ease than living under a roof. Plus, it saved money. Every morning, he jumped down from the olive tree and went to the seaside with his bow on his back. On the desolate beach, reefs were scattered at different heights, and the sea breeze fluctuated. He placed a few broken pottery shards on the reefs as targets and shot arrow after arrow. At first, the arrows were always blown off course by the sea breeze, but he wasn't in a hurry and slowly adjusted the angle. After a few days, the arrows began to obey. Half a month later, he could hit 7 or 8 out of 10 pottery shards within 30 paces. He began to try coiling Mana Burst around the arrows. Bluish-purple flame surged from his left hand, spreading along the arrow shaft and condensing into an extremely bright point of light at the tip. When the arrow was shot, it left a faint bluish-purple trail in the air. It wasn't enough. He remembered that red archer he saw when browsing Type Moon in his past life. Red windbreaker, white short hair, bronze skin, clearly an archer, yet he liked to carry dual swords and rush up to engage in melee combat. Emma Yashuru. Ally of Justice. The arrows he shot would explode upon impact. That skill was called Broken Phantasm, shooting out a noble phantasm, infusing it with mana, and detonating it. Lin Lai had no noble phantasm to shoot, but he had arrows. What if he could leave a trail of mana in the arrow and make it explode after hitting the target? He began to try. The first time, the mana remained motionless inside the arrow shaft. The second time, the mana leaked out prematurely, and the arrow fell into the sea halfway through its flight. The third time, he tried using high-speed divine words to carve a minimalist incantation on the arrow tip, taught in that magic book from Lady Hecate, a single-syllable trigger incantation, simple in structure, but requiring mana to be highly condensed at an extremely small point. The fourth time, it succeeded. The moment the arrow hit the reef, he gave a low shout. The bluish-purple light exploded violently on the surface of the reef, stone fragments splattered, and a flock of seabirds was startled into flight. The sound rolled over the desolate beach several times before dissipating. He stood on the reef, looked down at the pit, and lowered his bow. It worked. The Alley of Justice used this move to fight the Skeleton King, and he used it to fight a reef. Fine, it could count as an inheritance. In the evening, he went to the square in the center of the town. There were always a few bards singing by the side of the square, singing the same stories of tragic heroes over and over again. Heroes struggling in fate, walking towards a destined ending under the gaze of the gods. People sat around listening, sighing, shaking their heads, and throwing copper coins into pottery bowls. Lin Lai stood outside the crowd and listened a few times, turning away each time he finished listening. He didn't want to sing only these. He remembered that wind god from a certain two-character game in his past life who didn't do proper work, playing the lyre and singing in the square all day, singing about the wind, flowers, dandelions, and cats. Fine, then he would learn from him. Anyway, he had a God-given voice, it would be a waste not to use it. He went to a junk stall at the edge of the market and bought a lyre. Wooden body, complete strings, the sound was still quite clear. The college student who studied music in the bed next to him in his past life had taught him basic fingering and tuning, and the muscle memory in his fingers was still there. He tuned the strings, hugged the lyre, and found the largest tavern in the center of the town. The boss was a chubby middle-aged man who, after hearing him sing an improvised song about a shepherd looking for sheep, made a decision on the spot. Come twice a week. I won't pay you, but whatever the guests give you is yours. Lin Lai did the math. Twice a week, every time he finished singing, the pottery bowl would be filled with clinking sounds, with both copper and silver coins. The money he earned was enough for him to live. He only went twice a week because if he went too often, there wouldn't be as many people. Limited supply made everyone look forward to coming. The songs he sang slowly spread throughout this coastal town. Unlike the tragic heroes sung by those bards in the square, this little poet wrapped in a black cloak sang other stories. He had sung about a bird. That bird was born with incomplete wings and couldn't fly. Its kind all mocked it, saying what kind of bird couldn't fly. It tried countless times, fell countless times, its wings rubbed bloody, bones broken and healed. Finally, one day, it jumped from the edge of a cliff, wings spreading clumsily, 1 beat, 2 beats, and then it flew. Flying over the cliff, flying over the valley, flying over the heads of all the flocks that had mocked it. Lin Lai gave this song a name, called, Why Birds Fly. He had sung about a flower on a cliff. The flower grew in the crevices of the cliff wall, without soil, without rain, only the scorching sun and the sea breeze. It rooted itself into the cracks of the rock, drilling down bit by bit, until even the rock loosened. Later, it bloomed into a flower, very small, and the color was faint, but it was the only flower on that cliff. A traveler passed by, looked up, saw it, and stood there watching for a long time. Lin Lai named this song, The Flower on the Cliff. He had also sung about the underworld. He sang that the underworld had no flowers, no color, no seasons. A god lived there, everyone feared him, he alone tilled a piece of land on the Great Plains, wanting to grow flowers. He tilled for a very, very long time, and nothing grew. Later, a goddess came to the underworld, and she did not fear him. She brought a flower and placed it on that tilled land. From then on, the underworld had spring. This song was named, Spring in the Underworld. Every time he sang this song, the tavern was exceptionally quiet. No one threw money into the pottery bowl, no one coughed, no one moved. Only his lyre music and singing flowed slowly in the light of the small oil lamps. After he finished singing, there would always be someone quietly wiping the corners of their eyes. He didn't know why those people were crying. Perhaps it was because that lonely god finally waited for spring, or perhaps it was because they themselves were waiting for something. He had never asked. The popularity of this song was much higher than he had imagined. Later, when he went to the market in a neighboring town, he actually heard someone humming this tune. It wasn't very accurate, but it was indeed the melody of Spring in the Underworld. After the person finished humming, their companion asked what song it was, and they said they didn't know what it was called. It had spread from that town by the sea, singing the story of the king of the underworld and the spring goddess. Lin Lai stood not far away, pulled his hood down, and turned to leave. He thought to himself, Lord Hades, your story is being sung by people. Not as the feared god of death, but as the lonely king who waited for spring. If you knew, you would probably stutter and be unable to speak again. A year passed just like this. His hands had changed. The fingers that pulled the bowstring were first rubbed red, then blistered, the blisters broke, and calluses formed. The calluses were worn smooth, and new calluses grew on top of them. Layer upon layer, finally the insides of his index and middle fingers turned into hard, thick skin with texture. The fingertips playing the lyre also formed calluses, thinner than the bow pulling calluses, and in different positions. Sometimes he would sit on the olive tree, spread his two hands on his knees, and compare them. The left hand had bow calluses, the right hand had string calluses. They were all things he had accumulated over this year. The text on the panel had changed more than once. Archery had changed from C+ to B-. Drawing the bow, knocking the arrow, aiming, releasing, the movements were so fast that even he couldn't react in time. The arrow was wrapped in bluish-purple flames, exploding the moment it hit the stone. Before the stone fragments had landed, the second arrow was already knocked on the string. Hit, detonate, hit again, and don't detonate again. The control was in his hands, free to release or hold back. A year. He had gone from a 13-year-old boy gored to death by a wild boar to a 14-year-old boy who could fight with a bow and magecraft. From a novice who couldn't even hold a bow steady, to an archer with an archery rating of B-. From a kid wrapped in a black cloak who dared not show his face, to a bard whose songs the entire town was waiting for. He hung the bow over his shoulder, held the lyre, and walked toward the town. Today was the day he sang at the tavern. Twice a week, rain or shine. What he didn't know was that in the last few weeks, a god had started appearing near the tavern. Hermes. The messenger god, the god of commerce and travelers, the god of theft and mischief. He stood outside the tavern, arms crossed over his chest, his golden hair swaying slightly in the sea breeze, listening to the little poet wrapped in a black cloak sing from across the street in the sea breeze. He recognized the essence of that black cloak, Hades' helmet, the king of the underworld's divine artifact. He had almost immediately deduced the identity of this boy. Hades had made a human friend in the underworld. This was no secret among the gods. Hermes was the most well-informed one, so of course he knew. Interesting. The king of the underworld's only friend, wrapped in a cloak transformed from the king of the underworld's helmet, singing in a small seaside town in the human world. Singing about why birds fly, singing about the flower on the cliff, singing about spring in the underworld. Hermes crouched on the roof opposite the tavern, the corners of his mouth curling higher and higher. He did not reveal himself. He just remembered this tavern and remembered these 2 nights every week. He couldn't see the face under the cloak. Hades' helmet obscured everything. But precisely because he couldn't see it, he was even more curious. Hermes reached out his hand and felt the direction of the sea breeze. Next time. Give him a little surprise next time. After all, he was Hermes, and mischief was his favorite entertainment. And, he really wanted to see what the human who made Hades willing to hand over his helmet actually looked like. The sea breeze passed through the streets and alleys of the town, blowing the wooden carved anchor at the entrance of the tavern, causing it to sway gently. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Type Moon, starting with Greek mythology. Part 2. The oil lamps in the tavern were lit with 2 more than usual. Lin Lai sat on the old rug beside the bar, his harp held in his arms, fingers plucking the strings. The lamplight fell upon his wrapped black cloak, dyeing the edge of his hood with a ring of warm yellow light. The place was full of people, and even the doorway was crowded with several youths who had run over from neighboring towns. No one spoke, only his harp music and singing flowed slowly within that circle of light. He was singing a new song today. The song was titled, Broken Gold. The strings vibrated gently beneath his fingertips, and a few clear chords unfolded, like the first ripples spreading across a river surface in the morning light. As I drift along the ruthless river. No ropes left to control my direction. The current lets me sail forward. I speed away, stained by winter snow and autumn frost. The waves are majestic, the roar of the tides impassioned. In the poem of the sea, I sing without seeking a listener. The stars in my eyes are dipped in dreams, gazing toward the blue horizon, writing out thousands upon thousands of broken gold. The canopy of heaven wide and vast. His voice was low, as if coming from a very distant place. The listeners gradually saw a river, wide and silent, a traveler sitting in a boat without oars, the scenery of the riverbanks slowly retreating on both sides. Cooking smoke, flocks of sheep, women washing clothes. No one looked up at him, and he did not look back. The harp music changed. The river merged into the sea, waves surged up, lifting the traveler's boat only to toss it down. Then the waves subsided, and the sea opened up, an endless expanse of blue. The traveler opened his mouth and sang a song, not for anyone to hear, but for the sea. The last word fell, and the music fell with it. The listeners saw that field of broken gold, sunlight crushed by the waves, scattered across the sea, spreading from one end of the horizon to the other. The traveler sat in the boat, his eyes reflecting all that light, so full it was about to overflow. It was quiet for a long time. No one clapped, no one threw money into the pottery bowl. Everyone was still lingering on that sea. The old sailor in the corner set down his wine cup, his fingers pressing against the rim, his knuckles turning slightly white. Lin Lai lowered his head. After singing, he habitually fell silent for a short while, waiting for the listeners to slowly emerge from the song. He reached out and pushed his hood back. The tavern was a bit stuffy, and a thin layer of sweat had formed on his forehead. He just wanted to let his forehead breathe. The hood fell. His gray hair spilled out, falling on both sides of his cheeks. All the oil lamps in the tavern flickered for an instant, then brightened again. The warm yellow light fell upon his face. Gray hair, black eyes, features not yet fully matured, clean and pure. No one noticed. Everyone was still immersed in that field of broken gold. The tavern was as quiet as a beach after the tide has receded. Then a young woman came to her senses. She was sitting at the table near the bar. She blinked, pulling her gaze back from the distance and letting it fall upon the little poet wrapped in a black cloak beside the bar, and then she saw that face. She gasped. The sound was not loud, but in the quiet tavern, everyone heard it. That gasp of surprise was like a pebble thrown into a calm surface of water. The youths at the door came to their senses, the boss behind the bar came to his senses, the sailors in the corner came to their senses. All eyes fell upon Lin Lai's face. Lin Lai also heard that gasp. He looked up and saw the expression in the young woman's eyes, pupils slightly dilated, lips parted, a bit of ale from her pottery cup spilled on the table. Her female companion also stared at him, her cheeks flushed with a layer of crimson, her eyes unfocused. Lin Lai looked down at his own hands. His fingers were empty, and the hood had fallen to his shoulders. He had pushed the hood down himself. He was sure of it. But he was also sure that he had never used so much force to push his hood down before. A prick of doubt stabbed at his mind. But he had no time to think it over. The expressions in the eyes of the women in the tavern were changing. Some stood up, some took half a step forward. He pulled his hood up, clutched his harp to his chest, and jumped off the low stool. He did not even have time to collect the coins in the pottery bowl, stooping low as he darted through the crowd. The black cloak swept out the tavern door like a gust of wind. Voices rose one after another behind him. Someone shouted, "Wait a moment," someone shouted, "Don't go," and someone stood up to give chase, tripping over a stool. Lin Lai ran out of the town without looking back. He stopped in the olive grove outside the city gate, bent over, and panted. Moonlight leaked down through the gaps in the leaves. He wrapped his hood tight, wound the strings around his neck, and tied a double knot. Then he heard a voice. It drifted down from the branches above his head, filled with amusement, speaking to itself, as if admiring something just obtained. Truly a good thing. Immediately followed by a laugh. It was very short, as if someone were crouching in a high place, covering their mouth, unable to hold it back. That kind of laugh after a prank has succeeded, short, light, like a gust of wind swirling. Then the wind tightened for a moment, and something swept up from among the leaves and branches, heading into the distance. Lin Lai looked up abruptly. The leaves and branches of the olive tree swayed gently in the moonlight, there was nothing there. He crouched under the olive tree, unfastening and refastening the strap of his harp, over and over. He sifted through the gods of Greece in his mind. Zeus would not do this. If the father of the gods wanted to lift his hood, he would not need to borrow a gust of wind, nor would he need to nudge his wrist, and he certainly would not be crouching on a roof laughing. Poseidon could not be here. If the sea god were haunting this coastal town, the water in the harbor would have churned up long ago, and besides, Poseidon probably has no interest in such pranks. Apollo. If it were Apollo, he would probably walk straight up to him and make him take off the hood himself. The sun god has always been direct in his actions and would disdain such skulking. Lord Hades could not possibly do such a thing. Let alone lifting a hood, Lord Hades would not even come to disturb him while he was singing. Excluding all impossibilities, the one that remains, no matter how outrageous, must be the answer. Coming and going like the wind, leaving no trace, and laughing aloud after a successful prank. There is only one among the gods of Greece who could do such a thing. Hermes. Lin Lai recited this name in his mind and cursed it again. If you want to listen to a song, just listen. If you think it's good, throwing 2 copper coins into the pottery bowl is fine, and not paying is also fine. Why nudge someone's wrist? Why lift someone's hood? After he finished cursing, he suddenly felt a bit relieved. Being targeted by Hermes was better than being targeted by the arrows of those gods of love. At least Hermes only lifted his hood and did not do anything else. He tightened the harp strap, stood up, and glanced toward the town. The city wall stood quietly in the moonlight. He could not go to this tavern again, and he could not stay in this town any longer. He tightened the double knot of his hood again, turned, and walked north along the coastline. The moonlight turned the sea surface into a sheet of broken silver. The sea breeze blew from the north, carrying a salty, fishy smell and the scent of seaweed. He cursed Hermes again in his mind, then wrapped his black cloak tight and continued walking forward. Olympus, Temple of Apollo. Apollo plucked the strings, and the sound of the lyre flowed through the hall. Several muses sat on both sides, some holding harps, others with flutes on their knees. Their harmonies were like sunlight filtering through clouds, falling in strands onto the white stone floor of the temple. As the song ended, Apollo set down his lyre and was about to speak when a shadow darted into the temple entrance. The shadow moved incredibly fast, the small wings on its ankles flapping, golden hair blown into a mess, and its face wore that expression that made Apollo want to reach for his bow the moment he saw it. Hermes. Apollo had just had a set of bowstrings stolen by him last month, a hive of bees released into his temple the month before that, and the countless messes from before that were too many to count. Apollo's reaction was faster than his brain. He set the lyre aside, and his golden longbow appeared in his hand. An arrow was notched to the string, the entire motion is fluid as if it had been rehearsed countless times. Wait. Hermes raised his hands above his head, the small wings on his ankles flapping even faster. This time, I've brought something good for you. Apollo did not lower his bow. What good thing could you possibly bring? Last time you said you had something good, it turned out to be a hive of bees stuffed into my temple. The time before that, you said you had something good, and it turned out to be you stealing 3 of my strings. This time it's for real. Hermes pulled a stone from his robes. It was the size of a fist, smooth on the surface, and glowing with a very faint golden light. Take a look at this. If you don't like it, I'll stand still and let you shoot 3 arrows at me. Apollo stared at him for 2 seconds, and his bow slowly lowered by half an inch. What is it? Hermes held the stone in his palm and tossed it upward. The stone hung in midair, vibrated slightly, and then unfolded. A screen of pale golden light appeared, like the surface of water ruffled by the wind. An image appeared within the light screen. A tavern, dimly lit by oil lamps. A figure wrapped in a black cloak sat beside the bar, holding a harp. The hood was pulled very low, revealing only the tip of a chin. The sound of the harp began. The melody flowed out from the light screen, clear and transparent. After a few chords were laid out, the black-cloaked figure began to sing. The voice was not loud, as if it were coming from a great distance. As I drift along the heartless river, with no ropes to control where I go, the current lets me sail forward. I speed away, stained with winter snow and autumn frost. The waves are majestic, the sound of the tides impassioned. In the poem of the sea, I sing without seeking a listener. The stars in my eyes are dipped in dreams, gazing toward the blue horizon, writing out thousands of fragments of gold. The sky is vast. Apollo lowered his bow completely. The muses stopped playing their instruments, their gazes fixed on the light screen. The singing in the light screen continued to flow. A traveler, a river, a boat without oars. The river flowed into the sea, waves rising and falling, the surface of the sea opening up, a boundless blue. Fragments of gold spread from one end of the horizon to the other. The singing ended. The music of the harp ended as well. The temple was silent for a long time. The muse in charge of lyric poetry spoke first. Who wrote this poem? The muse in charge of music followed up. This melody is not in the Greek mode, but it is very complete. Apollo did not speak. He stared at the light screen. The image within it continued. After the black-cloaked figure finished singing, he was silent for a moment, then reached out and pushed the hood back. The hood fell, and gray hair spilled out, falling on both sides of his cheeks. The light of the oil lamp fell upon his face. Gray hair, black eyes, features that had not yet fully matured, looking clean and pure. Apollo picked up his lyre again. He tried to play the beginning of the melody from the light screen, his fingers plucking the strings to play the first chord. Then the second, the third. The melody was correct, and the rhythm was correct too. But the feeling of what he played was completely different from what was in the light screen. What the young man sang was a river, a sea, thousands of gold fragments covering the horizon. What he played were just notes. He tried changing his playing style, accentuating the bass, slowing the tempo, and letting the vibration of the strings linger longer. It didn't work. He tried another way, plucking the strings lightly with his fingertips, like the surface of water ruffled by the wind. Still didn't work. Apollo set down the lyre and looked up. Who is this young man? Hermes took back the stone, and the light screen shrank into a small dot. Do you know that Hades has a human friend? Apollo's brow twitched slightly. I've heard of it. Hades kept a human soul in the underworld and later released him back to the mortal realm. Hera mentioned it once. He paused. Is it him? It is him. Apollo was silent for a moment. Hades' human friend. This matter wasn't a secret in Olympus, but it wasn't a hot topic either. Hades didn't interact much with the other gods anyway, so everyone just listened to news about him and moved on. But it wasn't as if there was no information circulating at all. Occasionally Hera would mention it, and Hermes would bring back bits and pieces of information. The mention rate of that name among the gods wasn't high, but it wasn't low either, just enough for Apollo to recall that, indeed, there was such a person. But he didn't know this person looked like that, nor did he know this person could sing such a song. Where is he? Hermes blinked. I don't know. Apollo's hand reached for his bow again. The small wings on Hermes' ankles flapped violently, and he darted to the side. I really don't know. I found him in a coastal town, and after listening to him sing, I came back to find you. Whether he's still in that town now, I have no idea. Apollo raised his bow. Hermes retreated toward the temple entrance while holding his hands up in front of his chest. Look, I brought you something good. The string of Apollo's bow twanged. A warning. The small wings on Hermes' ankles flapped hard, and he swept out of the temple entrance like a gust of wind. His golden hair flashed in the sunlight, and then he was gone. Apollo set down his bow and watched the direction where Hermes had disappeared. Then he lowered his head and looked at the lyre resting beside him. He wanted to see this person and talk to him about that song. That expanse of gold fragments was not in Hermes' stone, it was in the hands of that person. He stood for a moment, then sat back down and held the lyre properly. His fingers plucked the strings, playing the melody of that song from earlier. This time he didn't try to imitate that sea, he just played it for himself. The sound of the lyre slowly spread through the temple, and the muses listened quietly. Apollo finished the last note, his fingers resting on the strings. He had to find this person. Not for anything else, he really wanted to talk to him about that song. By the seaside, Lin Lai, wrapped in a black cloak, had been walking along the coastline for several days. He had left that city-state far behind him and had not stopped at any of the villages he passed. In the evening, the sun sank to the edge of the sea, burning the entire ocean into a copper-red color. He saw a massive reef by the sea, and beneath the reef, in a spot shielded from the wind, sat a man of huge stature. His shoulders were broad, his arms thick, and his muscles were as solid as the reef rocks by the coast. In his arms, he held a giant bow almost as tall as himself, and several empty wine skins lay beside him. His eyes were closed, and there were deep scars around his eye sockets. Lin Lai stopped in his tracks. That physique, that bow, those muscles. He searched through his memories of Type Moon. There weren't many heroes in Greece who used bows and looked like that. Heracles used a giant bow, but his physique was more exaggerated, and Heracles was not blind. A hunter whose eyes had been gouged out, a giant bow, the son of Poseidon, Orion. He wasn't quite sure. There was always a difference between the character art in the Type Moon game and the real person, but the silhouette of the giant before him indeed matched the shadow of the strongest hunter in Greece from his memories. He did not deliberately hide his footsteps. Just as he took a step forward, Orion's hand was already pressed onto that giant bow. He did not notch an arrow, just pressed against the bow limb, his head tilting slightly, using his ear to face the direction of Lin Lai. Who's there? The voice was deep and carried the smell of alcohol, but there was no drunkenness in it. A blind man, sitting by the sea drinking to drown his sorrows, could still detect someone approaching immediately. A passing bard. Orion's ears twitched slightly, as if he were also identifying the faint sound of the wooden body of a harp being blown by the sea breeze. A bard, he repeated, his hand moving away from the bow limb, leaning back against the reef. You have no scent of blood on you, you are not a hunter. Nor are you here to cause trouble. He paused, if you're just passing through, then pass through. Lin Lai did not leave. He sat down not far from Orion, holding the harp in his arms without plucking the strings. The sea breeze blew from the surface of the sea, carrying a salty, fishy smell in the chill of the evening. The distant sun had completely sunk into the sea, and the last bit of copper red on the horizon was turning into a dark purple. Orion fumbled to pick up a wine skin beside him, shook it, it was empty, and threw it aside. Your eyes, Lin Lai said. Gouged out after being drugged by a king. Orion's tone was very flat, as if he were talking about someone else's affairs, Onopian of Chios. I proposed to his daughter, he agreed and then went back on his word. He set up a feast, got me drunk, and struck when I was intoxicated. He grinned, but there was no mirth in that smile. Then he threw me on the coast. The sea breeze blew Orion's messy hair even more wildly. The giant bow rested on his knees, the bowstring vibrating slightly in the sea breeze, emitting a very faint, low humming sound. The sea breeze blew in from the ocean, carrying a salty, fishy smell in the evening chill. The sun in the distance had completely sunk into the sea, and the last traces of copper red on the horizon were turning into a dark purple. Orion leaned against a reef, an empty wineskin toppled at his feet, his great bow resting on his knees, its string vibrating slightly in the sea breeze. Lin Lai sat not far from him, his harp held in his arms. He did not pluck the strings, just thinking about what Orion had said earlier. Onopian of Chios, Miro, the proposal, getting drunk, being blinded. He had seen this story in his past life while browsing Type Moon in the hospital ward. In the original myth, Orion, son of Poseidon, the strongest hunter in Greece, proposed to the king's daughter, was tricked by the king into being blinded, and thrown to the seashore. Later, he heard the sound of Hephaestus's hammer, followed the sound to Lemnos Island, and the god of fire, taking pity on him, sent his attendant Cetelion to guide him. He traveled east and found Apollo Helios, whose eastern sunlight cured his eyes. The original myth didn't state whether he returned for revenge after regaining his sight. Type Moon's setting didn't elaborate on it either. But Lin Lai remembered that Orion's ultimate fate was not good. Killed by a poisonous scorpion and ascended into the constellation Scorpio. Or, in some version of Type Moon, shot to death by the arrows of goddess Artemis. Regardless of the version, it was a tragedy. He looked at the man sitting under the reef drinking gloomily. 2 deep scars over his eye sockets, messy hair, and empty wineskin. The strongest hunter in Greece, now sitting here, unable to even get a drink. Orion. Lin Lai spoke up. Orion's ears tilted toward him. You will hear a sound. The sound of forging, coming from very far away. That is Hephaestus's hammer. If you follow that sound, you will reach Lemnos Island. The god of fire will help you. Orion did not speak. He will send an attendant to guide you. Travel east and find Apollo Helios. The morning sunlight can cure your eyes. Orion was silent for a moment. Then he tilted his head back, leaned against the reef, and let out a long sigh. What is this? So much trouble. He reached out to his side, felt for a wineskin, shook it, empty. He felt for another, also empty. He tossed the empty wineskin aside. Forget it then. I'd rather just drink. Lin Lai looked at him. You have no more wine. Orion's hand froze. He felt the last wineskin by his side, shook it, empty. He put the wineskin down, leaned against the reef, and said nothing more. Lin Lai suddenly wanted to laugh. The strongest hunter in Greece, blinded by the king and thrown to the seashore, and when told a way to regain his sight, his reaction was, too much trouble, I'd rather just drink. This man was truly one of the rare good people among the heroes of Greece. He wasn't the type to be consumed by bitterness and hatred, gritting his teeth for revenge, nor the type to be crushed by fate and fall into despair. He was just lazy. Or rather, he didn't care much about many things. Blinded. He didn't care. Thrown to the seashore. He didn't care. Someone told him how to regain his sight, and he thought it was too much trouble. But Lin Lai knew he didn't really not care. He was just used to carrying things this way. If he could carry it, he carried it, if he couldn't, he drank. After drinking, he continued to carry it. Lin Lai remembered the goal he set for himself when he came out of the underworld. To change the tragedies of those heroes. The madness of Heracles, the betrayal of Medea, the blinding of Oedipus. And this man in front of him. Orion, the hunter killed by a poisonous scorpion, the man who ascended into the constellation Scorpio. His tragedy had not yet happened, there was still time. But he needed to go to Hephaestus. Not now, but eventually. He needed a better bow. An olive wood bow was sufficient, but not good enough. What he would face in the future were not broken pottery shards and seashells, but magical beasts, monsters, and calamities sent down by the gods. He needed a real weapon. Hephaestus, the god of fire and the god of smithing, the best craftsman in the age of gods Greece. If he could ask him to forge a bow, that would be one of his most important trump cards on the road to changing those tragedies. And to find Hephaestus, the most direct way was to follow the man in front of him. Orion would hear the hammer sounds of the god of fire and would walk to Lemnos Island. He knew that path, he could take him there. Orion, Linlai said. Orion's ears twitched. When you hear that hammer sound, I will go with you. Orion lifted his head from the reef. His eyes were closed, but his brows furrowed slightly, facing Linlai's direction. You. Go to Lemnos Island. Yes. What are you going there for? I want to ask Hephaestus to forge me a bow. Orion was silent for a moment, then laughed. It wasn't mockery, but a laugh that felt amused yet somewhat uncomprehending. You, a little bard, why do you need such a good bow? For self-defense. Orion's ears twitched slightly. He couldn't see, but he could hear the tone in Linlai's voice. It wasn't the kind of thing said lightly. He was silent for a while, then shook his head. No. Why? Orion picked up the great bow from his knees and propped it up beside him. The bow stood on the ground, almost as tall as a person. I am the strongest hunter in Greece. His tone was very natural, as if he were stating something everyone knew. Linlai added a parenthetical note in his mind. Self-proclaimed. I'm used to walking alone. Not accustomed to bringing others along. Linlai said nothing. He knew what Orion was thinking. It wasn't that he considered him a burden, but that he didn't want him to encounter danger. This hunter, who had been drugged, blinded, and thrown to the seashore by the king, one of the rare good people among the heroes of Greece, was still thinking of a bard he had just met at a time like this. That road was not easy to walk, even he himself didn't know if he could make it. Bringing a youth along, if something happened, he couldn't see and couldn't protect him. I won't hold you back, Linlai said. Orion did not answer. I can use a bow. Self-defense is no problem. Orion's ears tilted toward him. He was listening to Linlai's breathing, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat when he spoke, judging whether he was boasting. After a while, he placed the great bow back on his knees. Over there. Orion raised his hand and pointed in a direction. It was toward the inland from the coastline, a patch of low mountain forest, a deep black silhouette in the twilight. There is a forest. Recently, there have been rumors of a scorpion inside, very large, with a shell as hard as stone. A group of hunters from nearby villages went in, several died, and the rest dare not go in anymore. Linlai looked in the direction he pointed. You go kill it, Orion said, kill it, and I will take you to find Hephaestus. Linlai looked at the deep black mountain forest. In the twilight, the outline of the trees could not be seen, only a deep, heavy shadow. A scorpion. Something in his mind stirred slightly, like a harp string being plucked gently. Orion, Scorpio. Connecting these two words made him think of something. But that thought was too vague, and he couldn't quite grasp it. In his impression, that scorpion seemed to be the prototype of Scorpio. If it was, he had to be careful. A constellation-level monster, even if it hadn't been raised to the sky in the age of gods Greece, was definitely not an ordinary beast. As for whether this scorpion had anything to do with Hera, he couldn't recall for the moment. But since it was related to a constellation, it was never wrong to be extra cautious. He didn't say it out loud. He just slung his harp on his back, hung his bow on his other shoulder, and stood up. Fine. He walked a few steps toward the mountain forest, then stopped and looked back. Orion was leaning against the reef, his great bow resting on his knees, his eyes closed, those eyes that could no longer see. The sea breeze blew his messy hair even more disheveled, and the empty wineskin toppled at his feet. He looked like he was drinking while waiting for death, but his ears were twitching slightly, listening to the sound of Linlai's footsteps. Linlai turned his head and walked into the mountain forest. The twilight swallowed his black cloak. The blue-purple flame in his left eye burned quietly, and the mana in his left hand glowed faintly at his fingertips. He touched the bowstring, feeling the temperature of mana burst circulating at his fingertips. The prototype of Scorpio. Must be careful. Linlai walked for 2 days before reaching the mountain forest Orion had pointed out. It was much further than it looked. The coastline shrank into a thin line behind him, and the forest ahead transformed from a dark silhouette into an overwhelming wall of trees. He didn't rush to find the scorpion, but instead found a crevice in the rocks on the outskirts of the forest to settle down. Having lived in the age of gods Greece for so many years, he had learned one thing long ago: when facing prey whose strength you don't know, you observe first, then act. For the first 2 days, he just observed. Walking along the animal trails on the outskirts of the forest, he found traces of the scorpion's activity between several old oak trees, large gashes torn into the trunks, deep furrows dragged across the ground, and gravel crushed into powder. The deeper he went into the forest, the fresher the traces became. He stopped at the edge of a gravel patch and hid behind a tree to peer inside. The scorpion lay in the center of the gravel patch, its carapace gleaming with a cold, hard, dark brown luster in the sunlight. Lin Lai stared at it for a long time. Holy crap, that's a huge scorpion, he muttered. It wasn't an exclamation, it was a statement of fact. He had seen scorpions before. When he was herding sheep on the hillsides, he would occasionally see them when he turned over rocks. They were the size of a thumb and would run away if he poked them with a twig. This one before him, from head to tail, was as long as a bull. Its two front pincers were slightly agape, the inner edges lined with serrated protrusions. Its tail segment was raised high, the venomous stinger at the tip glinting with a dull light in the sun. The texture of its shell didn't look like an insect's, it looked more like a reef, the kind weathered by wind and waves, that would probably ring with a metallic echo if struck. He crouched behind the tree, bow in hand, not rushing to act. He continued to observe. The scorpion rarely moved during the day, lying on the gravel to sun itself, only becoming active at dusk. After a few days of observation, he decided to test it. He chose a position upwind and knocked an arrow imbued with mana burst. Blue-violet flame surged from his left hand, spreading along the arrow shaft and condensing into a bright point of light at the tip. He aimed at the seam of the scorpion's dorsal carapace, that was the weakest point of its shell. The arrow flew, trailing a faint blue-violet wake in the air, and struck the seam perfectly. The flames exploded upon impact, and the scorpion let out a shrill hiss. Its entire body contracted violently, and its tail lashed out wildly in the direction the arrow had come from, snapping the tree where Lin Lai had originally been hiding in two. Fortunately, Lin Lai had already moved behind another tree. A thin crack had opened at the seam of the carapace, and dark bodily fluid seeped out. His defense had been penetrated. However, the scorpion's movements were completely unaffected. It quickly returned to a defensive posture, its stinger raised high, its eyes scanning the surrounding forest. Lin Lai leaned against the tree trunk and looked down at his left hand. The blue-violet flames of mana burst danced quietly at his fingertips. This scorpion was indeed tough. However, skills like Mana Burst, Underworld, which could deal true damage, were indeed capable of hurting it. The problem was that the damage wasn't enough. That crack was likely just like a paper cut to it, painful, but not disabling. Relying solely on the explosion of single arrows, even if he hit the seam every time, it would take dozens of shots to incapacitate it. And this scorpion wouldn't give him the chance to fire dozens of arrows. He needed more power. And he needed a better plan. Over the next few days, he continued to observe the scorpion's activity patterns while scouting the terrain near the cliff. There were dense, ancient trees at the cliff's edge with thick trunks and interlocking branches. The canopy formed a natural barrier. Standing outside the forest, one couldn't even see the cliff because the overlapping trunks and shrubs completely blocked the view. The scorpion was huge and would be hindered moving through the dense forest, whereas he was small and could weave and dodge between the trunks. These past few days, he had also been thinking about one thing. Orion was killed by a poisonous scorpion. This scorpion, capable of killing the strongest hunter in Greece in the future, was definitely no ordinary scorpion. He vaguely remembered from his past life's memories of Type Moon that the archetype of Scorpio was sent by Hera to kill Orion. If this scorpion was that very one, then he was facing a constellation-level monster. He had to be careful. He set traps at the bottom of the cliff. He carved spell cores among the scattered rocks, mana flowing continuously from his left hand. The blue-violet flames condensed into rice-sized points of light at his fingertips, which he pressed into the carved spell patterns. The spell cores glowed faintly and quietly in the cracks of the gravel, like a group of dormant fireflies. After setting them up, he waited another day. He waited for the scorpion to move into the area near the cliff, for the wind to be in his favor, and for all conditions to be on his side. Then he knocked an ordinary arrow, aimed, and fired. The arrow struck the scorpion's tail joint with precision. The scorpion spun around violently, all its eyes turning toward him, its stinger raised high. It saw him. Lin Lai turned and ran. He didn't run in a straight line, he wove between the tree trunks. In the magic book belonging to Hecate, there was a basic body reinforcement spell, simple in structure, low in mana consumption, and capable of boosting running speed and jumping power for a short time. Activating high-speed divine words, mana spread along his legs, and his pace suddenly accelerated. The scorpion was faster than he had imagined. Its 8 legs moved rapidly across the gravel, crushing rocks into powder wherever it passed. But it was too large, and the dense forest restricted its movement. Every time it tried to accelerate, it would be blocked by the trunks on either side, forcing it to change direction. Lin Lai, however, only needed to slide sideways between the trunks. He turned in mid-jump, knocked an arrow, and fired. The arrow, wreathed in blue-violet flames, struck the seam of the scorpion's head carapace. The force of the explosion made the scorpion stagger, causing it to snap an olive tree as thick as an arm. He continued running after landing. He turned a second time, knocked, and fired. The arrow struck the joint of the scorpion's front pincer, the flames exploded, and carapace fragments flew, but it didn't stop. He turned a third time, but this time he didn't fire, he needed to conserve mana. He was simply guiding the scorpion's charge, making it collide with trees repeatedly, forcing it to keep changing its angle. The cliff was getting closer and closer. He saw the row of dense ancient trees at the cliff's edge. For one final acceleration, the body reinforcement spell pushed his speed to the limit. He poured mana into his legs and made a sharp turn to the right past the last ancient tree. That sharp turn nearly crushed his knees, and gravel gouged deep furrows beneath his feet. He had swung past almost brushing against the trunk, then stopped steadily behind the tree. The scorpion didn't have time to turn. Obscured by the dense forest, it hadn't seen the cliff ahead at all. Its body, carrying immense momentum, rushed off the cliff's edge. Its 8 legs instinctively spread out in the air, and its stinger lashed out wildly, trying to hook onto something. But it couldn't hook onto anything. Its body paused for an instant above the cliff. There was no grass, no trees, only the blinding sunlight shining down from above, illuminating all the cracks in its carapace. Then it plummeted. A heavy impact sound came from the bottom of the cliff, gravel shattered, and dust billowed up from the edge. Lin Lai stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down. The scorpion had smashed into the rocky ground, its carapace was shattered in large areas, its severed limbs were twitching, and dark bodily fluid seeped from the cracks in the broken carapace, staining the gravel beneath it dark. But it was still alive. He stood on the cliff top for a moment, watching the scorpion struggling among the scattered rocks, then bent down and crouched at the edge. He wasn't resting. He was calculating. It would take time for the trap's spell cores to fully activate. The scorpion's vitality was stronger than he had estimated, and the degree of weathering on the cliff wall would affect his speed in descending. He had thought about all these things during the days he spent observing, but now he needed to calculate again. Then he stood up, took the last intact arrow from his quiver, and knocked it onto the bowstring. He raised the bow, took aim, and then lowered it. There were very few arrows left in his quiver, he had consumed most of them running and shooting in the dense forest earlier. He had to use them sparingly. He put the arrow back into the quiver and held the bow empty-handed. The next strike will not be an ordinary arrow, he muttered. He let out a breath. It wasn't to relax, but to adjust. Just now, dodging and weaving through the dense forest, the body reinforcement spell had consumed more than half of his mana, and the mana circuits in his left hand were aching faintly. He closed his eyes, his breathing slowly steadying. Then he opened his eyes again. A cluster of blue-violet flames ignited in his left eye. It was quiet, without temperature, like the cold light deep in the underworld that would never be extinguished. The flames danced in his pupils, casting a faint layer of purple over his black eyes. He placed his left hand on the bowstring. He didn't take an arrow from the quiver. Mana surged from his left hand, blue-violet flames condensed on the bowstring, and the outline of an arrow manifested from nothingness. It wasn't flames wrapped around an arrow shaft, but an arrow composed entirely of mana. The arrow body was translucent, the light flowing within it more intense than any ordinary arrow, and the blue-violet flames burned all the way from the tip to the tail. Lord Hades, his voice was very low, so low that only he could hear, please deliver your judgment. The blue-violet mana suddenly exploded into a flash of light at the arrow's tip. The flames gushed out from the tip, and the entire arrow turned into a streak of light, piercing through the rocky ground at the bottom of the cliff and running through the scorpion's entire body. There was no explosion. Blue-violet light shone from inside the scorpion's carapace, as if starlight were pouring out from countless tiny cracks simultaneously. Its body didn't shatter, but it was convulsing. All of the scorpion's eyes lost focus in that instant, its legs stopped twitching, and its stinger dropped, smashing onto the gravel. Lin Lai stood at the cliff's edge, clutching his bow, panting heavily. Most of the mana in his left hand was exhausted, his fingertips were numb, but he couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from curling upward. He had won. He turned around, preparing to find a way down to the bottom of the cliff to retrieve the scorpion's remains. Then he heard a rustling sound. He whipped his head around. The scorpion's body was still at the bottom of the cliff, but its 8 legs had propped it up again. It wasn't alive, this was its final counterattack before death. All of its eyes had completely lost their luster, and large chunks of its carapace were peeling off, revealing the dark soft tissue underneath. One front pincer was completely broken off, while the other was raised in the air, the inner edge of the claw lined with serrated protrusions. It couldn't see, but residual nerve signals drove that broken body to spring up from the gravel, rushing toward Lin Lai. Lin Lai turned and ran. Not toward the bottom of the cliff, but toward the forest behind him. He needed obstacles, he needed to stall for time, until the scorpion was completely dead. The mana from the body reinforcement spell in his legs had begun to wane, his speed was still faster than usual, but the impact injury on his back made every landing feel like shards of glass had been stuffed into his bones. The scorpion crashed up from the cliff wall. Its body smashed the gravel at the edge of the cliff. Only 5 of its 8 legs were still moving, gouging deep furrows into the steep wall. Dark bodily fluid gushed from the countless wounds on its body, dragging a black trail behind it. It smashed into the forest, snapping an olive tree as thick as an arm in two. Broken wood and the canopy crashed onto its back, but it didn't even slow down. There was no light in its eyes, but it was still charging. Lin Lai wove between the tree trunks. Behind him came the continuous sound of trees snapping, one after another, getting closer and closer. He looked back. The scorpion had smashed between 2 old oak trees, its front pincer stuck in the trunk. It gave a violent twist, and the entire front pincer snapped off from the root, bodily fluid gushing out. But its speed didn't slow. It didn't care anymore. He had no time to replenish any spell. The flames of mana burst flickered at his fingertips and then went out. His mana circuits were contracting, and even high-speed divine words couldn't be activated properly. He gritted his teeth and kept running. Then he heard the sound of wind being broken behind him. It wasn't the sound of trees breaking, but the sound of something heavy with jagged edges slicing through the air. He instinctively dodged to the side. The scorpion's other front pincer smashed toward him from the side. It didn't hit him fully, but the edge of the claw grazed his ribs. The force sent him flying sideways. His body crashed through a patch of shrubs, then hit a tree, then another, broken branches and leaves flying through the air. Finally, his back hit a third tree. A dull thud traveled from his chest to his auditory bones, and a metallic, sweet taste surged up his throat. He bent over and spat out a mouthful of blood, swirling, with dark flecks. His ribs weren't broken, but his chest felt like a piece of red-hot iron had been stuffed into it. His vision went black for a moment, then brightened again. He had no time to hesitate. He scrambled up and kept running forward. The mana circuits in his legs had completely gone out, and the effect of the body reinforcement spell vanished the moment he took his third step. His speed dropped suddenly, from a pace that could leave afterimages back to the speed of a normal human running at full tilt. His left knee began to buckle, and every step felt like dragging a block of lead across gravel. When he reached a huge oak tree, he stopped helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but he couldn't run anymore. He turned around, back against the oak tree, raised his bow again, and nocked an arrow. The crack on the bow limb extended from the belly of the bow all the way to the grip, and it creaked when he drew it to full tension. He paid it no mind. He aimed at the charging scorpion. Its body was so broken it hardly looked like a living thing anymore. Half a front pincer, half a shell, a tail dragging on the ground, 5 legs crushing shrubs and smashing dry branches, with dark bodily fluid dragging a long, wet trail behind it. Lin Lai leaned against the oak tree, bow at full draw, the arrow tip aimed at its head carapace. He didn't fire. He just watched it. Charging from 30 paces to 20, from 20 to 10. He watched the scorpion charge the final distance, its front pincer raised, then all its legs lost strength simultaneously. Its body crashed down 5 paces away from him, gravel and dust splattering up and hitting Lin Lai's bracer. The raised pincer smashed into the gravel, only 2 inches from his toes. Lin Lai held the drawing posture for a few more seconds. Then he released the bowstring, his fingers still trembling. He placed the bow on his knees, leaned against the oak tree, and slowly slid down to the ground. With his back against the rough bark, he tilted his head back, looked at the shattered canopy above, and let out a long breath. Oh, he said, it's finally over. Then he felt a heavy pressure. It wasn't a weight falling from above, it was something pressing down from the level of his soul, like an invisible hand pressing on his shoulder. It wasn't heavy, but it made him unable to move. His fingers froze on the bowstring, and his back, which had just relaxed, tightened again. A woman's voice sounded in his ear. Low, calm, and carrying an unquestionable majesty. Who gave you permission to kill my familiar without my consent? That heavy pressure appeared after he leaned against the oak tree and set his bow down. Lin Lai's breathing had not yet steadied, his magic circuits were still contracting, and the impact injury on his back was still burning. Then that heavy pressure descended. It was not a weight pressing down from above his head, but something pressing down from the level of his soul, like an invisible hand pressing on his shoulder. It was not heavy, but it kept him from moving. His fingers paused on the bowstring, and his back, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. A woman's voice rang in his ears. It was low, calm, and carried an unquestionable majesty. Who gave you permission to, without my permission, kill my familiar? Familiar. Lin Lai's pupils contracted slightly. He connected these two words with that scorpion in his mind. During the days he observed the scorpion, he had searched through his type moon memories for myths concerning Orion. There were several versions of Orion's death. Being killed by a venomous scorpion was one of them, and after that scorpion died, it ascended to the sky to become Scorpio. There were also versions that said he was shot to death by goddess Artemis's arrow, and others that said the Earth Mother goddess Gaia sent the scorpion to kill him. As for who sent that scorpion, he couldn't quite remember. The accounts from several versions were mixed together in his mind. He only remembered that the prototype for Scorpio was indeed related to Orion, so he was extra careful when observing the scorpion. A constellation-level monster, no matter who sent it, was not easy to deal with. Now he knew. This scorpion was Hera's familiar. He had killed Hera's scorpion. And Hera's voice was right by his ear. Lady Hera. He spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse from having just vomited blood, but his tone was steady. I am very sorry. I did not know this was your familiar. Silence. The heavy pressure did not lessen. I killed it because I needed to gain the trust of a hunter. His name is Orion, son of Poseidon, who was blinded by someone and needs someone to take him to Hephaestus to seek a method of healing. I proposed to accompany him, and he wanted me to kill this scorpion as a trial. He paused for a moment to steady his breathing, his ribs were still aching faintly. I did not know this scorpion was your familiar. If I had known, I would have asked for your permission first. Silence. The heavy pressure was still there, but something had changed. The coldness within that weight had receded a little. Then that heavy pressure suddenly became lighter. It did not withdraw, but it retracted its sharpness, like a hand that had originally been pressing on his shoulder, now merely resting there. Lin Lai felt as if something was watching him. It was not the majestic, condescending gaze from before, but another kind of look, as if it were sizing him up, confirming something. He suddenly realized that Hera was looking at him. Not looking at his strength, not looking at his magic, but looking at him as a person. Looking at his gray hair, looking at his facial features that had not yet fully matured, looking at the bloodstain on the corner of his mouth that hadn't been wiped clean, looking at his disheveled state as he leaned against the oak tree, with his bow arm cracked, his knees bruised, and unable to even stand. Just a child. Hera was silent for a moment. As the Queen of Heaven, she presided over marriage, family, and childbirth, and was the protector of women and children. Every child born on the land of Greece was under her gaze, and even before the beds of pregnant women, there was her protection. She could hate Zeus's illegitimate children, and could pour out her rage upon those who touched the dignity of her marriage. Heracles was the best example. But the youth before her was not Zeus's bloodline, nor was he the offspring of a rival in love. He was just an ordinary human child, having just killed a monster with a constellation prototype, covered in injuries, with blood on the corner of his mouth. When she opened her mouth to question him, his first reaction was not to quibble, not to beg for mercy, but to earnestly apologize and earnestly explain. For a child, that heavy pressure she had exerted just now was indeed too severe. You are that human friend of Hades. Hera's voice rang out again, her tone completely different from before, not a question, but more like a confirmation. Yes. There was a moment of silence. Then Hera said, you killed my familiar. Since you have admitted it, then accept your punishment. Lin Lai's breathing faltered slightly. I will send down an oracle later. You cannot refuse. Lin Lai was silent for a moment. The oracle of the Queen of Heaven, Hera, could not be refused. But he had no choice. Killing Hera's scorpion was a fact, and apologizing was also a fact. That Hera had not taken his life on the spot was already considered an act of mercy. He nodded. Very well. I accept. Silence. Then that heavy pressure dissipated completely, as if the hand that had been resting on his shoulder had been lifted. Lin Lai's breathing suddenly became smooth. He leaned against the oak tree, slowly adjusting his breath. Then he felt a warm force seep down from the void, not intense, not scorching, like warm water poured from above his head, flowing down along his back. The impact injury on his back was tingling, that was the wound accelerating its healing, the swelling on his left knee was slowly subsiding, the split on the corner of his mouth was closing, and the scabs were gently falling off. Hera's voice did not ring out again. But Lin Lai knew that this was something she had given casually. It was not an apology, not compensation, but a casual act for a child. For Hera, it was casual, for him, the pain was receding. He leaned against the oak tree, slowly adjusting his breathing. The dull pain in his chest was still there, and the impact injury on his back was still faintly burning, but it was much better than before. At least he could stand up and walk. He looked down at the crack on the bow arm, extending from the belly of the bow all the way to the grip. If he pulled it to full draw once more, it would probably break. This olive wood bow, which had been with him for a year, had finally completed its mission. After resting for a while, he propped himself up against the oak tree and stood. His left leg was still a bit weak, but he could walk. He walked over to the remains of the scorpion, crouched down, and used the broken tail stinger of the scorpion to cut off a segment of the tail. Dark bodily fluid seeped out from the cut. He put the tail segment into a cloth bag, tied the bag shut, and hung it at his waist. When he walked out of the mountain forest, the moonlight stretched his shadow long. His chest still hurt, but he could breathe. His left leg was still weak, but he could walk. The bow with the cracked arm hung on his shoulder, and the harp was strapped securely on the other side. On the distant sea, the moonlight shattered into thousands of silver fragments. Orion sat leaning against the bottom of a reef, his giant bow resting on his knees, with several empty wine skins tipped over beside him. The sea breeze blew his messy hair even more disheveled. He heard footsteps, heavy, one light and one heavy, carrying the scent of blood and the smell of burning. His ears tilted toward the direction of Lin Lai. Lin Lai walked in front of him, untied the cloth bag from his waist, and placed it on the gravel ground beside Orion. It's done. Orion did not reach out to touch the cloth bag. He could not see, but he could hear the taste of blood in Lin Lai's voice, and he could smell the pungent, fishy odor unique to scorpion bodily fluids emanating from the cloth bag. He was silent for a moment. He certainly knew that the person before him could completely just kill something random to deceive him. He could not see. Killing a wild dog, cutting off a piece of deer antler, staining it with blood, and bringing it over to say it was the scorpion's remains, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But this bard did not do so. The scorch marks on the cut of the tail segment in the cloth bag, and the lingering aura of magic in the air, the lingering aftertaste of that blue-purple flame that carried the scent of death, he could smell it all. Orion did not say any words of thanks. He turned his head toward the direction of Lin Lai. Those closed eyes, bearing deep scars, clearly could not see, yet they looked accurately toward the position where Lin Lai was. When I hear the sound of the hammer, I will tell you, he said. I will take you. Lin Lai sat down not far from him, holding the harp in his arms, without plucking the strings. The sea breeze blew over from the surface of the sea, carrying a salty, fishy smell in the chill of the night. The moonlight stretched the shadows of the two people long. One was leaning against the reef, with the giant bow resting on his knees, and empty wine skins tipped over by his feet. The other was wrapped in a black cloak, holding the harp in his arms, with a broken bow that had an extra crack on its arm hanging on his shoulder. Lin Lai woke up in pain. The spot on his back where he had hit the tree trunk was throbbing with a dull ache, his left knee felt like it had been struck by a hammer, and the taste of blood still lingered in his mouth. He leaned against the reef opposite Orion, his body wrapped in a black cloak. The sea breeze blew the gray hair on his forehead, making it sway gently. Then he felt something else. A coolness flowing beneath his skin, like the sensation of crushed mint leaves applied to the skin, carrying a faint trace of bitterness. Where that coolness passed, his wounds still hurt, but the pain became cleaner. He opened his eyes and raised his left hand. The shallow cut on the back of his hand from the gravel was still there, but the edges were no longer swollen or red. Suddenly remembering something, he opened the panel. A light screen appeared before his eyes. In the skills column, a third line had appeared. The fall of Scorpio, rank B. Having slain the prototype of Scorpio, the star Scorpion kin dispatched to the mortal realm by Hera, as a human. This great feat, having hunted down many mortal hunters, has been elevated to a skill and imprinted upon the soul. Effects. Increased damage dealt to Scorpion-type and venomous insect-type targets. Significantly increased resistance to the poison attribute, granting permanent poison resistance. Can apply Scorpio's venom to arrows or weapons. This venom originates from the constellation venom of the star Scorpion kin and is equally effective against targets possessing divinity or constellation legend. Lin Lai stared at this line of text for a long time. In his past life, he had gone through so many type moon scenarios, so he naturally knew this rule: the great feats accomplished by heroes would be elevated into skills or noble phantasms. But he had always thought that only happened after death, upon becoming a heroic spirit. It turned out it could happen while alive, too. So this was how this inexplicably appearing panel was used. He didn't think too much about it. He hadn't fully grasped the rules of the panel yet, but he didn't need the panel to teach him that having more skills was never a burden. Having more power meant having more confidence to survive. He drew an arrow from his quiver, focused his mind, and channeled that coolness within him toward his fingertips. A dark, dull color mixed into the blue-purple magical flame, spreading along the arrow shaft to the tip. The tip glowed with a faint, dark light, carrying the scent of scorpion venom, not the rotten, fishy stench, but a drier, colder smell, like the traces of poison left on gravel ground scorched by the sun. It really worked. He put that arrow separately into the side pocket of his quiver. As for the poison resistance, it was impossible to go find some poison and drink it just to test it out. He would deal with that when he had a chance later. It was on the night of the sixth day that Orion heard that sound. He suddenly raised his head, his ears turned toward the east, motionless. I hear it, he said. Lin Lai tilted his head to listen. The sound of the sea breeze, the sound of waves hitting the reef. No hammering. Iron. Very heavy, one beat after another, coming from the east. Very far, but very clear. Lin Lai listened for a while longer, but still heard nothing. He didn't press for questions, just adjusted the strap of his harp and stood up. Orion also stood up, slung his great bow over his shoulder, and left the empty wineskin lying beneath the reef without picking it up. Let's go. Orion walked toward the east with a steady pace. Lin Lai followed behind him, looking at his broad back. He knew why he had to beg Orion to let him come along. Hephaestus's hammering was a form of guidance, as well as a divine oracle. It only sounded for those permitted to hear it. Orion could hear it because he was fated to have this encounter. The hammering had chosen Orion, not him. If Orion hadn't been willing to take him, even if he followed him every step of the way, he would never reach that island. Perhaps at some fork in the road, in a moment of distraction, Orion's figure would simply vanish, not because he had walked too far, but because the gods would not allow him to see. This wasn't a matter of direction, it was a matter of qualification. Orion's willingness to take him along was, in effect, sharing half of that qualification with him. They walked along the coastline for a while, then Orion suddenly turned into a small forest path. It wasn't any path Lin Lai had seen before. He had walked back and forth along the coastline for several days and had never noticed such a path in this forest. The path was covered with thick fallen leaves, making no sound when stepped on. The trees on either side were denser than the surrounding ones, their canopies overlapping to filter the moonlight into fine, silvery dust. The further they went, the thicker the fog became. It wasn't the salty, fishy fog that drifted in from the sea, but something else, drier, quieter, carrying the scent of rust and sulfur. The fog surged out from the depths of the forest, as if alive, slowly swallowing the path ahead, swallowing Orion's back, swallowing the moonlight. Lin Lai could only hear the sound of Orion's footsteps. Very steady, step by step, the great bow occasionally brushed against branches, making a dull sound. He followed closely behind, staring at the blurred silhouette in the fog. The fog was so thick that visibility was reduced to only a few steps, he couldn't even see his own toes, but Orion walked without hesitation. The hammering guided him, that sound, which only he could hear, was clearer than any eyes. Lin Lai's nasal cavity was filled with the scent of sulfur and iron. He couldn't feel the passage of time. How long had they been walking? Half an hour. An entire night. There were no reference points in the fog, no moon, no sound of wind, only footsteps and the hammering. That sense of time didn't feel long, it felt more like it had been compressed. It was as if he had only taken a few steps in the fog, yet also as if he had walked for an entire day. Then, the fog suddenly dispersed. It didn't fade away slowly. It vanished in an instant. It was as if someone had lifted a veil. An island appeared before them, black reefs extending from the sea, the silhouette of the volcanic island standing out starkly against the night sky. The summit was covered in a dark red glow, as if an eternal furnace fire were still burning inside the crater. The sound of a hammer striking iron came from the heart of the island. This time, Lin Lai could also faintly hear it, deep and rhythmic, like a heartbeat from the depths of the earth. He shifted his gaze from the crater and glanced at the other side of the island. On the other side of Lemnos Island, separated by a stretch of sea, there was another island not far away. That island was covered in flowers, and the moonlight shining on the petals gave off a pale light. The scent of flowers drifted over in the sea breeze, mixing with the smell of sulfur to create an indescribable, wondrous aroma. He remembered. In the original texts, Hephaestus was indeed arranged to marry Aphrodite. The marriage of the god of love and the god of fire became a peculiar pairing in Olympus. However, in type Moon, Hephaestus was a female deity, and the god of love was also a female deity, two goddesses married. Fine, whatever, this was Greece anyway, such things happening in Greek mythology wasn't strange at all. The two islands faced each other across the stretch of sea, the scent of flowers and the smell of rust permeating each other, which actually felt like a sort of tacit understanding. Orion didn't stop, he walked along the black reef toward the heart of the island, the sound of the hammering growing closer and closer. Lin Lai hoisted the broken bow onto his shoulder and followed. Orion walked in the lead. The black reefs of Lemnos Island stretched out beneath his feet. Every step felt like treading on the spine of a petrified behemoth. The sound of hammering grew closer, each strike causing the ground to tremble slightly. He walked steadily, a far cry from the man who had been drinking gloomily against the reef earlier. The giant bow hung from his broad shoulders, and his empty wineskin had long since been cast aside on the shoreline. Lin Lai followed behind him, his broken bow slung over one shoulder, his harp on the other. The crack on the bow arm of that olive wood bow trembled slightly in the vibrations of the hammering. The temple sat at the foot of the volcano. Unlike the white stone temples common in Greece, it looked more like a workshop carved directly into the mountain. The bronze gates were 3 people tall, their surfaces covered in hammer marks, not carvings, but textures naturally formed after countless forgings, stacked layer upon layer like the rings of a tree. There were no inscriptions on the lintel, only a groove flowing with dark red light. Orion reached out and pressed against the gate. Show him some respect at least, Lin Lai said behind him. Knock. Orion's hand was already pushing. The bronze gate slid open silently to both sides, the sound of the hinges turning extremely low and deep, like lava rolling over in the depths of the earth. The interior of the temple was larger than it appeared from the outside. The dome was hidden in the dark red light, and the 4 walls were embedded with forging tables, quenching pools, and tool racks. Some tools floated in midair, rotating slowly. In the very center was a massive furnace, its mouth closed, the light seeping from the gaps illuminating the entire hall. Waves of heat washed over them, not scorching, just warm. A wheelchair was parked in front of the furnace. It was silver, with hammer marks from forging left on the backrest. A person sat in the wheelchair. Fiery red long hair fell below the armrests. He wore a blacksmith's leather apron, covered in scorch marks and metal shavings. His right hand rested on the armrest, fingers slender and distinct, the pads and the web of the thumb covered in a thin layer of calluses. A golden mask covered the right half of his face. Lin Lai looked at that mask, recalling the story of this god. Hephaestus, the god of fire and the forge. Because of his ugly appearance at birth, his mother Hera threw him down from Olympus, and he fell onto Lemnos Island, breaking his legs. He forged countless divine artifacts, but he never stood up again. Before they could speak, Hephaestus raised his right hand and pointed his finger slightly forward. A figure emerged from the shadows of the furnace, silver white hair, an exquisitely crafted face, and a light gait. She walked up to Orion and tilted her head up. Orion, come with me. Lord Hephaestus has ordered me to take you to the place where your eyes will be treated. My name is Eurydice, one of Lord Hephaestus's creations. Orion grinned. He turned his head and waved casually at Lin Lai. Wait here. I'm going to get my eyes fixed. Then he turned to Hephaestus, retracting his smile, and nodded seriously. Lord Hephaestus, thank you. Hephaestus nodded slightly. Eurydice led Orion away into the passage on the side of the furnace, their footsteps gradually swallowed by the sound of hammering. The temple quieted down. Only the low hum of the furnace, the distant sound of hammering, and Lin Lai's breathing remained. Hephaestus looked at him. That amber left eye lingered on him for a moment. Then he said. You are my kind, aren't you? It wasn't a question, but a statement. Lin Lai froze. You might not know me, but I have seen you. Hephaestus's voice was not loud, carrying the composure unique to someone who had spent a long time by the furnace. That stone Hermes brought back. He showed it to Apollo first, then played it again at the banquet on Olympus. I rarely went to that banquet. I don't go often. The gods, banquets mean nothing to me. But I saw you, a boy in a black cloak singing in a tavern. I went to ask Hermes. He said your name is Lin Lai, the human friend of Hades. He said you returned from the underworld and are working as a bard in the mortal realm. He also said, his gaze shifted to Lin Lai's left hand, your body is very weak, you can't even defeat a wild boar. Your first death was just dying under the hooves of an ordinary wild boar. No demonic bloodline, no divine pollution, just a crazed beast. It killed you in a single charge. Lin Lai didn't speak. You survived by relying on Hades' helmet, Hecate's magic, and the bow in your hand. But your own body is fragile. He paused, and there was something very, very heavy in that amber left eye. You are the same as me. I am a god, but my legs are broken. On Olympus, among all the gods measured by power and glory, I am a broken god. That is why I am here, not on Mount Olympus. You are a human, but your body is fragile. In this age of gods where heroes are numerous and monsters roam, you are a broken human. We are both broken. There was a long silence. Then Lin Lai spoke. Lord Hephaestus, I am indeed very fragile. But what you said isn't entirely correct. Why did you leave the underworld? Hephaestus asked. Staying in the underworld, as a friend of the underworld king, you could live safely, even gain immortality. Hades wouldn't let you die, he even gave you his helmet. Why not stay there? Because what I want to do is not in the underworld. Lin Lai's voice was flat, but every word seemed to be pressed out from deep within his chest. I cannot deny the fragility of my own body. But regardless, even if I hadn't seen that tragedy, I would still have chosen to walk out of the underworld. It might have been later, but I would still have embarked on the journey. When that ideal appeared, I gained the motivation to move forward. Perhaps this idea is utopian, even impractical. But I am already on the road. Even if this choice makes my life as fleeting as a shooting star. He paused. But that is the radiance of a shooting star. Hephaestus looked at him. Something in that amber eye moved slightly. He was stunned, softly repeating something, like, the radiance of a shooting star, the voice very light. In that moment of distraction, Lin Lai had already walked up to him. He reached out, his fingers touching the edge of the golden mask, and then took it off. Under the mask was the other half of his face. The skin was covered in flame-like patterns, dark red, like the texture left on the surface of cooling molten iron after it had been forged. It wasn't a scar, it was the mark of forging, having guarded the furnace for thousands of years, the firelight shining on his face, seeping into his skin bit by bit. Hephaestus's body stiffened abruptly. He looked at him, waiting for him to step back, waiting for the change in his eyes. Lin Lai did not step back. He looked at his face. The left half was clean and warm, with an amber eye. The right half was covered in flame-like patterns. Then he said, his voice very light, very gentle, why cover it up? Isn't this beautiful? Hephaestus widened his eyes. The temple was very quiet. He turned his head away, his fiery red long hair covering half his face, but he didn't reach out to take back the mask. His earlobes, peeking out from the gaps in his hair, were slightly flushed red. Get out, he said. A surge of divine power rose from the wheelchair, not violent, but irresistible. Lin Lai was pushed backward toward the temple entrance by that force, his soul sliding against the rocky ground with a faint friction sound. The bronze gates closed in front of him. He stood at the temple entrance, still holding the golden mask. The edges carried the lingering warmth of the furnace, very warm. He hadn't yet managed to catch his breath when a faint sound came from behind him. Someone had knocked something over in a panic. Ah! A crisp, clearly flustered voice sounded behind him. Lin Lai turned around. Silver white hair, slightly shorter than the one who had taken Orion away earlier, and equally exquisitely crafted. She was squatting on the ground picking up an overturned copper basin, her ear tips so red they could bleed. I wasn't eavesdropping, she said first. I didn't say you were eavesdropping. My name is Philophoresin. She stood up, holding the copper basin to her chest like a shield. I am one of Lord Hephaestus's 4 sisters. The youngest one. Lin Lai. I know. She glanced at him, then quickly looked away. When you were singing in the tavern, Lord Hermes' stone was played here too. We all saw it. Lin Lai was silent for a moment. Good grief, Hermes. He cursed that name again in his heart. Philophoresin looked at the golden mask in his hand and froze for a moment. This is Lord Hephaestus's. I haven't had a chance to return it yet. Lin Lai looked down at the mask. He had forgotten to put it down when he was pushed out by the divine power. He placed it gently on the steps at the temple entrance, edge facing up, so it wouldn't get covered in dust. Philophoresin watched him put down the mask and didn't speak. The low hum of the furnace came from the depths of the temple, the sound of hammering still ringing out, one strike after another, never ceasing. The moonlight shone on the black reefs of Lemnos Island, and also on the island full of flowers nearby. The sea breeze was mixed with the scent of sulfur and flowers. Philophoresin walked in front, carrying a copper basin, her steps as light as if she were treading on water. Lin Lai followed behind her, watching her long, silver hair sway in the moonlight. It was quite a while before the red on the tips of her ears finally began to fade. We're here. She stopped in front of a stone room and raised her hand to lift the curtain. The room was very simple, a stone bed, a low table, and a small oil lamp. Several glowing fluorescent stones were embedded in the walls, casting a layer of gentle, warm blue light over the dim space. This used to be for visiting craftsmen, but no one has come here for a long time. You should rest first. After saying this, she didn't leave immediately. She stood by the curtain and glanced at Lin Lai, looking as if she had more to say. What is it? When Lord Hephaestus threw you out, I thought you would just leave. Philophoresin held the copper basin to her chest. But you didn't leave. Big sister says you probably still want to ask for a weapon. Lin Lai nodded. Lord Hephaestus didn't agree, right? No. But he didn't drive you away either. Philophoresin tilted her head. Although we don't really understand our master's thoughts, since he didn't have us send you off the island, it means, you can stay here for a few more days. The room is already cleaned up for you, so just stay here for now. She smiled, lifted the curtain, and walked out. Lin Lai sat down on the stone bed. The bed was covered with a layer of dry moss, softer than any reef he had ever slept on along the coastline. He leaned his broken bow and harp against the corner of the wall, lay down, and closed his eyes. The low hum of the forge came from the direction of the temple, mingling with the ceaseless sound of hammering in the distance, as if the island itself were breathing. Hephaestus had not agreed to forge a weapon for him, but he hadn't made him leave either. So, he would just stay for now. He turned over, rested his aching left leg on the pile of moss, and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, he was awakened by the sound of colliding ore. Outside the curtain came Philophrosin's voice, lowered but unable to suppress her energy, and a deeper, steadier female voice answering her. Lin Lai wiped his face and walked out of the stone room. Philophrosin was holding a basket filled with fragments of ore, and standing beside her was a female automaton half a head taller than her. She had the same long silver hair, but it was neatly tied back, and her expression was calmer than Philophrosin's. You're up. Philophrosin waved at him. This is my second sister, Euclea. She is in charge of all the tools and materials on the island. If you break anything, she'll nag you all day long. Euclea ignored her younger sister's introduction. Her gaze swept over Lin Lai's entire body, as if making some sort of assessment, and then she spoke in a flat tone. What can you do? Move things. Organize. I used to till the soil in the gardens in the underworld, and later I helped fishermen carry their catch by the sea. Euclea was silent for a moment, seemingly judging the applicability of these skills on the island. Then she turned and walked toward the back of the temple, dropping only one sentence. Follow me. The waste in the slag yard needs to be cleared. The slag yard was behind the temple, piled high with waste left over from forging and cooled fragments of lava. The air was filled with a mixed scent of rust and sulfur, more intense than inside the temple. Euclea handed him a pair of long-handled tongs and a handcart, pointing to the pile of slag. Recycle the large pieces, and push the small pieces to the seaside to dump them. If you can't finish, continue tomorrow, there's no need to push yourself. After saying this, she left, her steps steady, without a single word of unnecessary small talk from beginning to end. Lin Lai worked for the entire morning. The slag was heavier than the ore, the large pieces of slag required 2 people to move, but he was alone. He could use the tongs to pick up the small fragments, and when he pushed them to the seaside to dump them, the wheels of the handcart clattered loudly over the black reef rocks. A new layer of calluses formed on his hands, but he didn't hate this kind of exhaustion. Being able to trade physical labor for a place to stay temporarily was already a fair exchange for him. In the afternoon, he met Eupheme in the ore passage. Eupheme was crouching in front of a pile of ore, sorting the newly arrived ore by texture and size. Her movements were very light, as if she were afraid of waking something up. She had to turn each piece of ore over to look at both sides before deciding which pile to put it in. When Lin Lai entered, she just nodded lightly without speaking. Lin Lai didn't ask any questions either. He rolled up his sleeves and continued moving things. The coarse ore went straight into the furnace, the refined ore was set aside to wait for forging, and a type of stone with a faint silver luster was singled out and placed in the smallest pile. That is used by Lord Hephaestus when forging special items, Eupheme said, rarely taking the initiative to speak, her voice very soft. It's not often used. But every time it is used, the light in the temple turns silver. Lin Lai stared at the pile of silver ore for a few seconds, then silently moved them to the corner farthest from the furnace. In the evening, Lin Lai went to return the tongs and met big sister Eurydice by the tool rack. She was standing in front of the tool rack, taking inventory of the forging supplies consumed that day. Lin Lai hung the tongs on the tool rack. She turned her head to look at him, said nothing, just poured a cup of water from a nearby kettle, placed it on the workbench in front of him, and then continued her inventory. These past few days, the wounds on Lin Lai's hands had been increasing. Scratched by sharp edges when moving ore, burned by the edges of scorched marks when clearing slag, and rubbed raw by the cart handles when pushing the cart. On the first night, Philophrosin brought a pale green ointment that smelled of mint and unknown herbs. On the second night, she came again, saw new cuts on his hands, sighed, and applied it for him again. On the third night, she placed the ointment directly on the low table. Remember to apply it yourself. Okay. You say okay every time, and then the next day there are several more. Lin Lai raised his hands, which were full of small cuts, and looked at them without defending himself. On the evening of the fourth day, Euclea stopped him at the entrance of the passage. She looked at the broken bow on his shoulder, the crack in the bow limb extended from the belly of the bow to the grip, and it could no longer be drawn to full tension. Then she turned and walked toward the warehouse on the side of the temple. Follow me. The warehouse was not large, but it was packed full. The walls were covered with various finished and semi-finished products, short swords, arrowheads, bracers, and a few bows. Some of the bow limbs were dark and some were light, made of different materials, but none were strung, and the rough, unpolished marks still remained on the limbs. These are all things Lord Hephaestus makes by hand after finishing major projects, Euclid said, standing on tiptoe to take a bow from the wall and handing it to Lin Lai. Strictly speaking, they are all waste. But even as waste, they are far better than any bow in the mortal world. Lin Lai took it and tested it. The bow was neither heavy nor light, and when drawn to full tension, the resilience of the bow limbs was evenly distributed across the entire bow, without a hint of deflection. Is this one okay? It's fine. Euclid nodded and turned to walk out. When she reached the warehouse door, she paused without turning back. It was the master who told me to bring you here. This morning he told me there were still a few usable bows in the warehouse and asked me to bring you to pick one. Lin Lai looked down at the bow in his hand, then looked up at Euclid's back. Hephaestus. That god who threw him out of the temple had never mentioned anything about a bow. But he had Eurydice save a room for him and had Euclid bring him to choose a bow. He hadn't come himself, and hadn't even had anyone pass a message to him. He just did it. Tell him thank you for me, Lin Lai said. Euclid did not turn back, just nodded lightly, and then walked out of the warehouse. It was on the morning of the 5th day that Philophrosyn came to find Lin Lai, carrying eggs in her arms. She set the basket down on the low table, and the eggs rolled gently inside. We raise a few chickens on the island, and Eupheme usually takes care of them. She was too busy today, so she asked me to collect them. As it turns out, I gathered this many. Look, it's almost overflowing. Lin Lai glanced at the basket of eggs, then at the look on Philophrosyn's face that said, I have something else to say. He didn't ask what she wanted to say, merely pulling the basket a little closer to himself. There are too many eggs, they'll go bad if we don't eat them. Let me make you all something, consider it an apology for bumping into you last time, and a thank you for bringing me ointment these past few days. What are you making? A cake. And what is that? You'll know once it's done. Help me go into the forest and pick some figs, and find a type of wild fruit with round leaves that smells a bit sweet. Do you have any honey? Eupheme has some. She manages the storage, she has everything. Philophrosyn turned and ran, but halfway there, she doubled back. Do you really know how to make it? I really do. When the cake was baked, the sweet scent, a mixture of honey and egg, drifted far away. Eupheme was the first to be drawn by the aroma. She squatted by the stove, watching quietly as the golden yellow cake was inverted out of the mold, her eyes brighter than usual. When Euclid passed by, she was dragged over by Philophrosyn and took a bite with a straight face. Give me another piece. Eurydice walked over with a tray, took a bite, and said, not bad. Coming from her, this sentence was probably equivalent to the cheers and screams of the other 3 sisters. Philophrosyn carried a piece of cake and scurried into the temple. Hephaestus sat before the furnace, his golden mask resting on his lap. Philophrosyn set the tray gently on the low table and retreated without saying a word. In the evening, Philophrosyn pulled Lin Lai to the riverbank. We've all seen that stone that Lord Hermes brought back. The way you sang in the tavern. You playing that thing called a harp. We rarely hear songs from the outside world on this island. Eupheme stood behind her, tugging lightly on her sleeve. Euclid leaned against a tree trunk with her arms crossed. Eurydice stood at the furthest point, holding half a cup of water in her hand. She didn't speak, but she didn't leave either. Lin Lai found a flat stone by the river to sit on, cradled the harp in his arms, and tuned the strings. The strings were plucked gently under his fingertips, and a few clear chords unfolded. He began to sing, his voice not loud, as if he were telling a story to the few people sitting closest to him, yet every word fell clearly into the night by the river. Crossing over the peaks where time intersects, suddenly hearing clearly, the ancient oracle in the wind. It says meeting is the prelude, and after setting out, there is no return, whether good or bad, it is all scenery. The sound of the harp flowed steadily like water. Philophrosyn squatted on the grass, her chin resting in her hands. Eupheme stood beside her, her fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of her sleeve. Euclid leaned against the tree trunk, arms still crossed, but her eyes were closed. Walking through the wasteland, wading across the river, turning every dusk into dawn. No need to look back, no need to sigh, the wind will remember everything that has passed. The singing stopped. The lingering sound of the final chord slowly dissipated over the river surface. Philophrosyn opened her mouth, and a very faint, "wuuu" escaped her throat. Before she could utter a complete syllable, Eupheme had already reached out to gently cover her mouth. Not because of a disturbance, but because she couldn't bear to let any sound break this silence. Those phantom beasts were still lying there. The deer didn't move, the rabbit didn't run, the black bear rested its head on its front paws, eyes closed. The phantom beasts on this island had been vigilant for hundreds of years, but tonight, they just lay there quietly, like a group of silent listeners. On the windowsill high up in the temple, Hephaestus looked down. Eurydice walked to her side carrying a tray and placed it gently on the low table. On the tray was that piece of cake, made by Lin Lai during the day. The scent of honey and figs had not yet fully dispersed, appearing exceptionally sweet and fresh in the air filled with sulfur and rust. Master. Lin Lai made this today, he calls it a cake. My sisters have all tasted it, and we saved a piece for you. Hephaestus did not respond immediately. His gaze remained fixed outside the window. After a long while, he picked up the fork, lifted a small piece of cake, and put it into his mouth. The sweetness of the honey melted on the tip of his tongue. Eurydice, he spoke slowly, how long have you been with me? Eurydice seemed not to have expected this question. She was silent for a moment, then answered, a long time. Counting from the day you forged me, it has been so long that I can't really calculate it. Hephaestus's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of his wheelchair. Then, do you think, what are you? Eurydice tilted her head slightly, as if trying to understand the boundaries of this question. Do you mean me, Euclea, Eupheme, and Philophrocin? Hephaestus did not add anything, nor did he withdraw the question. He just waited. Eurydice thought for a moment and answered earnestly, we are the creations you forged. On this island, we help you manage everything outside of forging. Euclea manages the tools, Eupheme manages the storage, Philophrocin manages a little bit of everything, and I manage the three of them, and you. Hephaestus's fingers stopped. Manage the three of them, and you. And you. Besides being my creations, he said, his voice slower than before, as if weighing the gravity of every word, what else do you think you are? Eurydice was silent for a while. Not because she was stumped, but because she was organizing her words. She was rarely questioned like this by her master, but she was not flustered. She was thinking of a word. A word she had never said to Hephaestus, but a word she and her three sisters had used to address each other for a very, very long time. From the day Philophrocin was forged, from the moment Eupheme first called out sister, from the time Euclea would say, stop dawdling and get to work, while breaking half of her own baked cake and giving it to the youngest sister. We are your family. Master. Hephaestus's fork stopped in midair. He turned his head, his long hair sliding down from his shoulder, covering the side of his face that wasn't wearing the mask. His fingers slowly tightened, the calluses on his fingertips rubbing against the silver handle of the fork, making a very faint friction sound. He kept his head lowered in silence for a long time. Family. Hephaestus repeated the word. This word was very unfamiliar to him. Of course, he had his own kin. Hera was his mother, Zeus was his father, and those names on Olympus, every one of them was his blood relative. But Hera had thrown him off the mountain, Zeus had only come once after he broke his legs, and at the banquets on Olympus, he was always the one sitting furthest away. Kin and family, in Greek, might be the same word. But to him, they were not. He looked at Eurydice and did not speak. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't know what to say. The word swirled in his throat several times, but in the end, it did not fall out. But the light in his eyes, not the kind reflected from the furnace, but the kind shining from the depths of his own eyes, brightened slightly. Then he turned his head away, no longer looking at Eurydice. His fire-red hair covered the side of his face that wasn't wearing the mask, and only a small patch of skin at the base of his ear peeked out from the gaps in his hair, flushed slightly red. Have him come see me tomorrow, he said, his voice very light, as if speaking to Eurydice, and also as if speaking to himself. Lin Lai found a flat stone by the river, sat down, held his harp in his arms, and tuned the strings. He plucked the strings gently with his fingertips, and a few clear chords spread out like moonlight falling on the water, rippling outward in circles. He began to sing, his voice not loud, as if telling a story to the few people sitting closest, but every word fell clearly into the night by the river. Over the interlocking peaks of time. Suddenly hearing clearly, the ancient oracle in the wind. It says meeting is the overture, and once you set off, there is no return. Whether good or bad, it is all scenery. The harp's melody flowed as steadily as water. Philophrocin squatted on the grass, her hands cupping her chin. Eupheme stood beside her, her fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of her cuffs. Euclea leaned against a tree trunk, her arms crossed, her eyes closed. Walking through the wilderness, crossing the river. Walking every dusk into dawn. No need to look back, no need to sigh. The wind will remember everything that has passed. The singing stopped. The lingering sound of the final chord slowly drifted away on the river surface. Those phantom beasts were still lying there. The deer did not move, the hare did not run, the black bear rested its head on its front paws with its eyes closed. The phantom beasts on this island had been vigilant for hundreds of years, but tonight, they just lay there quietly, like a group of silent listeners. The phantom beasts began to disperse one after another. The black bear was the last to stand up, turning clumsily into the bushes. The shrubs rustled for a while behind it before returning to silence. The four sisters packed up the dishes and leftover cake. Philophrose Yondan was pulled along by Euclea. Lin Lai lifted the strap of his harp, just about to stand up from the stone, when he suddenly felt something by his feet. A small fox was squatting on the grass, though he did not know when it had arrived. Moonlight shone on its fur, casting a very faint golden halo. It looked up at Lin Lai, then opened its mouth. An apple fell from its mouth and rolled gently to Lin Lai's feet. It was red, ordinary, and not big, with the unique, warm luster of having been sun-dried on its skin. Lin Lai bent down to pick up the apple, wiping off the grass clippings stuck to the skin. This was truly the first time he had witnessed how a phantom beast expressed gratitude. Looking at that apple, he suddenly remembered a legend he had seen in the type moon setting in his past life. Typhon was tricked by the goddess of fate into eating the fruit of impermanence, and from then on, every wish would never come true. But that was the golden apple and the fruit of impermanence, completely unrelated to this red apple brought by a fox. This was just an ordinary apple. He took a bite. It was indeed very sweet. He took 2 more bites, placed the core next to the stone, stood up, and walked back. Back in the stone room, he took off his new bow and hung it on the head of the bed, leaned the harp against the bedside, and lay down on the stone bed. A low hum of the furnace came from the direction of the temple, mixed with the never-ending sound of hammers in the distance. Listening to this sound, his consciousness slowly sank. Then a voice sounded in his mind. Good evening. Lin Lai opened his eyes abruptly. That voice had no sense of direction, it sounded directly in the center of his consciousness. It was crisp, with a slightly lazy trailing note, and a kind of expectation waiting to see a good show. The song you just sang wasn't bad. He closed his eyes and let his attention sink deep into his consciousness. Then he saw her. A void space. A young girl was suspended in midair, no, not suspended, but hanging. Countless translucent chains extended from the depths of the void, wrapping around her wrists, ankles, and waist, fixing her in midair. Faint runes flowed on the surface of the chains, dense and numerous, like some ancient sealing technique. Her hair was red, like autumn maple leaves, like the moment the sunset burned to its most intense. Amber slit pupils were looking at him, carrying triumph, expectation, probing, and a hint of poorly concealed nervousness. Lin Lai looked at those slit pupils, looked at those chains, and then looked at her red hair, suddenly blurting out. Isn't this a fruit dragon? The girl's expression froze. In those amber slit pupils, the triumph and expectation shattered instantly, replaced by unbelievable shock and a little bit of hurt. What the hell? Fruit dragon. Her voice went up half an octave, the chains clinking with her movements. I am the noble Typhon. The ancestor of monsters. The pure-blooded dragon standing at the pinnacle of all Dragonkind. You call me, Fruit Dragon. All right, Miss Fruit Dragon. Remove the fruit. Then, Lord Fruit Dragon. I said remove the fruit. Hephamelos's red hair almost exploded, the chains rattled with her movements. Are you even listening to me? I am Typhon Hephamelos. An existence that can give even Zeus a headache. You call me Fruit Dragon, do you know who coined that name? Those mortals. What did they know? Lin Lai looked at her red-faced, angry appearance, and an indescribable sense of familiarity welled up. When he was scrolling through FGO in the hospital in his previous life, that's what the players called her. She was even cuter in person than on the card art. Fine, Typhon Hephamelos. He slowed his speech, pronouncing the full name word by word. Hephamelos snorted and turned her face away, her red hair sliding off her shoulder, revealing a small, flushed ear tip. That's more like it. Lin Lai waited a few seconds, then added, but I still think Fruit Dragon is easier to say. You, whatever. Hephamelos gave up correcting him, turned her head back, and glared at him with those slit pupils, but it didn't seem to have much lethality after glaring. She took a deep breath, resumed that, noble dragon, posture, since you know my name, things are simple. The apple you ate had a medium I left behind. Are there any negative effects from eating it? Lin Lai asked. None. It's just borrowing your senses. I can see with your eyes, and I can taste with your tongue. Can I gain any powerful strength? No. My power is sealed and cannot pass through. Then that's useless. Lin Lai said. His tone was very flat, as if evaluating a piece of undercooked cake. Hephamelos's expression froze again. She opened her mouth, closed it, then opened it again, the pride and triumph in her slit pupils scattered by this sentence. She wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, sharing senses really couldn't be counted as useful. She glared at him unwillingly, only squeezing out a sentence after a long while. But, you can communicate with the noble dragon race. This is an honor. Oh, Lin Lai said. He looked at the red-haired girl hanging in midair in front of him, her face full of, "Don't you dare say I'm useless again," and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then he spoke, his tone very slow, as if each word had been weighed on the tip of his tongue before being released. All right, my lord dragon. The roots of Hephamelos's ears turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. You are not allowed to call me that again. All right, Lord Dragon. You're still calling me that. Lin Lai stopped talking and just looked at her and smiled. Hephamelos turned her face away, her red hair covering most of her face, revealing only a little flushed ear tip. After a while, her voice rang out again, much softer than before. Actually, there is one thing you said wrong. Which one? It's not useless. Her tone suddenly became serious, although her voice was still light, it's just temporarily useless. Later, when you need it, it will naturally come in handy. Lin Lai looked into her eyes and did not ask further. You shouldn't be doing this for the first time, right? Lin Lai asked. Of course not. I've tried a few times before. Hephamelos paused, but those people, once they heard I was Typhon Hephamelos, they turned around and told the gods. It caused me to have extra chains added. She said this in a very flat tone, as if talking about someone else's business, but her fingers unconsciously gripped the chains on her wrists. Lin Lai looked at her hand gripping the chains. Then aren't you afraid I'll go tell on you too? Hephamelos raised her head. A complex light flashed in those slit pupils, a bit of triumph, a bit of self-mockery, and a bit of expectation she probably didn't even realize herself. I am. But before you ate the apple, I had already calculated it with a database. The success rate this time is very high. That's why I put the medium on that fox and let it find you. Lin Lai was silent for a while. Then he said, then if I refuse now, does that mean your probability failed? Hephamelos did not answer. She just turned her head and looked at him quietly with those slit pupils. The chain swayed gently, making a faint metallic clinking sound. Lin Lai looked into her eyes. When she was called Fruit Dragon, they were as angry as two bristling cats. Now that they had calmed down, they were more serious than ever. He wanted to say, actually you can't threaten anyone at all, but this sentence was too cruel. Of course she knew she couldn't threaten anyone. She just tried over and over, using that database to calculate boring probabilities, carrying apples to strangers, waiting for someone who wouldn't report her. Then the deal is made. He said. Hephamelos was stunned for a moment. You, not going to ask anything else. Ask what? Like what I can give you, what I can't give you. Like whether you will get into trouble because of this. What can you give me? Nothing. When she said this, there was no pride or self-mockery in her tone. Just a very, very light truth. That's fine. Lin Lai put his hands into his cloak pockets. My mind is pretty empty anyway, one more of you won't hurt. From now on, you go your way, I go mine. No, you're in my head anyway, you can't leave. Anyway, sharing senses is fine, but you are not allowed to rummage through my memories. Who would rummage through your memories? Hephamelos's voice regained a trace of vitality. I am a noble dragon, I have no interest in your privacy. That's good. Lin Lai said. He paused, then added, tell me if you eat something sweet later. Hephamelos turned her face away. Her red hair covered half her face, and her ear tips were slightly red in the darkness of the void. That's more like it. Lin Lai's consciousness returned to the stone room. He lay on the stone bed, watching the warm blue light of the fluorescent stones gently swaying on the ceiling. The low hum of the furnace came from the direction of the temple, and the sound of hammers was still ringing, one after another. He closed his eyes. In his mind, that crisp voice did not ring again, but he could feel her presence, like a tiny, newly lit star, floating quietly in the depths of his consciousness. He repeated the phrase, she's even cuter in person than on the card art, over and over in his heart, then pulled the blanket up. Fine. Now he had a dragon living in his head, Lord Dragon. He tried to call out in his heart. The star in the depths of his consciousness flickered gently, as if responding, or as if saying I heard you, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Lin Lai curled the corners of his mouth and closed his eyes. Early the next morning, when Eurydice came to deliver a message, Lin Lai was in the stone chamber organizing his quiver. He separated the arrows tipped with scorpion venom from the ordinary ones, and his new bow hung over his shoulder. The faint glow of the fluorescent stones had not yet fully faded, casting a thin layer of warm blue on the walls. Eurydice stood outside the curtain without lifting it, simply saying through the coarse fabric, Lord Hephaestus is waiting for you in the forge. Lin Lai fastened the buckle of his quiver, stood up, and lifted the curtain. Eurydice had already stepped back 2 paces, her long silver hair neatly tied behind her head, her expression as calm as ever, but he noticed that today she was not carrying a tray, nor anything that needed to be inventoried. He is not holding a hammer today, Eurydice said, then turned and walked toward the temple. Lin Lai followed behind her. As they passed through the corridor on the side of the temple, the low hum of the furnace was deeper than usual, as if it were brewing something. The door to the forge was open, and the firelight spilled out, casting dancing shadows on the stone walls of the corridor. Eurydice stopped at the doorway and turned slightly, signaling for him to enter alone. Hephaestus sat in front of the furnace. He was not forging anything, his hands were empty, and his golden mask rested on his lap. The dark red markings on the right side of his face flickered in the firelight, looking like flowing magma. Hearing footsteps, he did not turn around, but simply raised a finger to point at a nearby anvil, signaling him to sit. I ate the cake last night, he said. His tone was flat, as if stating a fact unrelated to himself, but the next sentence made Lin Lai straighten up even more from where he had just sat down. Eurydice said they are my family. Lin Lai did not speak. The low hum of the furnace filled the gap between them. I have lived for a long time and forged many things. Zeus's thunderbolts, Helios's sun chariot, Achilles' shield. Every piece was perfect. But perfect things are cold. He raised his hand, the firelight from the furnace dancing in his palm. The night you arrived, I was thinking about what I could give you. You do not need thunderbolts, you do not need a sun chariot. You wanted a bow, I can give you that. But I kept thinking that perhaps, besides a weapon, you need something else. He picked up something from his lap. When Lin Lai first saw it, he wasn't even sure what it was. The cover had no text, only hammer marks naturally left behind during forging, deep and shallow, like some kind of lost script. The edges of the pages carried the residual warmth of the furnace fire, not the searing heat of something just taken out, but the warmth of something that had cooled long ago yet still retained a trace of body heat. Hephaestus handed it to him. This is the last thing I forged in the furnace of fate. Fate only gave me a glimpse. In that glimpse, I saw your journey, but it was incomplete. Like a story not yet finished. So I followed the guidance and forged it. But I cannot write the content on it. Only you can. Lin Lai took the book. The pages turned automatically in his hands. Images appeared on the pages, not text, but scenes closer to memories themselves. Under the gray sky of the underworld, Hades, with his black hair and black robes, sat beside a silver flower, while Hecate stood in the shadows holding a torch. In the distance, a gray-haired youth was squatting by the edge of the garden, turning the soil. He turned to the second page. On the roof of a tavern, moonlight shone on a golden-haired god with small wings on his ankles, who was covering his mouth and giggling. The third page. By the sea, a giant sat leaning against a reef, with 2 deep scars across his eye sockets, a giant bow resting on his knees. The moonlight stretched his shadow and the thin figure beside him to the same length. The fourth page. The firelight of the furnace. The fire-red-haired god sat in a silver wheelchair, his golden mask not yet removed. Behind him, 4 doll-like maidens stood quietly, as if waiting for something. The image froze just before the mask was removed. The subsequent pages were all blank. Page after page of light-colored parchment, with nothing on them, only a faint silver light flowing across the paper, as if waiting for the first drop of ink from a pen. Hephaestus reached out and pulled his left wrist. The movement was gentle but steady. He took a silver bracelet from his own wrist. It was very thin, its surface engraved with extremely fine forging patterns, so understated in the firelight that it would hardly attract attention. He placed the band on Lin Lai's left wrist and fastened it. The surface of the band clung to his skin, neither tight nor cold, as if it had been meant to be there all along. He said nothing. He did not tell him what it was, did not explain its origin, and did not say what it could do. He simply put the band on and let go. Lin Lai looked down at the silver band on his wrist, then at the book with the nameless cover in his arms. He opened his mouth to ask something, but Hephaestus had already turned his wheelchair, his back to him. His fire-red hair slid down from his shoulders, obscuring the side of his face that wasn't wearing the mask. Go on out. You should go say goodbye to Orion. He is waiting for you at the temple entrance. He did not look back while speaking, but Lin Lai noticed that his right hand was gently rubbing his left wrist. Where the bracelet had originally been, it was now empty, leaving only a faint indentation. Lin Lai came out of the forge. In the temple corridor, the low hum of the furnace was gradually left behind. As he walked, he casually pulled up his interface to see if there were any changes. The interface appeared quietly before his eyes. The skills column indeed had a new line. Hephaestus's blessing. A shard of authority of the god of fire and forging. A blessing and a key, bound to the soul. Effect. grants the wielder the ability to understand the concepts of creation and remolding. Reconstructs the magical circuits within the body, permanently increasing magical operation efficiency. At the same time, within a small range centered on the wielder, environmental conditions such as temperature and humidity will spontaneously tend toward the state most suitable for forging and precision work. He stared at those words for a long time, then looked down at the silver band on his left wrist. Hephaestus had told him nothing, but the interface had spoken for him. Just like Hades's helmet before, the gods didn't seem very good at verbally explaining what they had given away, but the items themselves would speak for them. There was another line on the interface, listed separately under the Noble Phantasm column. Forging God's Hammer, Hephaestus's forging hammer. The silver bracelet gifted by Hephaestus is, in essence, the fire god's forging hammer. It is condensed from a shard of authority from the age of gods. It is not a weapon in the ordinary sense, but an embodiment of the concepts of creation and remolding. When released, it will transform into a forging hammer, capable of forging, remolding, and even stripping away all conceptual existences. Stripping away others, and stripping away oneself. Stripping away oneself. Lin Lai's gaze paused on these four words. He did not continue to think about it, simply closing the interface and pulling down his wrist guard, letting the edge of the guard just cover the bracelet, revealing only a tiny silver corner. At the temple entrance, Orion was waiting, leaning against a stone pillar. His eyes had fully recovered, and those deep brown pupils shone with the sharp gleam characteristic of a hunter in the morning light. His giant bow hung on his shoulder, the bow body almost as tall as he was, but it rested on his broad shoulders as lightly as a twig. Seeing Lin Lai walk out, he grinned. So that's what you look like. Even younger than I thought. Still a child, he said. Then his smile slowly faded. He remembered the scorpion he had sent this child to kill. At the time, he only knew it was a formidable scorpion that had killed many hunters. Now that he saw clearly, this was just a youth. He had let a youth go alone to deal with a monster capable of killing Greece's strongest hunter in the future, while he sat by the sea drinking his sorrows away. I owe you an apology. Orion's voice lowered, no longer the cheerful tone from before. I shouldn't have let you go kill that scorpion. I didn't know you were just a child. It's all between brothers, no need to say this. Orion shook his head. When you need me, come and tell me. No matter what it is, I, Orion, always keep my word. His tone was firm, not polite pleasantries, not just saying it offhandedly, but with the stubbornness of a hunter who bites onto prey and won't let go. Lin Lai looked at his serious demeanor and knew he couldn't refuse. All right, I'll definitely come to you if I need anything. Orion was satisfied with this, patting Lin Lai on the shoulder, that large hand pressed down like a stone, but it wasn't heavy. Then, carrying his giant bow, he walked toward the other side of the island. After a few steps, he turned back and waved at Lin Lai. Come visit often. Lin Lai stood at the temple entrance, watching his back grow more distant. The giant bow swayed on Orion's shoulder, and that figure seemed like a completely different person from when he had been drinking his sorrows away by the sea. Then he wrapped his cloak tighter, turned, and walked in another direction. The black stone coast of Lemnos Island stretched into the distance in the morning light. Hera's oracle still echoed in his mind, Thebes, Sphinx. He hung his new bow on his shoulder, his harp on the other side, and the silver bracelet on his left wrist glimmered faintly beneath his wrist guard. When Philophrosyn lifted the curtain, she nearly dropped the copper basin onto her own feet. Lin Lai. Her voice was a full 2 octaves higher than usual. Go to the northern woods and take a look. That white wolf is acting crazy again. She said that today he had chased the deer herd across half the hillside, waking the black bear from his tree hollow, and the black bear was so angry he snapped 3 small trees. If this continued, the phantom beasts on the island would all move away en masse. Lin Lai put down the roasted flatbread he had just picked up, thought for a moment, then picked it back up and took a bite. The phantom beasts being restless before, it wasn't some curse fragment, it was because of him. It's him. Philophrosyn said indignantly. He chases the phantom beasts either to eat or just to play. Even the black bear, with his good temper, gets driven up the wall by him. You can imagine how troublesome he is. Lin Lai stuffed the rest of the flatbread into his mouth, picked up his bow, and stood up. I'll go take a look. The northern woods were exceptionally lively today. Lin Lai hadn't walked very far inside before several wild rabbits darted out of the bushes, scurrying past his feet in a panic. A small deer leapt out from his left, glanced at him, and ran off without looking back. High up in the canopy, several glowing nightingales flapped their wings and took flight, scattering feathers everywhere. Then, he heard laughter. Run faster, run faster. You were clearly running faster than this last time. The voice came from the densest part of the bushes, clear, bright, and filled with undisguised joy. Hey, Black Bear, don't leave. I was just joking with you. Lin Lai parted the bushes. A massive black bear was clumsily climbing up from the ground, covered in fallen leaves and broken branches, with half a snapped tree trunk still hanging from his mouth. He glared at the bushes with a look of utter exhaustion, then dragged his heavy steps away slowly. When he passed by Lin Lai, he stopped and let out a low, accusatory grunt, as if to say, "Control him, I beg you." After the black bear left, the bushes shook a few more times, and a white wolf's head poked out from within. His ice blue eyes blinked. Upon seeing Lin Lai, he backed his whole body out of the bushes. A dead branch was hanging from his tail, and a leaf was perched on his left ear. He elegantly shook his fur, dislodging the branch and the leaf, then sat upright in front of Lin Lai, puffing out his chest and striking a pose that screamed, "Nothing happened just now." "Oh, it's you." The white wolf tilted his head, his tail swaying slightly. "The kid who was singing by the river that night. Your singing was quite nice. You heard it. All the phantom beasts on the island heard it. That black bear usually never goes near the river, but he went that night too. And those nightingales, they learned your tune and have been singing it in the trees every day, though they don't sing it half as well as you." He paused, his ears twitching slightly. "So, are you here to stand up for Black Bear and the others? I admit I've been a bit rowdy these past few days, but I'm just so bored." He rested his head on his front paws and muttered in a tone somewhere between complaining and acting spoiled, "This forest is only so big. Every day it's the same trees, the same rocks. Black Bear gets winded after running a few steps, and the nightingales just repeat the same few tunes over and over. I have all this talent with nowhere to show it off." "What talent?" The white wolf's ears perked up sharply. He stood up, elegantly puffed out his chest, and his tail drew an arrogant arc behind him. "You might not believe it if I told you, but my ancestors were related to the dragon race. Yes, the kind that can fly in the sky and burn down half a mountain with one breath of fire. I have dragon blood in me. Although it's been many, many generations, bloodline is bloodline, no matter how many generations pass." Deep in Lin Lai's consciousness, a voice suddenly rang out. PFF'd. Hefemelos didn't say a second word. She just let out a very short, audible gasp that she clearly couldn't hold back. Then came a silence, just long enough for her to search her Pride and Joy database from start to finish. Then her voice sounded again, flat and monotonous, as if reading a long-prepared summary of a file. "The White Wolf Pack of Lemnos Island are descendants of the divine beasts of goddess Artemis, with a pedigree traceable back to the Third Age of Gods. They have absolutely nothing to do with the dragon race." She paused. His database was probably picked up off the side of the road. In his mind, Lin Lai silently crossed out the word, dragon, from dragon blood. Dogo was clearly unaware of this little interlude in the depths of consciousness and was still rambling on about his ancestors' glorious deeds, all of which happened many, many years before he was born, interspersed with a vast amount of pedigree details he could recite backward. "How long have you been here?" Lin Lai asked. The white wolf's ears drooped slightly. "I've been here since I was little. The phantom beasts on the island are all pretty good, but they aren't great at chatting. The nightingales only know how to sing, Black Bear only knows how to grunt, and the deer don't even grunt at all." He curled his tail around his front paws, his ice blue eyes fixed on the tip of his tail. "Everything I know about the outside world, I heard from passing seabirds. Some places have no trees, just golden sand. Some places have no sand, just white, cold, melting things. Snow. Right, snow." The white wolf lifted his gaze from the tip of his tail. "I've never seen snow. Nor have I seen golden sand." Lin Lai looked at him. His posture was still elegant, his tail still maintaining that diplomatic arc, but when he said, "Never seen snow," a faint, very faint glimmer flickered in his ice blue eyes. "Dogo," Lin Lai said. The white wolf's ears flicked. "Dogo. The meaning of this name is, having a companion on the road." The white wolf tilted his head, chewing the word, Dogo, over and over in his mouth. Each syllable was spoken with different inflections, rising, falling, drawn out, short, and then his tail gave a sudden wag. "Can people remember this name?" "Yes. Then you are asking for the favor of this lord, right?" Lin Lai looked at those ice blue eyes that were clearly unable to contain themselves yet were still trying to maintain elegance, looked at the tuft of white fur on the tip of his tail that was wagging so fast it was becoming a blur, and looked at the leaf fragment still stuck to his ear, trembling gently in the wind. "Yes. I beg you, Lord Dogo." The white wolf's ears perked up sharply, and his tail uncontrollably drew a large arc on the ground. He walked up to Lin Lai, lowered his head slightly, and pressed his forehead against Lin Lai's shoulder. Not a bump, but a press. It was very light, like some kind of ritual. "Fine. Then I shall accept you as my little brother. His voice came from Lin Lai's shoulder, muffled, but every word was smiling. In the future, if you run into opponents you can't handle on the road, just call my name. Whether the opponent is human or dragon, when this lord steps out, one is worth two. The voice in Lin Lai's mind sighed. I'll compile a correct pedigree for him later. Free of charge. Dogo stepped back, his ice blue eyes sparkling. Partner, where are we going for our first stop? Let's go back first. To say goodbye to the people on the island. Dogo followed Lin Lai out of the woods, his gait light and elegant, his tail held high like a banner of triumph. When passing by the stream, the black bear was lying on a large rock, sunbathing. Dogo waved his tail at him, his tone sincere and formal. Black bear, I've caused you trouble these past few days, my apologies. I'm going on a trip with my partner, and I'll bring you some honey from the outside when I return. The black bear lifted half his body and looked at him for a long while with those beady black eyes. Then he snorted through his nose and lay back down, but he didn't glare at him with that accusatory look from before. Lin Lai felt he was probably waiting for that honey. The oracle of Hera sounded in the darkest hour before dawn. There was no omen, no sound of footsteps, no wind. Lin Lai was dozing against Dogo's warm belly, the white wolf's tail draped across his legs like a heavy white blanket. Then, that voice appeared directly in his mind, low, calm, and carrying an unquestionable authority. It was exactly the same as last time. Thebes. Sphinx. Just 2 words. But Lin Lai knew what this meant. He opened his eyes. Dogo's ears twitched, and he lifted his head, his ice blue eyes glowing faintly in the night. Partner. It's nothing. Lin Lai stood up, slung the new bow over his shoulder, and carried the harp on the other side. The arrows quenched in scorpion venom were already separated in the quiver, and the ordinary arrows had been recounted. He stood on the black rock coast of Lemnos Island for a moment, watching the dark red glow of the volcano flicker in the pre-dawn mist. Then he patted Dogo's neck. Let's go, to say goodbye. The morning light had not yet fully spread at the entrance of the temple, but the 4 sisters were already waiting there. Philophrosyn stood at the very front, her hands clasped in front of her, her long silver hair swaying gently in the morning breeze. Eupheme stood behind her, quiet as always, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her sleeve. Euclea leaned against the temple's stone pillar with her arms crossed, her expression stern, but her eyes were a little red, though, of course, she would claim it was from the smoke of the forge. Eurydice stood at the very edge, holding a tray in her hands, though there was nothing on it, it was probably just a habit. Leaving so early. Philophrosyn's voice was at least half as quiet as usual, the flatbread isn't even ready yet. I'll eat on the road. Lin Lai said. Where would you find flatbread on the road? I'll encounter other things on the road. Maybe even honey cake. Philophrosyn lowered her head and buried her face in her clasped hands. Eupheme reached out and gently tugged at her sleeve, as if to say, don't cry, I want to cry too when you cry. But the corners of her own eyes were red too. Euclea straightened up from the stone pillar. She walked up to Lin Lai and reached out, not to shake hands, but to hand over a dagger. Short-handled, undecorated, with only the natural hammer marks left during forging on the sheath. Take it. It's not a divine artifact, I forged it myself. You can use it to peel fruit, or to stab someone. Don't lose it. Her voice was still hard, but by the last word, it couldn't maintain that hardness. Lin Lai took the dagger and hung it at his waist. Thank you. Don't thank me. It's just a fruit knife. Euclea turned and walked back to the stone pillar, crossing her arms again. She looked up at the temple's dome, as if studying the forging patterns she had seen countless times. Eupheme stepped forward. She didn't speak, just stood on tiptoe and hung a fluorescent stone strung on a thin cord onto his harp strap. The stone was only the size of a thumb, glowing with a very faint warm blue, just like the kind she used for lighting in her warehouse. When it's dark on the road, it can light up. After she finished speaking, she retreated, moving behind Philophrosyn and twisting the hem of her sleeve again. Lin Lai looked down at the fluorescent stone. It was almost colorless in the morning light, but he knew it would shine at night. Eurydice was the last to step forward. Her hands were no longer holding a tray, they were empty. Lord Hephaestus told me to tell you, the bow isn't finished yet. When it is, he will find a way to get it to you. Before that, don't die. I won't die. Lord Hephaestus also said, if you're leaving, go quickly. Don't linger at the temple entrance. He doesn't like goodbyes. She paused here, her gaze falling on Lin Lai's left wrist, the silver bracelet mostly covered by his bracer. Then she smiled slightly. It was faint, the corners of her mouth only curving slightly, but it was indeed a smile. But he didn't close the window today. Lin Lai looked up. On the high windowsill of the temple, a silhouette with fiery red hair was sitting quietly. Hephaestus did not wave, did not stand up, and did not speak, he just sat by the windowsill, letting the light of the forge shine from behind, outlining the profile of his face without the mask. The window was open. He doesn't like goodbyes, but he kept the window open. Dogo sat beside him, elegantly resting his tail on his front paws. So, these are the people you know on this island. A goddess who likes you, 4 doll sisters who can't bear to see you go, and a black bear with a not so good temper. His ears flicked. Not bad, partner, your ability to make friends is a little better than I imagined. That goddess didn't say she likes me. He left the window open, buddy. He doesn't like goodbyes, but he left the window open. Dogo stood up, elegantly shook his fur, and bowed his head slightly toward the temple window, performing a standard, diplomatic-like farewell gesture. Thank you for taking care of my partner. Next time I return, I'll bring honey from outside for the black bear. Philophrosyn was almost amused by his serious tone, but as she laughed, tears fell as well. She quickly wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand, adjusting her voice back to its usual lively tone, though it still carried a hint of a sob. Keep your word. Lin Lai climbed onto the white wolf's broad back. Dogo stood up with such steadiness that he barely swayed. He slung the new bow over his shoulder and carried the harp on the other side. Hera's command was already there. The Sphinx was waiting for him in Thebes. Partner, shall we set off? Let's go. Dogo trotted along the coastline of Lemnos Island's black reefs, curled his body slightly in the rising sunlight of the early morning, and then leapt. The sound of the wind whistled past his ears, and the figures of the 4 sisters grew smaller and smaller behind him. The last image Lin Lai saw was the silhouette on the temple windowsill with the open window, and Philophrosyn waving desperately on the ground. He turned his head back and wrapped his cloak tight. Dogo's body heat radiated through his white fur, it was very warm. Dogo trotted lightly through the forest, leaping over a shallow stream, his 4 paws landing steadily on the gravel path. His ears twitched, and his tail was held high behind him. Partner, do you think that Sphinx can fly? It probably can. In mythology, it has wings. Then when it takes flight, can I chase it? Not to fight, just to play. Lin Lai looked down at the white wolf beneath him, whose ears were twitching excitedly. Are you here to carry out an oracle, or to go on a spring outing? Both. A spring outing on the side doesn't affect carrying out the oracle, Dogo said matter-of-factly. Besides, the road is flat, there's enough time, and chasing it for a bit won't delay the real business. The fruit dragon's voice sounded lazily deep within Lin Lai's consciousness. His playful nature is certainly no less than that of the dragon race. Just as Lin Lai was about to respond, Dogo suddenly slowed his pace, his ears pricking up alertly. By the old road ahead, under a crooked olive tree, a little girl with purple hair was sitting on the ground. She looked to be just over 10 years old, wearing a worn white dress, her hands clutching her left ankle. Her hair was messy, and there was a smudge of dirt on her face. Someone is hurt. Dogo strode forward, running a few steps to the tree, his tail wagging with concern. The little girl looked up, her gaze lingering on Lin Lai for a moment. I twisted my ankle and can't walk. Can you help me? Lin Lai dismounted and crouched in front of the girl. Her ankle was indeed red and swollen, as if it had just been twisted. He took some ointment from his bag, skillfully applied it to her ankle, and then tore off a piece of old cloth to bandage it. The little girl quietly let him tend to her, without crying or fussing throughout the process. Once the bandage was secured, she finally spoke, thank you. What is your name? Lin Lai. Lin Lai, she repeated. You bandage so well. Where did you learn that? I practiced it myself. I used to fall a lot when I was herding sheep on the mountain. After falling enough times, I learned. Lin Lai put the ointment back into his bag and reached out a hand to her. Let's go. There should be a village ahead. I'll carry you there. The little girl tilted her head, not taking his hand. As soon as she stood up, she wobbled and almost fell. Lin Lai had no choice but to half crouch, letting her climb onto his back, her arms looping around his neck. Dogo walked beside them, his ice blue eyes glancing at the girl on Lin Lai's back from time to time. After walking for a while, Lin Lai began to feel that something wasn't quite right. The little girl wasn't heavy on his back, but the way her gaze rested on him felt too steady. Moreover, she kept looking at his face, not the sneaky, curious glances of a child being carried by a stranger, but a more composed scrutiny, as if she were looking at something she had been studying for some time and was now finally confirming up close. Which village do you live in? The one ahead. What is it called specifically? Just the one ahead. It's not far. Where is your family? How did you end up twisting your ankle here all by yourself? I came out to pick wild fruit and accidentally fell from a tree. The little girl lay on his back, her voice soft, but her answers were too fluid. Every question seemed to have a prepared answer. Lin Lai walked a bit further. He ran through all the coincidences he had encountered today in his mind. A little girl of about 10 years old, alone in the wilderness picking wild fruit, who just happened to twist her ankle, and who he just happened to run into. She was injured but didn't cry or fuss, kept staring at his face, and when asked the name of her village, only said, ahead. He had two candidates in mind for someone who could pull off such a thing. One was Hermes. He had witnessed Hermes's pranks on Lemnos Island, snickering on the tavern roof, blowing a gust of wind to knock off his hood, using a stone to record the image of him singing, and then playing it everywhere at the banquets on Olympus. That was Hermes's style, impromptu, sudden, pure pranks. But he wasn't the type to spend time disguising himself as an injured little girl just to observe someone. Hermes didn't have that kind of patience. He wanted immediate reactions, not long-term observation. He loved the prank itself, not testing someone through a prank. And the other. Lin Lai stopped walking. He lowered the little girl from his back and let her lean against a stone by the side of the road. How much longer do you intend to keep up the act? The little girl blinked. Then she laughed. The laughter was too light, not like a child's laugh. Long purple hair began to spread from the roots, shedding the disguised black-brown color. A Greek-style robe appeared in the air, covering the worn white dress. She stood there, no longer a 10-year-old girl, but a tall, upright purple-haired goddess, with a hint of undisguised amusement at being discovered still hanging on her lips. I've been found out, Athena said, her tone carrying undisguised reluctance. Was my performance as a child not convincing enough? Lin Lai performed a formal bow to her, the kind used when meeting a deity. You performed well. But a little girl wouldn't stare at a stranger's face the whole time when injured. Athena tilted her head slightly, her lips still curved. Not necessarily. If it were a normal little girl, she would probably blush upon seeing little Lin Lai. After all, little Lin Lai is very good looking, and quite popular among the gods, you know. Lin Lai opened his mouth, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Dogo buried his face in his front paws, his shoulders trembling slightly. How did you do it? Lin Lai changed the subject. The twisted ankle, was it real? Of course it was real. Athena's tone was as light as if she were sharing an insignificant little trick. I just really twisted it, and then bandaged it up myself. It wasn't too hard. To observe me, you went as far as actually twisting your own ankle. Observation requires a price, Athena said nonchalantly. And I've already bandaged it. Your ointment is quite useful. Lin Lai was silent for a moment. So you were testing me from the very first moment we met. Of course. Athena did not shy away. I wanted to see for myself what you were like. Would you help an injured stranger? Would you look down on the weak? Would you speak up after discovering something abnormal? What reason would you use when rejecting a deity's guidance? She took a step forward. You passed all of them. So, next is the formal question. She put away her smile, her tone becoming serious. Are you willing to accept this goddess's guidance and walk the path of a hero? Lin Lai was silent for a while. Lady Athena, I am very grateful for your regard. But I have never thought about becoming a hero. As far as I know about those heroes of Greece, those who have already finished their stories, their endings are either turning into monsters or having their families destroyed and dying. It seems none of them had a good end. Perhaps there are good ones, I just don't know. But the ones I know of, none can be considered good. He paused, his tone calm. So I don't want to be a hero. It's not that I think I can definitely change anything, nor do I think I have that ability. I just want to try. Having tried, at least I won't regret it. Athena looked at him. She was silent for a long time. Then she laughed, not with anger, not with disappointment, but with a pure, quiet appreciation. You really are very interesting, she said softly. You rejected my guidance. I am the goddess of wisdom and war, do you know what that means? It means you will be angry with me. Correct. Athena said, puffing out her cheeks slightly, arching them, and knitting her brows together, putting on an, I am very angry, expression. But her purple pupils were full of laughter, and she couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth. That was not at all the look of someone angry, but more like someone who had discovered something interesting and was pretending to be serious. Lin Lai looked at her feigned angry face and was silent for a moment. You look like this, it has absolutely no effect of being angry. Athena maintained that expression for a moment longer. Then she finally couldn't hold it back, and the curve of her lips could no longer be suppressed. Fine, I'm not actually angry. But there must still be a punishment, as the price for rejecting a goddess's guidance. I accept. May I ask what the punishment is? It's a secret, little Lin Lai. Athena curved her eyes slightly, a flicker of clearly mischievous light flashing in her purple pupils. When I have decided, I will naturally tell you. Before that, you already owe me 2 favors. 2. The compensation for the road you carried me on, plus the punishment for rejecting this goddess's guidance. You can count them together, or separately, either way, they are both things you owe me. Her mouth curved even more beautifully. Don't worry. I won't make you do anything you cannot do. Lin Lai stood where he was, pulling the strap of his harp up. Every time he spoke with a goddess, it ended up becoming a debt. All right, I will pay it back. Very good. Athena nodded with satisfaction, then raised her hand, pointing toward the massive rock protruding from the cliff at the end of the twilight. The Sphinx is there. Walk the rest of the way yourself. Hera only asked me to meet you up to this point. She paused, that smile not yet fully dissipated from her lips. Do well. Although you rejected my guidance, I am still looking forward to your performance. After saying this, she turned and walked a few steps, her purple hair fluttering slightly in the twilight, and then her figure dissipated into the last glimmer of daylight at the end of the ancient road. Dogo sat there, looking in the direction where Athena had disappeared, his ears twitching. Partner, she's gone. Is her status among the gods very high? It should be. Goddess of wisdom and war, one of the 12 Olympian gods. Then what she said about you being very popular among the gods, that should be true, right? I don't know. Lin Lai climbed back onto Dogo's back and hung his bow up. Let's deal with the Sphinx first. All right then. Dogo strode forward on his four paws, walking into the twilight toward the high cliff. His tail was held high behind him, and after a few steps, he turned back. Then after dealing with the Sphinx, can I chase it? Just once. We'll see when the time comes. That means yes. Dogo's ears flicked, and his pace became noticeably lighter. In the distance, on the high cliff shrouded in twilight, the massive rock where the Sphinx was perched was already vaguely visible. Lin Lai wrapped his cloak tighter, his fingers unconsciously touching the silver bracelet on his left wrist, and then he raised his head. Work first. The debt owed to the goddess could wait until the work was done. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.